Hey everyone, welcome back to the channel. In today's video, we're diving into an epic what-if scenario. What if Sakura had the power to travel back in time to save Sasuke and Naruto? What would happen if she could change the course of events, prevent Sasuke's departure, and alter the fate of her friends? It's a twist that could change everything in the Naruto universe. Before we jump into this time-bending adventure, I need your support to help me hit 1,000 subscribers. If you enjoyed the video, make sure to give it a thumbs up, comment below with your thoughts, and share it with your fellow Naruto fans. Your support really helps me create more content like this. Now, let's explore how Sakura's love and loyalty could rewrite time itself. Let's get started. Sakura couldn't believe the scene before her. Her home, the one she had fought so hard for, was abandoned. War had devastating consequences, and she couldn't help but feel like this was the universe mocking her. It wasn't that the empty village felt out of place, but rather that it felt strangely right. After all, without hope or goodness, what chance did Konoha stand? None. Not without Naruto. Sakura jumped off the wall, landing silently on a rooftop. She didn't hurry forward. What was she even doing here? Why had she invested all her energy into a rumor she wasn't even sure was true? But the person who told her about this, the one who set her on this path, she was certain wasn't misleading her. Ironically, it was Uchiha Itachi, the man she once thought of as Konoha's biggest traitor, second only to Orochimaru, who had captured her just before going to stop the reanimation jutsu. The jutsu had become obsolete now. "You're Haruno Sakura, correct?" he asked, ignoring the tension in her body as he spoke. Sure, Itachi was a reanimation, but that only made him more dangerous, not less. Sakura nodded numbly, looking at him but never meeting his eyes. She forced herself to stand, her body exhausted. The war had dragged on for months. Civilians were now fighting, and Shinobi had almost been wiped out when the second wave of reanimations hit. Well, that was until everything came to a sudden halt, and the world as they knew it ceased to exist. The former Konoha 11 were reunited. Neji had risen, just like the other fallen, and fought them. They had all grown stronger, but Neji had limitless chakra and quickly disabled half their group. She had sent Naruto ahead. If anyone was going to survive, it was her best friend. "Uchiha Itachi," she said sharply, still unsure if he was friend or foe. Surely, he was an enemy. This was the man who traumatized Sasuke and wiped out his clan. He even tried to take Naruto. So, why was she oddly calm? It was the same feeling she had when she saw him years ago, when they went to save Gaara. He didn't seem hostile, but everyone knew he had a power that surpassed anything they had expected. "You were one of Sasuke's teammates, right?" he asked, continuing when she nodded. "The Godame's apprentice as well. Why are you here?" Sakura asked, her hand hovering over her weapon's pouch. She wouldn't stand a chance against him, but she'd be damned if she didn't try. "I need your assistance," he replied slowly, his gaze directed at the sky. "Sasuke and Naruto-kun have both fallen. I assume you know this already." Of course she knew. She had tried to save them, but her chakra was almost gone, even the reserves that gave her the purple diamond on her forehead. And both of them were in critical condition. Naruto had died first. Without his tailed beast, she knew she didn't have enough chakra to give her life for his. If she did, she would have in a heartbeat. Sasuke had lasted much longer than Naruto. She tried to heal his wounds, but there was too much damage. She had just gotten him back. He had joined them in the fight, vague about his reasons, but still had their backs. They fought side by side for months. The only reason the war had even a shred of hope was because the three of them were still standing together. They lost Sai a month into the war, then Ino not long after. Hinata, Kiba, Kankuro, and Karen died as well. It wasn't until Shikamaru died, saving Temari, that Sakura lost any hope of surviving. But they still had each other. Until they didn't. Sakura was overwhelmed as the realization hit her. Kakashi disappeared with Obito early in the war, and Yamato was nowhere to be found. The 5 Kage were missing. HQ was destroyed. She was kneeling on the ground, overwhelmed with tears, as she watched her best friend die in her arms. And Sasuke, the boy she loved, was just as ready to leave this terrible world. That's when the air around them began to shine brightly, only to be blocked out by a large purple figure. Sasuke cried out in pain as he summoned his Susanoo, but the massive figure didn't falter. Sakura had no idea how he was sustaining it so close to death, and she begged him to stop. And he did. Minutes later, when the purple faded and revealed the desolate world around them, she turned on him, yelling at him for being an idiot. But Sasuke was smiling. He coughed up blood, but still, he turned to her with a gentle expression. "I'm sorry." "For what?" she asked through her tears, sensing his death before it took hold. "Everything," he replied with a wheeze. "It was always you." "Me?" she repeated, desperately trying to keep him talking to delay the inevitable. "Always so annoying," he said, a weak chuckle escaping him as he choked on the air in his lungs. "Thank you, Sakura." She didn't get a chance to respond, just like that night when he left her. All he saw were her tears, and he probably didn't feel her hands gripping his so tightly, as though she could hold him here. But she couldn't, and she saw the life leave his eyes. "Damn you, you idiot," she managed to say, finally breaking down as she looked at her two teammates, the two boys she loved most in the world. And they were gone. It didn't matter that she had no light left in her life. Their deaths meant there was no hope of defeating Madara. The war was over. Sakura placed her trembling hands over Sasuke's closed eyes, gently guiding them down, so it would look like he was merely sleeping. "It was Sasuke's final act to keep you alive," Itachi said, bringing her back to reality, though his gaze remained on the sky above them. "He used his Susanoo to protect you. That's why you're still awake." "He did," she confirmed, though she had been furious when she found out. She was the only one left, besides the reanimations and Madara. "Sasuke's last act in this world was to protect you," Itachi said, looking at her now. She averted her eyes, and he sighed. "I'm not here to harm you, Sakura-san. As I said, I need your help." Sakura looked at the older Uchiha, exhausted and curious. "Help? Yes. I believe you can stop all of this from happening," he answered, a faint smile playing on his lips as her eyes widened in surprise. "Let's sit. You should rest." "Not many people left to keep watch," she joked dryly, but she sat down anyway. Itachi actually smiled at her words, settling across from her. "I wish I could have found you sooner," he said, gesturing around them. "But for the only truly living person in the world, you're very good at hiding." "Can't let Madara track me down," she replied honestly. "Smart and careful," Itachi remarked. "I see why Sasuke made sure you survived." Sakura gave a weak smile, struggling to hold back tears as she thought of her boys. Talking about them made her want to break down. She couldn't believe she had lasted this long without crying. "There are hidden shrines beneath the Uchiha compound," Itachi continued, watching her sit up straighter. "Most of them are about our Sharingan, but there are others that detail jutsus lost to the ninja world. One of these grants the user the ability to travel through time, a one-way trip to the past." "I can see why it was lost," Sakura commented. Itachi nodded, his expression solemn. "It's incredibly dangerous, not so much to the user, but to the fabric of time itself. Changing the past could have unforeseen consequences. And because it's a one-way ticket, you have to make sure the world you create doesn't end up worse than the one you left," Sakura finished, her voice tense. "But what future could be worse than this?" "It's always risky to ask questions you might not be ready to answer," Itachi advised. "But I agree. At the very least, you may be able to stop the world from falling under the Jinjutsu. What do I have to do?" And that's how she found herself back home. The place was devoid of life, but she knew it would have been even if its people weren't already lost to the battlefield or imprisoned in cocoons. Without Naruto to lead them, Konoha never had a chance. Though she had visited the Uchiha district before, this time it felt unnervingly oppressive, as if the place itself wanted her gone. But she kept moving forward, carefully concealing her chakra as she slipped through the district to the building Itachi had mentioned. She couldn't afford to be careless. Madara, after all, was one of Konoha's founders, and she was sneaking around the homes of his kin. Finally, she reached the underground room, carefully following Itachi's instructions. She memorized the stone carvings and went through the necessary steps to perform the jutsu. As she completed the seal, she slowly formed the hand signs he taught her. She brought her thumb to her mouth, smeared blood onto her palm, and pressed it to the stone, whispering its title. She knew she wouldn't like what came next, but she also knew it was her only hope. And as the ground rumbled beneath her feet, Sakura knew this was a world she had to change before it was too late. Everything was a blur, her mind, her vision, even the sounds around her felt like static. Her senses were all out of whack as she opened her eyes, and the surroundings were so distorted that all she could make out was a door of light. This light, she thought, it's just like the one from my balcony. As her eyes adjusted, she could vaguely make out the outline of her old balcony door. This was her old room, she realized. Right, she whispered, ignoring the hoarseness in her voice. I reversed time. That was quite the feat, if the soreness in her body was any indication. She pushed herself up, trying not to let her shock throw her off balance. She was in her childhood home, meaning she was still living with her parents, and she had no idea how old she was. As her surroundings finally came into focus, she glanced at the calendar. No way, she breathed, rubbing her eyes, hoping the date would change. It didn't. I'm 7? She thought back to this time, trying to remember if she'd even been friends with Ino yet. Ino had given her a traditional kimono for her 7th birthday, so she could attend one of her clan's formal events. It wasn't typically allowed, but since Sakura wasn't part of a clan and Ino would have thrown a tantrum if her friend wasn't invited, she was allowed to attend. So, she had gone back 10 whole years. 10 years. What had yet to happen? What had already happened? If she wanted to change her future, what exactly should she change? Sakura yanked the blanket off her and tried to stand. But as soon as her feet hit the ground and she tried to hold herself up, she collapsed. Damn, she cursed, pulling herself back into a sitting position. She leaned against the bed, staring at her balcony doors. This sucks. Her legs burned, her arms felt like dead weight, and she had a splitting headache. This really sucked. Sakura, her mother called from downstairs. Come down for breakfast. Coming, she called back, wincing as she slowly got to her feet. It took a few moments, but she managed to stand without falling. It took her 5 minutes to make it downstairs, but she did it. She had breakfast, chatting excitedly with her mother about meaningless things. Before she knew it, she was walking toward the academy. Her mother left her at the academy doors, wishing her luck and giving her a hug. Sakura almost stepped inside when she spotted blonde hair in the shadows of a tree. Naruto, she whispered, taking in the sight of her best friend at such a young age. He was on the swing he always sat on at the end of classes. She hadn't realized he sat there in the mornings too. Is this something she should change? No, she decided. She was going to give her best friend a better childhood. It was the least she could do. She walked up to him, and when he saw her, he perked up for a moment before his shoulders slumped. Naruto, right? She asked as she approached the swing. She clasped her hands behind her back and flashed him a big smile, but he looked at her with confusion all over his face. Yeah, he answered, eyeing her as she turned toward the academy. Well, come on then, she said, motioning for him to follow. Classes are about to start. Really? He perked up, tripping as he scrambled off the swing. He stood up immediately, and the pure happiness in his eyes made any lingering doubts she had about this choice vanish. Sakura, she nodded, smiling back at him. Has anyone ever told you that you're the prettiest girl at the academy? He asked, continuing to babble as they walked toward the doors. And the nicest? You're funny, she replied, watching him blush. She remembered that even now, Naruto had a crush on her. Some things just never changed. You like my pranks? Sakura hesitated for a moment, then simply smiled. Let's just go sit down. Naruto deflated a bit at the change of topic, clearly not thrilled to sit through class, but he followed her anyway. She sat down next to Ino. Why Ryu with him? Ino asked, eyeing Naruto as he sat down on the other side of Sakura. Naruto's my friend, she said simply, suppressing the urge to cry when she saw the look on Naruto's face. She knew she was the first person to say that about him. Ino muttered, shrugging. Okay, I'm Yamanaka Ino. Uzumaki Naruto, he declared proudly. And that was that. Sakura made it through the rest of the day, getting a few odd looks from classmates, but that was it. No one seemed out of place. In fact, everything seemed normal for now. That is, until recess when Naruto challenged Sasuke to a race. They weren't even friends yet. She had forgotten that their rivalry started all the way back in the academy days. It was a pointless challenge, of course, because Sasuke was leagues ahead of everyone else. Naruto didn't even come close. That's when she realized something important hadn't happened yet. The Uchiha massacre. It had occurred a few weeks after her 8th birthday, and according to her calendar, it was going to happen in the next 3 months. Could she stop it? How could a 7-year-old child stop a massacre? Sakura wasn't even sure what skills she had now. If it was anything like her first life, the answer was nothing. She only had logic and decent chakra control, but that was about it. No superhuman strength, no medical ninjutsu, and certainly no muscles to rely on if she had to run. She was just a civilian with knowledge of ninjas. Could she go to Itachi? Would he even believe her? She had learned the truth about the massacre just before she reversed time, and it all made so much sense now. She almost wanted to fast forward back to her time and yell at Sasuke for never telling her. Sakura was snapped out of her thoughts by Ino's laughter as they watched Sasuke and Naruto race. Naruto was obviously behind, but that didn't seem to faze him. Sakura giggled despite herself. "Nah, Sakura-chan, what's so funny?" Naruto huffed, stopping the race. "Because you're so bad at racing," Sasuke teased, his back turned to the group. "Because you're you," Sakura corrected with a smile. "It makes me happy to see how determined you are." Sasuke scoffed at her words, but turned to glare at Naruto when he suddenly hugged her. "I'll never give up. Just you watch, Sakura-chan," he proclaimed, sticking his tongue out at Sasuke. "I'll get you next time, Sasuke. Wanna race again?" "Your loss," Sasuke replied, though he was already gearing up for another round. "No cheating this time. I wasn't cheating before. You're just too slow." "What did you say?" Naruto challenged, raising his fist. "You're just too slow," Sasuke repeated, turning his head away. Sakura laughed at the sight of her boys, realizing she had taken their innocence for granted before. She stopped suddenly, sensing someone watching them. She turned around, only seeing the brief flicker of a figure on top of a telephone pole before it disappeared. "Nah, Sakura-chan, you have to look. I'm gonna beat Sasuke this time, you know?" Sakura apologized and refocused, reminding herself she was just a 7-year-old again. The days passed in a similar fashion. She and Naruto grew closer again, with his grades improving slightly under her influence. Sasuke remained distant, but if they ever had to form a group, he would join them. Ino was beside herself the first time Sasuke spoke to her, even if it was just asking her to move aside so he could get through a doorway. Sakura remembered that Ino had a crush on Sasuke at this point. They both did, but it didn't matter now. 2 weeks later, Sasuke left his bag at the academy. Naruto had gotten him riled up, and he left in a rush when his mother came to pick him up. Sasuke left his bag, Sakura whispered, picking up the straps as she gathered her own things. "Sakura-chan, want to play at the park today?" Naruto asked eagerly. She nodded. "But I have to drop this off first," she said, holding up the bag. "I'll meet you there." "Okay," he agreed, bounding off toward the park. Sakura took a deep breath and headed toward the Uchiha compound. When she arrived, the atmosphere surprised her. It wasn't the same unnerving vibe she remembered. It felt lively. Was this what the Uchiha clan had been like before everything went wrong? She knew which house was the head family's because she and Naruto had walked through the compound after the Pain invasion. They'd been tasked with clearing out some of the displaced families, and anything Sasuke wanted, they had to fetch themselves. She recalled there had been a photo in one of the rooms, likely Sasuke's old room or Itachi's, of their family before everything fell apart. Sakura approached a vendor, startling them with her presence. "Excuse me, do you know where Uchiha Sasuke lives?" she asked, holding up his bag. "He left this at the academy." The vendor was too shocked to say anything, so she slipped behind him into the narrow alleyway. At least there was a chance she could get through undetected. She had to get this bag to Sasuke, and maybe, just maybe, she could save his family before it was too late. As it turned out, Sakura didn't need to do anything more than what she had already done. And what had she done? It was a happy accident, but surprisingly, by meeting Shursui this time around, Sakura and Naruto had found themselves invited to the Uchiha compound, or to the training ground with them. Sasuke was totally against it, pouting because his time with his brother was now being shared with 2 more people. But he warmed up to the idea once he realized his mom was going to make him do all the chores if he kept being rude to his friends. Sasuke always reminded his mom that she and Naruto weren't his friends, but his mom would just smile knowingly and ruffle his hair. And apparently, their constant presence in the compound led to a decrease in animosity towards the rest of Konoha. After all, if the kid with the QB inside him and a pink-haired civilian-raised ninja could be liked by the head family, then there was hope, right? Sakura didn't want to think about how convenient it would be for the Uchiha clan to have the QB under their control. Nor did she want to admit that it was probably the reason the coup had been delayed. The days leading up to the massacre in her old timeline were spent at a training camp set up by Sasuke for the 3 of them. He basically picked on them for hours on end until they all collapsed by a fire he made. And that's when Sakura realized that for an Uchiha, Sasuke was incredibly slow compared to his cousin. In her old timeline, of course, Sasuke was fast, and he had way too much time on his hands. He found it amusing to torture them. Okay, he tortured the boys. Whenever he found Sakura, he'd offer a treat and sit with her for a few minutes before asking if she wanted to help him pummel the boys. Some days she said yes, especially if Sasuke had been particularly rude or Naruto had been incredibly inappropriate. Other days, she'd just shake her head and enjoy watching the sky. She wondered if this whole time reversal thing also reversed some of her emotional development over the years. But she would inevitably shrug it off. Even if that was the case, it wouldn't hurt for her to develop as an even better friend in person. After all, she stopped the Uchiha coup without revealing herself and managed to become friends with one of the oldest clans in Konoha. One thing Sakura actually did this time around was try harder during training, even during those grueling activities Sasuke set up. She didn't slack off, though she complained a lot with Naruto on the particularly tough days. She knew she had been top of her class academically when she was younger, so she didn't bother pretending to be dumb. The only difference this time was that she actually gave her best effort when it came to the physical stuff. Her muscles definitely needed it, and she did better. She improved enough to earn herself a full letter grade up this year. Her parents treated her to her favorite foods when she came home with that news. Ino and Naruto were easily her 2 closest friends. If one blonde wasn't with her, the other usually was. And while Sasuke had learned to steer clear of them when Ino was around, he did sit closer to them during lunch. Most days, one of the Uchihas would come to collect all 3 of them. Sakura was happy. She was so happy. This was the childhood she always wished she'd had. She had her boys, she had Ino, and she'd even managed to delay the Uchiha coup, all by integrating herself and Naruto into Sasuke's life early on. Time really was fragile. She still struggled in other areas, though. Her muscles were gone. The chakra reserve she'd spent years building up had reverted back to a pathetic size, and she had a hard time picking up ninjutsu compared to the boys around her. While Sakura had once been one of the most powerful kunoichi after releasing her seal, she wasn't that ninja anymore. Her body hadn't been trained like before. Her chakra control wasn't perfected. And while she knew how to get back to where she was, her body just wasn't capable of it yet. She tried to sharpen her chakra control, but even walking on walls was a struggle. That's when Sakura realized how much she had really changed to become the shinobi she once was. And now, in this body that hadn't trained so far, she had no choice but to start her self-imposed torture. It wasn't anything dramatic. She practiced basic chakra control techniques and ran every morning. She did shuriken training with Sasuke, and Sasuke helped her understand Genjutsu and the differences between a regular Genjutsu and one cast by a Sharingan. She allowed herself to be taught these things and really tried to learn again. It wasn't like her abilities traveled with her. Her body had to relearn everything. Plus, a good refresher never hurt anyone. Months passed, and Sakura started to realize how different things were. The rivalry between Naruto and Sasuke had less animosity in it, though the 2 still competed fiercely. Sakura wasn't a total fangirl with Sasuke, but she didn't know this Sasuke the same way she'd known the one she grew up with. She understood his pain, his struggles, and how hard it was for him to open up. This Sasuke was much happier than she remembered him. He had his family, He had friends to train and play with. He was still overly obsessed with his brother, but it wasn't as intense as before. He grudgingly cared about them, and they were the only two kids Sasuke would talk to at school. This Sasuke was different, but deep down, she saw the things that made her fall for him when they were younger. And so, she still blushed around him constantly, but she rarely let it stop her. She felt like a child with a crush rather than an adult who had fallen in love and gotten her heart broken multiple times by the same person. She knew Makoto was aware of Sakura's crush, and so were Itachi and Sasuke. The only one who didn't really seem to notice was Sasuke. She was sure that would change. They were 12 now, and not everything could be explained away by childhood excitement. So when the time came for all three of them to graduate, Sakura was terrified they wouldn't be on Team 7 together. After all, Naruto and Sakura's abilities had improved over the years, even if only a little. But when Naruto's name was called, followed by hers, and finally Sasuke's, Sakura couldn't help but grin ear to ear. Even after Kakashi called them all idiots. That night, Sasuke and Itachi treated them to dinner. Since it was a rare occasion, both boys were free. Sakura could tell the stress was radiating off them, though they did a good job hiding it. Sasuke noticed too, but was smart enough not to say anything in front of Naruto. Sakura noticed it too, and she wondered if her years of trying to decode the enigma that was Uchiha Sasuke had prepared her for dealing with an entire clan of Uchihas now. Sasuke walked Sakura home after they dropped off Naruto. Before they rounded the corner to her busy street, she tugged on the older Uchiha's shirt. "Is everything okay, Sasuke-chan?" she asked, concern in her eyes as she watched him closely. "Should have known we wouldn't get anything by you, Sakura-chan," Sasuke replied with a tight smile. "But it's nothing you need to worry about. You have to be up early tomorrow for your meeting with Kakashi-senpai, right? It's something with your clan, isn't it?" she asked, her worry slipping into her voice as the older boy clammed up. "I'm not asking for details. I know it's clan business and you can't discuss it with me. I just want to know if everything's okay." He crouched down, giving her a wide smile that made his eyes crinkle. "I hope it will be soon, Imuto." Then he ruffled her hair. "Who knows? Maybe one day I'll be able to talk clan business with you." Sakura flushed bright red, stumbling over her words. "And no, that's not why I was asking. I was just worried. Just worried." Sakura was still genuinely worried, but Sasuke's reassuring smile made her forget it, even if only for a moment in her own embarrassment. "Whatever you say, Sakura-chan," he teased, standing back up and leading them down her busy road. "Come on, you've got to rest for your first day tomorrow." "Yes, Sasuke-chan." While Team 7 was not simply a thrown-together team this time around, their teamwork still needed a lot of work. Sasuke still preferred to do things his own way, so he could show off his skills. Naruto was still impulsive and looked to fight Kakashi without any thought of working together. Sakura also went on her own and tried to do things to show Kakashi that she wasn't just the mediator. "This is impossible," Naruto yelled out, slumping against a tree. Sakura grumbled beside him, sitting down with her arms crossed. "Maybe if you weren't so impulsive, we could plan an attack." "I'm not impulsive. You couldn't even follow the instructions, Dobe," Sasuke said, dropping down from a tree branch in front of them. "How can we trust you to follow through with any plan I create?" "You create," Naruto repeated, the only inclination that Sasuke heard him being his one eye cracking open. "Sakura-chan's the best with strategy. If any of us created a plan, it should be her. And I'm sure any plan a genin comes up with will work against a legendary ninja," Sasuke drawled, though he at least had the decency to drop his tough guy act when he saw the glare she was sending his way. "Nothing else has worked though, so it's our best bet." "We're all being idiots," Sakura groaned, clutching her head. And while it looked like the boys wanted to protest against her words, they didn't say anything. "We've been friends for what? 5 years?" Sakura asked, earning a nod from Naruto and a murmur from Sasuke about how it was still undecided for him. "Why is it that we can steal Sasuke's kunai set, but we can't steal 2 simple bells? My cousin's an idiot. Kakashi-sensei is like a gazillion years older than Sasuke-chan." Sakura's eye twitched. "Maybe because we're all being stubborn and not working together." She pointed to Naruto. "You're disregarding all the shinobi basics we learned in the academy and barreling into a fight against an enemy way out of your league. That's mean, Sakura-chan, and I just defended you against Sasuke. She ignored Naruto's pouting and pointed to Sasuke. You think you can get one over on Kakashi-sensei on your own and have refused to work with either of us this entire time. Sasuke simply glared at the sky, as if the clouds wafting by had offended him rather than a pink-haired girl. And I, she continued, pointing a finger at herself, have also taken this as a chance to show my own strengths with no regard to you two. And that was selfish of me. I'm sorry. The boys grumbled, but apologized nonetheless. So what now? Naruto asked, peering up at the sky. It's almost noon. We work together, Sakura deadpanned, resisting the urge to hit Naruto upside the head because she just explained why they weren't getting close to the bells. It might work, Sasuke turned the idea over in his head. What do you have in mind, Sakura? Let's use our strengths, she grinned. After explaining the plan, they all took off. In separate parts of the woods, they surrounded Kakashi. One last effort? Kakashi asked, raising a single eyebrow. He barely looked up from his book and stood in the middle of the clearing. You have about 3 minutes. I'll get those bells if it's the last thing I do, Naruto declared, rushing in with multiple clones. Kakashi defeated the clones easily, but Naruto kept producing them. Sasuke showered their sensei in kunai and shuriken, the man jumping up to avoid the sharp edges. A fireball was sent Kakashi's way, and being midair, Kakashi responded with a simple water jutsu to douse the flames. Hey, Kakashi-sensei! Sakura yelled out, catching his eye as he landed back on the ground. The genjutsu she created was incredibly simple, just a slight alteration to her weapon to hide the chakra within it. It was so subtle, and she doubted Kakashi expected her to be able to produce a genjutsu at this age. Shursui taught her well. Look out! Kakashi simply raised an eyebrow at Sakura, who winked as she sent a kunai sailing towards the bells. Sasuke kept Kakashi's hands busy, landing by their sensei and throwing multiple punches and kicks. Kakashi simply evaded the kunai she threw and was focused on Sasuke when the metal turned into a grinning blonde just before it passed their sensei's legs. Naruto's hands shot out, the bells ringing as they were ripped from their sensei. The timer went off. Kakashi looked utterly shocked, staring at the three as they stood before him. Naruto handed a bell to Sasuke, and the two waited for Sakura to jump between them. Throwing both her hands over their shoulders, they held her close before raising their bells. Sasuke was smirking, Naruto was grinning widely, and Sakura tilted her head as their sensei's surprise wore off. Got ya, Kakashi-sensei, Sakura sang, tightening her grip on her boys. So, did we pass? Their sensei closed his eye, and she thought she heard him curse before he opened them, the skin at the corner of his lone eye crinkling. You pass. Yay! Yay, yay, yay! Naruto shouted, Sakura's voice joining his in a triumphant cheer. Sasuke didn't join in, but his arm tightened around her back, and he cracked a real smile. You're telling me 3 fresh out of the Academy Genin not only passed Kakashi-senpai's test, but got the bells too? Shursui questioned, the disbelief evident on his features. Sakura shared the feeling, but she felt a bit too elated to care. Kakashi didn't use a Sharingan, and he severely underestimated their teamwork, for good reason. She knew he went easy on them the first time she took the bell test, if the second was any indication, and even then he had gone easy on her and Naruto. You're just jealous. Naruto grinned, slurping up his ramen. He's gone soft. Shursui yelled, slapping his hand on the counter. How did you guys cheat? Come on, I won't tell. The three grinned at each other. Mind reading, Sasuke supplied. We're from the future, Naruto said. Teamwork, Sakura finally admitted, resting her hands on her boy's shoulders. We just worked with our strengths. You used a genjutsu, didn't you? Shursui questioned her, his eyebrows shooting up when she pointedly focused on eating her ramen. You did? Oh, Sakura-chan, I am so proud of you. I knew you had it in you. His hand reached over Naruto's head, resting atop of Sakura's pink hair as he ruffled it. She giggled, a bit too proud to care that Sasuke was scowling now. You know I'm your family, right, Shursui? Sasuke asked with a raised eyebrow, plucking his cousin's hand off her head. No need to get all jealous, Sasuke-chan, Shursui teased, taking his hand back and continued shaking his head. But you guys got the bells from him. I can't believe it. How did you three figure out the trick? We, didn't, Sakura admitted, shrugging when the older Uchiha raised an eyebrow. Just sort of prepared to annoy Kakashi until he passed all three of us. We're really good at that. Shursui snorted. Well, that's for sure. But I'm proud of you three. When's your first mission? We're being assigned it tomorrow morning, Sakura answered. Bet it's some super cool mission where we rescue a princess or something, Naruto said loudly. Especially after we proved ourselves to Kakashi-sensei. It'll be a D-rank mission, dope, Sasuke stated, and Sakura had to stop Naruto from physically reacting to his words before he knocked over her bowl of ramen. Naruto, she chided, slapping him upside the head. He winced and rubbed the sore spot. Sorry, Sakura-chan, but you didn't have to hit me. He pouted and she slid him her half-finished bowl. I'm full, she told him, watching his earlier enthusiasm return as he replaced his empty one with hers. He managed to thank her before digging in again. Sasuke-kun's right though. We'll probably be chasing cats or de-weeding gardens for a few months before we get a C-rank mission. Maybe even longer. You spoil him, Sasuke muttered, pointing his chopsticks towards Naruto, who was polishing off the rest of the broth. Sakura gave Sasuke a look. I do not. Do too, he retorted, leaning closer to her. You spoil him like Shursui spoils you. It's not my fault, I'm Shursui-chan's favorite, she responded, extremely aware of the blush growing on her face. Besides, Itachi-chan spoils you. I'm his brother, Sasuke reminded her, his eyes softened slightly in a way she hasn't ever seen before. Not in this life, at least. She swallowed thickly due to the decreased space between them before he blinked and got up. Itachi should be home from his mission by now, he told them, stuffing his hands into his pockets. I have to talk to him. See you tomorrow. And he wonders why Annie Mikoto yells at him for being rude. Shursui shook his head, then focused on the two still there. Want to do some Jinjutsu training? Naruto and Sakura looked at each other. You think you can get out of my Jinjutsu? Sakura challenged, watching Naruto's eyes light up. You're on, Sakura-chan. What's going on? Sasuke asked as soon as he walked into his brother's room. Itachi was sorting his gear, the weapons neatly arranged on the floor. An inventory check, Sasuke assumed. Close the door if you would, Itachi responded without looking up. He picked up a kunai and was inspecting its edges. Sasuke did what he was told and padded over to his brother, sitting across from him on the other side of his weapons. Does this have to do with the clan meeting that happened before you left for your mission? He asked his brother, lowering his voice a bit. The clan was tense at the moment. Sasuke wasn't allowed at any of the meetings, but he knew enough to recognize the growing dissent among his family. Itachi nodded. Father requested that you remain unaware of it, so you can focus on your training. He started slowly, picking up the sharpening stone and sliding the kunai against it. But you're already aware of the animosity, yes? Some of them have started to look down on Sakura, Sasuke told him, remembering the few instances that began to increase number as the weeks went on. He's gotten into the habit of requesting early mornings or late evening training sessions, so she doesn't need to travel through the compound during its busy hours. And they've known her since we were kids. Yes, it seems a portion of our clan has clung to their distaste for the village. Itachi paused for a moment and looked up at him. And ninjas with no clan history. I thought we got past looking down on civilian families, Sasuke frowned, controlling his rising anger. I know rivalry among the clans are still prevalent, especially with the Hyuga, but we've been peaceful for a few decades now. What's changed? The Nine Tails attack on the village, Itachi answered and looked around his room. You know we were forced as a clan to move inside these walls, correct? He continued when Sasuke nodded. It's because the village elders believed an Uchiha was responsible for the attack. We have the ability, as Sharingan users, to control the Nine Tails. As such, that fear caused them to put us in an open isolation of sorts. We are free, but we are constantly watched. And our clan still holds a grudge over it, Sasuke inferred, understanding the reason despite not sharing it. Are you aware of the coup d'etat that was almost staged years ago? Itachi asked, and Sasuke's eyes snapped towards his brother in shock. He placed down the kunai in hand and picked up another. I thought not. It was put off by recent developments. Recent developments? Sasuke repeated. Itachi resumed sharpening his weapons. Namely, your friendship with Naruto-kun. What's the dough got to do with this? Sasuke questioned, waiting for an answer, but Itachi remained silent. If they were planning on removing the government's power, then something drastic would have to happen to put it off. Naruto was just a lonely prankster when we became friends. Why would it be a drastic change then? Itachi asked, obviously trying to guide him to the answer. Sasuke frowned, wondering why his brother was having him go through loops rather than telling him outright. Unless Itachi couldn't speak of it. Not directly. That is, Naruto being friends with Naruto, and a drastic enough change to put off a coup. Why? What was so special about a ramen-obsessed idiot? Besides his appalling healing rate and insane chakra reserves? Oh, Naruto has the nine tails sealed in him, doesn't he? Sasuke inquired, pinching the bridge of his nose. How did that idiot keep something like that a secret? He tells Sakura everything. And I mean everything. And she tells me everything. I'm unsure if Sakura-chan knows, Itachi admitted, and his gaze unfocused for a few moments before settling back on his kunai. Though, I'm sure she has a suspicion. She's incredibly astute for her age. Sasuke's eye twitched at the compliment his brother gave Sakura. Of course, it was true, but it still caused a flare of jealousy to arise. Regardless, the newfound alliance with the village's Jinchuriki caused enough of our family to doubt such drastic force needed to be taken, Itachi continued. It was believed that we could manipulate the village into complying to the Uchiha, by utilizing Naruto when he grew older and stronger. However, that plan is one for the long run. A faction of the Uchiha have grown restless with the village's constant surveillance of our clan. What are they planning? They're attempting to force Father to approve a partial coup, Itachi revealed, leaving Sasuke staring at him with wide eyes. They wish to eliminate the current elders and force the Sandaime to step down, and in his place, elect Father as the Go-Dame. How is that a partial coup? Sasuke questioned fiercely. They believe uprooting only 3 members will be sufficient in changing the way the rest of the village views us, Itachi answered in a calm, soothing tone. And they do not trust those of us who are loyal to the village. They don't trust you or sure sway, you mean? Sasuke realized. Which puts Father in a tough spot, because you're the next clan head. I no longer am, Itachi confessed, grimacing as Sasuke processed the information. The last meeting revoked my position as heir and gave you the title. Sasuke shook his head, as though trying to unscramble the thoughts wreaking havoc in his mind. Him? Heir? No, he was never supposed to become clan head. He was never supposed to be in a position where that was a possibility. But Father has acknowledged me once in my entire life, Sasuke protested, his mind running much too fast for him to properly follow. He said, I'm too soft to be head, and I would never let Naruto get manipulated like that. He's an idiot, but he doesn't deserve to be viewed as a weapon we can call upon whenever we don't like something about Konoha's government. That is why they are planning on revoking your status as a member of Team 7 after the Chunin exams this year, Itachi told him, continuing when he saw the outrage growing on Sasuke's face. They want to mold you into a leader they want. By removing me from my team? It has not been decided, but since they managed to have my title removed and placed on you, I suspect it is the next course of action. Itachi sighed, setting down the kunai and looking up at him. I'm sorry, little brother. I hoped it wouldn't come to this, and I will try to do what I can to fix things. And I'm not supposed to know any of this, Sasuke concluded, his fists clenched tightly atop his lap. I thought it would be best to prepare you for the new road ahead of you, Itachi nodded, giving him a sad smile. I'm sure you understand that you cannot speak of this to anyone. Not Naruto, and not even Sakura-chan. I know, Sasuke agreed, slowly moving himself to a standing position. I have to go to bed. Early meeting for our first mission and all. Thanks, Itachi. He left the room with a slouch that would cause his mother to have a heart attack if she saw it. But he disappeared into his room too soon for his mother to call out to him. Sasuke didn't leave his room the rest of the night, not even to tell his parents he passed and was a true genin. History slowly began to repeat itself as the weeks went by. Naruto complained about the low-level missions every time they were assigned one. Kakashi showed up hours later than he told them to arrive. Sasuke began to shut them out. It was small things at first. He responded with one word rather than a whole sentence when she babbled on about whatever was happening that she found interested. Then he started to lessen their shuriken and speed sessions. She and Naruto were a bit taken aback at that, so they continued to train themselves. Shursui would stop by sometimes and give them pointers before disappearing again. They found out Sasuke was still doing the sessions, just without them. And because Naruto and Sakura were stubborn fools who would follow Sasuke to the end of the earth and drop off it if he did, they crashed his sessions. He tried moving them to different training grounds, but they always found him and made him train with them anyway. He even went to a place in the Uchiha compound to deter them. It never did. They got Shursui to escort them to and from. Their teamwork was crumbling, and it was only made worse when Sasuke yelled at them. He said he didn't want to see them all the time and wanted to do things on his own. Suddenly, this Sasuke reminded her of her Sasuke. After the mission today ended, one she remembered clearly as being the one before they journeyed to the Land of Waves, Sakura couldn't take it anymore. Even their teamwork in her other life had been better at this point, and she wouldn't let bad teamwork get them killed because Sasuke was ignoring them. Even Shursui and Itachi noticed. And while she knew that they knew why, she made a bet with him that she'd figure it out and get Sasuke back to his old self. Itachi didn't actually participate in the bet, but she and Shursui agreed that the loser, or losers, would pay for a dinner. Sakura doubted the boys would let her pay regardless, but they were letting her have her moment when she declared she would crack Uchiha Sasuke's stubborn shell. "Sasuke can," Sakura said, stopping him in his tracks. Sakura could always count on her ability in getting Sasuke to at least stop and listen to her. In this life and her old one, Naruto gave her a questioning look, but she shooed him away while Sasuke's back still faced her. "Catch you guys tomorrow," Naruto shouted, mouthing a good luck to her before running past Sasuke. "I hope that stick isn't so far up your ass tomorrow, team. Can we talk?" Sakura asked quietly, walking up beside her teammate. "No, I won't train with you tonight," Sasuke told her, ready to jump away when she gripped his arm. "I said talk," she corrected firmly, keeping her hand on his arm even when he turned to glare at her. "No training." She held his gaze, determined to get him to say something. Anything, really, when his eyes softened slightly. She dropped her hand in surprise. "Not here," he told her, glancing around them for a moment before she realized he was looking for anyone watching them. He grabbed her shoulders, eyes narrowing at a certain spot before they disappeared. "When did you learn the Shunshin?" Sakura questioned, a bit caught off guard when their surroundings changed from the Hokage Tower to a cluster of trees. "I had Shursui teach me," Sasuke answered, dropping his hands and looking around them. Apparently happy with the lack of ninja around them, he turned back to her. "I'm still not as good as he is. Honestly, I might not ever be, but I'm good enough to catch them off guard." "Them?" Sakura questioned, wondering if it was Root or some other organization. "The police force," Sasuke answered through gritted teeth. "They're keeping an annoyingly close watch on me nowadays." "What did you want to talk about?" Sakura fumbled with her thoughts before she managed to get anything out. "Forget what I wanted to talk about. Why is your family having you followed?" Sasuke kept his expression carefully blank, but Sakura could still read him as well as she could in her old life. "You were told not to tell me," she figured out, watching his eyes divert to her left for a moment. "And because you're being followed by parts of your family and can't say it in front of them, I'll take a guess that it was someone not involved with police work. Which leaves 3 people that you'd ever listen to." She held up 3 fingers. "Your mother, Itachi, or Shursui. Your mother would only tell you if your father commanded it. And since he's in charge of the police force, that rules her out." Sasuke remained silent as she dropped a finger. "And if you're not happy about it, I bet Shursui would tell you to act out just to spite them. He'd warn you about telling someone else, but he wouldn't explicitly tell you not to. So he's out." One finger remained upright. "Which leaves Itachi. And if Itachi told you something that you shouldn't tell anyone, it means you also aren't supposed to know, right?" Sasuke frowned. "You are too astute for your age." If this was any other conversation, Sakura would have blushed at the compliment. "Thanks. I tend to obsessively analyze situations when I don't understand what's happening. Like you ditching Naruto and shutting us out. Would I be correct in assuming that the reason you're being followed and shoving Naruto and I out of your life are somehow related? Sasuke almost looked impressed, and she guessed that it was if she was just a normal 12-year-old girl butthurt over her teammates shutting her out. But she knew better. She saw this behavior before, when Sasuke refused to care about her and Naruto. Granted, it didn't work, but she recognized it nonetheless. So why? Sakura asked, knowing this was where her detective skills ended. She crossed her arms, looking at him with narrowed eyes while he shifted uncomfortably under her gaze. "It's clan stuff," he told her lamely, and she scoffed. Sasuke gave her a warning look, but she waved it off. Obviously, she snapped. "I'm not an idiot, you know." "I know," he responded back with an equally aggressive tone. "That's why I'm here breaking my promise to my brother. You're not an idiot, but you are impatient. With Kakashi as our sensei, you'd think I'd be better with waiting," she joked, watching as Sasuke didn't fight back the small smile that made its way onto his features. Sakura waited a few more moments for Sasuke to continue. When he did, he couldn't meet her gaze. "They made me clan heir," he confessed quietly, his shoulders dropping in defeat. "And there's talk about removing me from Team 7 after the Chunin exams." "They can't do that," Sakura shouted, thrown off by the utter difference in issues she was dealing with now. Of all things in this life, she never ever thought Team 7 would be a casualty of it once their names were listed off together. "They can," Sasuke told her quietly, eyes shutting, and she saw the pain flash on his face. It was so quick that if she had blinked just a second later, she would have missed it entirely. For a moment, she wondered if there was a career in reading Uchiha expressions. She'd be great at it. "You're distancing yourself, so when the time comes, it won't be as troublesome," she stated, uncrossing her arms. "You idiot." Sasuke looked up in surprise, and she came over and placed a hand on his shoulder. "You don't distance yourself to make it hurt less," Sakura told him, instantly aware of the familiar chakra signature that was failing to sneak up on them. "You make it so they have no choice but to keep us together." "We're 12, Sakura," Sasuke pointed out dryly, looking to his left and sighing. "How are we supposed to become a force so great they keep us together even after the exams?" "By being great," Naruto yelled, jumping down from the trees. Sakura rolled her eyes, taking her hand off Sasuke's shoulder to curl it menacingly in the face of their intruder. "What did you not understand about me waving you away?" Sakura asked, glaring down at a shrinking Naruto. The blonde laughed nervously. "Well, you see, Sakura-chan, I want to get ramen. And then I finished my bowl of ramen and wanted to find you. And I remembered you were with this jerk, so I sort of sent a bunch of clones around the village. And then I remembered that Itachi Ai-chan used to bring Sasuke here when we were kids. And, here I am. Idiot." "Geez, Naruto." Naruto didn't let it faze him at all, grinning widely at the two of them. "Well, now that Team got his underwear untwisted, we can go back to being Team 7. "We were always Team 7, Sasuke reminded him, but both she and Naruto shook their heads. "Showing up to missions and mandatory team meetings so does not count as being a part of Team 7, Sakura told him, giving him an innocent smile when he frowned. "Yeah, Team 7 is a family, and you have been ignoring your family." Naruto nodded. "I miss Annie Makoto's onigiri." "Surprised you have a taste for something other than ramen," Sasuke commented, his frown lightening when Naruto's features scrunched in annoyance. "I like plenty of foods." "Yeah, miso ramen, soy ramen, salt ramen dash," Sakura began listing, turning her attention to her best friend. She missed the way Sasuke's lips quirked up into a small smile, watching her as she teased the blonde over his food choices. Eventually, she and Naruto were engulfed in their own laughter. "Anyway, I have to go," Sakura told them, holding up a peace sign after the amusement died down. "I have a dinner to get to." "A dinner?" both boys asked at the same time, glancing at each other when Sakura flushed. She refused to look at Sasuke. "It's more like collecting on a bet," she corrected herself but waved goodbye regardless. "See you two tomorrow." Why was she blushing about a dinner? Naruto asked, his eyes growing wide with concern. Suddenly, Sasuke found himself being shaken by his dumb best friend. "Team, Sakura-chan has a date." "No way," He refused, though even he heard the doubt in his words. She said she was collecting on a bet. That doesn't mean a date. Naruto wiggled his eyebrows. Want to follow her anyway? Sasuke didn't say yes, but when he didn't say anything, Naruto cheered and they were off. Told you he'd crack. Shursui sniggered after Sakura recounted her conversation with Sasuke. Bumping shoulders with Itachi, he continued. She's got our little Sasuke-chan wrapped around her finger. Shursui-chan, Sakura pleaded, aware of the growing stares he was attracting. A bit loud. Don't you agree? Sakura-chan's very astute for her age, Itachi said calmly, and Sakura's eyes widened at the words. Is that where you got that from? Sakura gasped, setting down her food. The older Uchihas looked at her in confusion. Sasuke-kun said almost the same thing earlier. Itachi looked amused, and Shursui had no qualms hiding his laughter. I never thought I'd see the day, the latter wheezed, reaching over the table to pinch her cheek. You've got the entire head family wrapped around your finger. Imuto. Honestly, why don't we have Sakura-chan talk to the clan elders? They'll be smitten with her. They'll say she's not a part of the clan. Itachi replied seriously, taking a sip of his tea, and regarded her with warm eyes. Though, I believe that is a losing argument. It'll be null one day. Sakura's entire face heated up, her features scrunching together as her companions smiled at one another. She stammered a weak protest. Hey, come on, Sakura-chan, we're just joking, Shursui assured her, only taking back his hand when she swatted it away. Itachi doesn't joke, she replied with a pout, eliciting another round of laughter from Shursui. She's got you there, Tachi. But he told you? Itachi asked calmly, not looking the least bit surprised when she nodded. I do believe Mother will be excited to have you and Naruto-kun back at the compound. A waitress brought them a plate of dango to their table outside and cleared away their near-empty plates. They thanked her and waited for the waitress to leave earshot before continuing. Is being at the compound so often a good idea? Sakura asked in a worried tone. Things aren't the same as when Naruto and I were kids. It'll do him some good, Shursui told her firmly, both boys in front of her growing rigid for a moment before glancing at each other in exasperation. She sensed her two idiotic teammates moments later. They were in the forest lining the pathway across from the shop. But anyway, you were right. Shouldn't have bet you that you couldn't get that Genjutsu down in a week. Now, I'm stuck paying for dinner. You buy me dinner every week, Sakura blinked a few times. So really, it was a losing bet regardless. How is your Genjutsu training going, Sakura-chan? Itachi asked her, setting a stick of dango onto her plate and doing the same for Shursui. I'm afraid my free time is a tad limited nowadays. Really well, she told him happily, beaming when Shursui nodded. I might start getting you to help when you aren't on a mission, Shursui said, picking up the stick to eat one of the dango pieces. She's got a real knack for Genjutsu. She's even tricked Kakashi with subtle ones before. I think he's too lazy to release them when they're so insignificant, Sakura admitted. Itachi smiled at her. Sasuke also says you have the best chakra control out of the three of them. Have you thought about applying that talent anywhere else? With the rate of Sasuke and Naruto getting injured on simple D-rank missions, I've been contemplating becoming a med-nin, she confessed, watching Itachi sit back to ponder the idea. I also read that precise chakra control is the basis of medical ninjutsu. Since I don't have large enough reserves to master ninjutsu, like the ones you teach Sasuke-kun and Naruto, I thought I could help out in a different way. She picked up her dango, her eye twitching as she heard a rather distinctive "What did she say about us?" in the background. She ate her share rather quickly as the two Uchihas contemplated her words. Keeping those two alive will be a full-time job once you three become Chunin, Shursui pointed out, nodding as he finished his dango. It would be nice to have a med-nin in the family. Yes, I would remind Sakura of that one to heal in a few minutes, Itachi said, apparently making up his mind and picking up his dango. Shursui-chan, may I have your dango stick? She asked sweetly, and his grin grew wicked as he handed it over. She held the two sticks in separate hands and located exactly where her idiot teammates were, hidden behind the bush and crouched down in front of a tree. I knew you were my favorite for a reason. Shursui laughed and she whipped around, the sticks flying from her hands as they embedded themselves into a tree behind the boys. Man, I can't wait to tell Annie Mikoto about this." All three of them heard a loud curse when Naruto fell out of the bush. Though, judging by her Uchiha teammate's rather victorious smirk when he emerged, Sasuke probably pushed him. "Thank you for the meal, Sasuke-chan. Anytime, Imuto." Sakura stood up from the table, hands on her hips as she faced her boys. "I said goodbye to you two an hour ago," Sakura shouted, the annoyance clear in her tone. Sasuke disregarded their pouting teammate and walked over with his hands in his pockets. "We thought you were on a date," Naruto yelled back, picking himself up and jogging to catch up to Sasuke. "Naruto thought you were on a date," Sasuke corrected, eyeing his brother and cousin as they watched the scene unfold before them. Then his attention settled on her. "Collecting on a bet? Sasuke-chan and I had a bet about my Jinjutsu training," she told him with crossed arms, watching as his eyes narrowed in suspicion. She never could lie to Sasuke, not in this life or her past one. "And I have been reminded never to underestimate my dear Sakura-chan," Sasuke announced as he set money onto the table. "Your Sakura-chan?" Naruto repeated loudly. "She's our Sakura-chan. Get your own." "Naruto, I'm 5 seconds away from punching you back into that tree if you don't lower your voice," Sakura threatened, her frown deepening when her best friend started to protest. "No." Naruto just nodded meekly, not bothering to excuse their spying anymore. "Why is Itachi here?" Sasuke questioned, his gaze wandering over to his brother, who in turn held up an empty dango stick. "I owed him dinner too." Sasuke rolled his eyes, nudging Itachi until he also stood up. He winked at the group of kids, saluting them before placing a hand on Itachi's shoulder. "See you kids around. Teach, that prick always knows when to disappear," Sasuke commented when the two Uchihas vanished before their eyes. "You two should learn a thing about doing that," she snapped, crossing her arms and pushing past her boys. Truly, she loved them both immensely, but they were especially annoying in this time. "Oh, come on, Sakura-chan, we just wanted to protect you," Naruto defended, placing his hands behind his head as he fell into step with her. "Can't let some loser get too handsy with you. Honestly, you should just not date anyone, unless it's one of us. Maybe even, I don't know, a blonde with blue eyes. Ino's around?" Sakura responded immediately, looking around and causing her best friend to slump over momentarily. "Sakura-chan," Naruto whined. "Give a guy a break, you know? Not when said guy goes ahead and follows me when I told you exactly what I was doing," Sakura said fiercely. She saw the smirk grow slightly on Sasuke's face, so she rounded on him as well. "Naruto's not the only one I'm mad at," she continued, Sasuke's smirk falling to a frown as she glared at him. "I mean, really? You both know me. You know I wouldn't be going on a date with anyone besides my textbooks and bed right now." "Textbooks and bed," Sasuke echoed. "Sounds boring," Naruto said, scratching his head. "Did you mean what you said about becoming a mednin?" "Yes, which I will tell you all about when I'm not annoyed with you both," Sakura said, stopping in her tracks. Both boys stopped a few steps ahead of her, turning around and looked at her expectantly. "Naruto, this is your stop," she told him, pointing upwards towards his apartment. Then she turned to Sasuke. "And this is the halfway point to my house from the compound. Both of you go home, and we meet at the Hokage Tower tomorrow. Good night." Naruto looked up, then at Sasuke, then at her, before he launched his arms around her. "Naruto, I'm not sorry about protecting you, and I never will be, Sakura-chan," he told her, his voice muffled as he hugged her tightly. "Maybe spying on you wasn't the smartest thing to do. You need to take Kakashi-sensei seriously when he tells you that your stealth needs work," Sakura choked out, patting her teammate's shoulder. "Dope, you're crushing her," Sasuke said, pulling their teammate off her with a single tug on his collar. Naruto was smart enough to look sheepish. "See you tomorrow," Naruto yelled for the second time today, launching off the ground and towards his apartment. Sakura didn't expect the same goodbye from Sasuke, so she simply waved to him and turned around. "It's a good idea," he said, causing her to look back at him. She titled her head in confusion. "Huh, becoming a mednin," he clarified, looking thoughtfully at the sky. "You like to help people. It's a good role for you." Sakura couldn't help the heat rising to her cheeks. Her Sasuke had said the same thing a few weeks before he and Naruto died. Some good being a med-nin did then. But this was not her Sasuke. This was this Sasuke who wasn't burdened by intense rage and obsessive feelings of revenge. One who was a bit better at showing emotions. Somehow, the compliment still made her feel the same way. Maybe it was because Sasuke would always be the same person deep down. And maybe, just maybe, in her old life, he showed her in Naruto who he was despite how fleeting the moments were. A soft smile graced her features, and she knew it was more reminiscent than it should be, but she couldn't help it. Maybe this Sasuke wasn't so different from the one she fell in love with in her old life. "Thanks, Sasuke-kun," she practically whispered, her eyes closing for a moment, and she tilted her head. "Good night." "Good night, Sakura." The Land of Waves mission went almost exactly as it had the first time around. There was a puddle on the ground despite there not being any rain. Zabuza attacked, and Haku pretended to be a hunter nin, and they did chakra control exercises. While the boys were much better at climbing up surfaces, they still needed to practice for a few hours before they both got it down. Sakura, having mastered it at this point, spent her time trying to sending chakra-filled punches into nearby trees. She managed to break 3 relatively thick ones after a few hits. "You're getting better at that," Kakashi observed, looking up from his book. "What gave you the idea?" "Well, we use chakra to stick to the trees," Sakura started to explain, looking back at the boys. "Sasuke-kun releases too much chakra, which ultimately breaks the bark and leaves an indent. And he did that on accident. I thought by doing it on purpose and controlling the chakra just before impact, I could strengthen my punches." "But your punches are already ridiculously strong," Naruto chimed in, earning a shove from Sasuke, who told him to focus on their tree climbing so they could move on from the exercise. "Well, it's not just a theory," Kakashi told her, closing the book and walking towards the tree. "I know a woman who can break mountains with a single punch by doing exactly what you're teaching yourself. She's one of the legendary Sannin from the Second Great Shinobi War, Senju Tsunade." "You mean the famous medical ninja?" Sakura's eyes widened, and though she knew all of this, she kept up the pretense of excitement. Actually, she was excited. She missed her master dearly in this life, and she knew she would have to wait until after the Chunin exams to request the woman to train her. "Again, you've heard of her," Kakashi commended and looked up when Sasuke scoffed. "Sakura talked about her for hours last night," Kakashi, Sasuke told him. "You were too busy reading porn to listen to her ramble about that lady and a poison expert from Suna. Tsunade-sama supposedly created antidotes for every poison concocted by Chiyo-san," Sakura defended quickly, while Kakashi raised a lone eyebrow. "Sakura's interested in becoming a medical ninja," Sasuke stated, before turning back to run up the tree when Naruto very proudly announced that he had caught up to the Uchiha's marks. "A medical ninja," Kakashi echoed, his attention suddenly very distant, and that's when Sakura remembered that his old teammate had been the healer on his Genin team. Kakashi never spoke of the girl, but Sakura heard her name in passing a few times when she trained with Gai-sensei in her old life. "Rin, if she remembered correctly. I'm going to stop by the hospital when we get home and see if there's anyone who could help me learn the basics," Sakura told her sensei, seeing his attention slowly return back to reality. "Good idea, especially with your affinity with chakra control," Kakashi noted, before returning to his book. And the rest of the mission went according to plan. The only difference this time around was the fact that Sakura managed to throw Haku off their game by making it seem as though her boys were more injured than they were. It had been enough to give her boys a slight edge. Sasuke was a bit faster this time around, so he hadn't gotten totally skewered by Senbon. But using the Shunshin took a bit more out of him, and for a moment, it looked like Naruto wasn't going to be able to dodge Haku's attack. Sasuke's Sharingan awakened in that moment. Sakura knew that this entire mission changed a lot for her boys, and she knew she really couldn't fight in the way that was needed. This mission was all about forming bonds with each other the first time around, and this time, they didn't need to form bonds. They were already close friends despite the recent self-imposed distance. But Sasuke had reawakened his Sharingan in her old life. Naruto saw Sasuke in a new light. Sasuke had now awakened his Sharingan for the first time in this new life. And Naruto realized the actual extent Sasuke cared for him. They were brothers, and Sakura would never take away this bonding moment for them. It ensured no one, Not even themselves could sever their bond. And it seemed, just like her old life, Naruto and Sasuke were determined to keep her away from harm. Sasuke had still appeared in front of her, and they both refused to let her step away from Tazuna to help them this time around. Sakura had been useless when she first lived this mission, and while she was still tasked with protecting Tazuna, she managed to help a bit without stepping into the battle. Genjutsu was not a forward attack, and it would be a while before Sakura relied on taijutsu and brute strength. But she managed to keep Haku from nearly killing Sasuke, and she could call that a win, even if no one knew that was supposed to happen. The bridge was still called the Great Naruto Bridge, and the village still showed up. All was the way it should be, just without Sasuke nearly dying and Sakura being totally useless. When they journeyed back home, Sakura was pleased with herself. Time travel was incredibly tricky, and she couldn't alter events too much. She already had to deal with a newfound problem stemming from her meddling in stopping the Uchiha massacre. Or well, Naruto's meddling. And she was desperately hoping the huge change wouldn't have dire consequences. Time would tell. Sakura was turning 13. Their Chunin exams were only a few weeks away at this point, and Sakura was utterly anxious. Orochimaru had an entire clan to choose from if he wanted the Sharingan. Of course, almost every single person with an awakened Sharingan was a part of the police force, besides a handful still too young or a part of other organizations, like the ANBU in Itachi and Shursue's case. And if Orochimaru wanted a strong, evolved Sharingan, he'd go after Shursui. But Shursui was famous for his body flicker, and Sakura doubted Orochimaru would waste his efforts on someone no one could catch. Itachi had yet to develop the Mangekyo Sharingan, and though Sakura wasn't entirely sure, she suspected Fugaka had it. And so, Sakura doubted Orochimaru would waste his efforts on any of the older Uchiha. But he'd still want a body with strong blood ties to the Kekkei Genkai, which ultimately left Sasuke as the prime target. And since Sakura was desperately trying to figure out what Orochimaru would do in this timeline, she hadn't noticed her two teammates appearing in front of her table at the library. "Sakura," Sasuke said, breaking her out of her thoughts. She looked up, seeing her two boys looking at her expectantly. "Sakura-chan, come on, it's time for your birthday dinner," Naruto exclaimed, earning a few shushes from the other people in the library. "My birthday's not until tomorrow," she pointed out with a raised eyebrow. Sasuke rolled his eyes. "The birthday dinner my mom is making you, like we do every year." Oh, right, she remembered the past few years coming back to her. She was not in her old timeline. Her birthday was celebrated with the Uchiha family the night before, and then again with her parents and Ino the day of. She knew this. "Are you okay?" Sasuke asked, eyeing her as she fumbled with putting the books in her bag. "Just distracted lately," she replied quickly, wondering if she could blame her recent position as a non-participating nurse as the reason her head has been in the clouds the past few weeks. "Sakura-chan, you're always distracted nowadays," Naruto complained, taking the bag she held out to him. "Geez, how many textbooks are in here? For strength training, we should just lug your bag all over Konoha." "Ha," she replied in a dry tone, letting Sasuke take the book out of her hands when she stood up. With her hands, she dusted off her skirt. Today was an off day, so she was in her civilian clothes. And it was the first day she realized that she never cut her hair. All these years, she let it grow, not bothering to cut it back to the length it had been during the war. "The History of the Second Great Shinobi War?" He read the title aloud and gave her a look. "I thought you already read this." Cross-referencing a few things, she waved him off, taking the book back and forced a smile. "Well, let's go." Dinner with the Uchihas was always a fun time, mainly because Naruto forewent all traditions and made it a lively time. Fugaka was usually too busy at the police station to make it to dinners, but for tonight, it seemed he was free. Mikoto absolutely refused Sakura's help when the time came around to start preparing the table. Instead, she enlisted all of the boys, leaving her alone with Fugaku. Sakura did not like Sasuke's father. She wasn't his biggest fan from the tiny bit Sasuke's told her over the years. He was a strict man and practically impossible to please unless you were Itachi. "Sakura, I've heard you're interested in becoming a medical ninja," he told her, setting his cup of tea onto the table. She nodded. "Yes, I've been doing chakra control exercises for years now, and it seemed only natural to apply that to a skill where it is of most use. The man considered her words, crossing his arms before speaking again. It's a difficult skill to learn. Very few are capable of it. She knew that especially well. She was horrendous at medicinal ninjutsu for months when she first started learning, but determination did wonders. She learned that from Naruto. I've heard similar things from the med-nin at the hospital, she agreed. But I don't intend to give up when I don't pick it up right away. I'm determined to utilize my skills in any way I can. That's right, you're interning at the hospital, he said, his expression growing more thoughtful. Sakura wasn't exactly sure how to take his tone either. Well, medical ninjutsu will be an impressive skill if you learn it. Sakura supposed that would be the closest to a compliment she would get from the man, so she merely smiled and let the conversation end. Sakura could handle Sasuke. She knew Sasuke. His father, on the other hand, perhaps a sorta uncomfortable silence was the best she could manage. She reached for her cup of tea, pausing for a moment to stare at it with wide eyes as the china cracked. Small and shallow, so it didn't ruin the cup nor leak, but a bad omen nonetheless. It remained silent for the rest of the time until everyone sat down and had dinner. Sakura gushed about the food, Naruto excitedly babbled about his training, and even Sasuke said a comment or two when Naruto got a little too loud. The two would then look at each other when Naruto totally blew a story out of proportion, one mixed with amusement and exasperation. Itachi cracked a few smiles. Shursui teased the three over their missions, and Makoto conversed with Sakura about her internship and the things she was currently studying. Everything felt okay. No, better than okay. Dinners like this reassured her that her choices so far did more good than not. Sakura then wondered if everything would ultimately end in a catastrophe worse than the life she left. After all, the more you love, the more you had to lose. En explosion interrupted dessert. Sakura hated being right. It wasn't in the compound itself. No, it sounded a bit further away. But the shouting that suddenly broke through the stunned silence was nearby. Sakura looked to Shursui and Itachi, who were looking at each other before they both disappeared from their seats. Fugaka looked at the kids and then to his wife. "Get them to the safe room," he told her, standing up and moving to get his gear. "Be safe," Makoto called out, watching her husband disappear just as quickly as Itachi and Shursui did. Another explosion went off, this one much closer than the last. "Come on," Makoto ordered, her voice taking on a hard tone. One Sakura rarely heard her use. "Time to get somewhere safe." But Sasuke started, looking at the spots where his brother and cousin were moments ago. "You three are only genin," Makoto reminded them all, and the three looked at each other with frowns. "We don't know what's happening out there. You are the next generation. We can't have you all get killed for picking a fight you aren't prepared for. Let's go." Makoto rushed them out of the house, presumably to bring them to the safe room Fugaka talked about. As they got into the pathway, Sakura was shocked by the amount of smoke in the air. For a few moments, all of them were frozen as they took in the view. She turned to her left and was taken aback when she realized where exactly it was coming from. The police station. What was left of it was on fire or exuding the dark smoke. She heard the shouting and the clashing of metal coming from the area, and reached for her weapons pack when the sounds grew louder. Sakura then cursed herself for wearing her civilian clothes today. She didn't have her weapons pack. She then felt cool metal pressed into her hand. Her eyes went from the weapon to who it came from. Sasuke wasn't looking at her. He was staring at what was left of the police station with a hardened gaze. "Sasuke-kun," she whispered, gaining his attention. An attack on the police station could mean one of two things, he stated. An attack on Konoha as a whole, or an attack on the Uchiha specifically. That's a precaution. Stay close. Right, she nodded numbly, moving forward when Makoto ordered them to continue. They began to run. The thing was, they didn't get very far when another explosion broke through the compound's wall. It must have detonated on the wall's outward side, because the blast was far too forceful than what it should have been. It knocked all four of them off course. Sakura had been the closest to the wall, unfortunately, and the blast sent her flying backwards. She screamed in pain when the force sent her sprawling on the ground. She felt rubble scraping at her skin, and her head had hit the hard surface of the ground or a piece of the wall that had been blown off. Either way, it hurt like nothing in this life has hurt before, and she had to fight to stay conscious. Sakura knew she couldn't perform medical ninjutsu like she could in her old life, not at this stage at least, so she had to bear the pain. Suddenly, she felt a rather dark chakra signature appear on top of the roof near her. In her groggy state, she wondered if she was merely assigning the person the chakra signature of someone she hadn't seen since the beginning of the war in her old life. But she remembered it. There's no way she could forget. And when she looked up, with an orange masked man looking at the chaos he had caused, her eyes snapped open. "Obito!" She breathed out, fortunately low enough that no one could hear it when she realized her mistake. No one knew Uchiha Obito was alive in this time. He had gone by the name Tobi and then Madara before he revealed his true identity to Kakashi the first day of the war. Sakura pushed away the debris that ultimately landed on her when she fell and tried to pinpoint the others. Naruto was easy enough to find. He was already in a standing position and looking wildly around. It looked like Mikoto and Sasuke were okay too, on the opposite side of the rubble. Relief was soon replaced with fear as she felt the gaze of an enemy she hoped she would never meet in this life land on her. When she looked up, she stared at the bottom of his mask. She knew she couldn't afford to look up any farther. Shursui was teaching her how to break out of Jinjutsu's cast by a lower-level Sharingan. But this was Obito. This was not a lower-level one. She couldn't risk being placed in a Jinjutsu. It would make her a liability. "Oh," he said, his voice causing her to cringe. It brought back too many memories. "You aren't an Uchiha. Good for you." Somewhere, she heard her name being yelled out. It was terribly worried and completely unlike any tone she ever paired with Sasuke. It was desperate and afraid. Sakura felt like ages had gone by while she had Obito's attention. He obviously didn't recognize her. Or did he? But the overwhelming fear and anxiety she only experienced during the war overwhelmed her. She felt like the teenage girl who saw death every day for months, not the little girl that was shy a single day from even being considered a teen. Sakura felt someone appear beside her, his hands gently supporting her back and the underside of her knees as he lifted her off the ground. Sakura gasped in surprise, before the intake of breath turned into violent coughs as smoke made its way into her system. "I've got you, Amuto," Shursui assured her, and she gladly relaxed into his arms. Sakura felt as though this was the beginning of the downfall in this life. Undoubtedly delayed, but inevitable. She didn't get to agonize over the timeline. The world went dark around her as Shursui stood up straight. "Sakura!" Sasuke screamed, not even noticing the way his mother was looking at him. Sakura had been thrown back the opposite way the rest of them had been, and he had told her to stay close. She looked relatively unharmed, the extent of her injuries most likely sustained from where she landed than the explosion itself. He should be glad about that. But that's when Sasuke noticed what she was staring at, or better yet, who she was staring at. It was a man wearing a dark cloak with his face covered by an orange mask. And Sasuke didn't have to be a censorine to know the absolute hatred emanating off the man. Whoever he was no friend to the Uchiha. So he screamed her name when he saw the man's attention turn to her. She had pink hair. It was inevitable the guy would notice her. But this was different. He had cocked his head to the side, and Sasuke thought he heard him say something to her. His breath felt like it had been punched out of him, and he was distantly aware that his Sharingan activated. He tried to rush to her side, to get her out of there, because for whatever reason, she wasn't making a single move to flee. Sasuke knew she was stubborn and wanted to show everyone that she could fight alongside him and Naruto. But this was not the place for her to be stubborn. He hated admitting it, but everything happening felt entirely out of their league. But his brother appeared behind him, resting a hand on his shoulder. Sasuke started to protest, and even went so far as to brush off his brother's hand, before Itachi nodded towards Sakura. "Shursui has her," Itachi said, before helping their mother regain her balance. Sasuke watched as his cousin picked Sakura up, glared at the man on the roof, and promptly disappeared without a trace. When "We heard you scream Sakura's name," Itachi answered quietly, gathering them together and swept them all away from the chaos. That man dash, Sasuke continued as soon as they landed back on the ground. He said something to Sakura. I couldn't hear what he said, but I'm sure he did. Who was he? I do not know, Itachi answered, his lips pulled down into a frown as he looked at his little brother. You have two Tomo. What? Sasuke asked, before his brother raised a hand and gently poked the skin underneath his eye. It's not surprising with what's occurred tonight, Itachi explained, dropping his hand and looking at his mother. The police station was destroyed. No one inside could have survived. Mikoto blanched at her son's words. Was Izumi-chan dash? She's on a mission outside of the village, Itachi assured his mother. Father is trying to control the chaos. I must go back. Where did Sasuke-chan take Sakura-chan? Naruto asked the older Uchiha before he had a chance to disappear. Sasuke took that moment to process the fact that they were in one of the Uchiha safe rooms. No one else was in it, however. He might have taken her to the hospital, his brother answered. Though I do not know that for a fact. She could be in a different safe room. Wait here until someone comes to collect you. His brother left without saying anything else, and Sasuke's hands clenched themselves tightly. Sasuke thought he was a strong ninja. He was the #1 rookie of their year and a proud Uchiha. But an actually strong ninja wouldn't have to run or hide away when disaster struck. And Sasuke wasn't even strong enough to keep Sakura by his side, nor get to her in time before Sasuke came and got her. Sasuke was both thankful and resentful of his cousin. On one hand, no one was faster than Sasuke. Sakura was safe. But on the other, Sakura needed someone fast enough to come and get her out of that man's sight. And Sasuke was not that person. Sasuke stewed in his own self-hatred for being weak until Itachi came back to get them early the next morning. And when the compound came into view, with half of the buildings burned down or partially destroyed, Sasuke made a vow to never be weak again. Sakura knew she was in the hospital. The consistent beeping, sterilized air, and impossibly bright lights were things she had lived and breathed daily in her old life. In her new one, these were things she was just recently exposed to. When she opened her eyes, she saw two figures talking quietly by the window. This place sucks, she croaked out, a dizzy spell overwhelming her when she tried to sit up too fast. The figures broke away from the window, both of them reaching toward her in concern. I'll be fine in a second. One of the hands detracted after she mumbled that out, but the other continued to support her back as the world around her slowed to a stop. You scared us there, Imuto. It's probably just a concussion, she said honestly. Concussions were particularly difficult to treat, even for experienced mednin. She was probably better off letting it heal for the standard 2 weeks than allowing anyone besides Tsunade or Shizen to treat her. Call her spoiled, but she really only trusted those two to heal her brain. Is this reality any better? Itachi asked her quietly, regarding her with gentle eyes. She pressed her fingers onto her temples, not even missing a beat before she replied, It matters, I guess. How many Uchiha were killed? Oh, so it is true. Sasuke breathed out beside her. Almost every active ninja in the police force, Itachi answered. I'm sure you know who was behind the attack. The masked man, yes, Sakura said, eyeing their surroundings before looking back at Itachi. Is it safe? Yes, he assured her. Who was the masked man? Depends on what part of the game we're at, she replied dryly, continuing when both boys looked at one another in confusion. But you two probably recognize his actual name. Uchiha Obito. He died before you were born, Sasuke pointed out, and she shook her head gingerly. She hissed when pain struck her mind. He gave Kakashi-sensei his Sharingan, and everyone thought he was dead, Sakura explained, her hands dropping into her lap. But he isn't. He was saved from the rubble all those years ago and has remained in hiding. I don't know why he was there last night. So, last night never happened in your original timeline? Itachi questioned, taking the seat to her left. Not really. Not really, Sasuke echoed in a concerned tone. There was, a different Uchiha tragedy in my time, Sakura said slowly, tears gathering in her eyes as she focused on her wrapped-up hands. What happened? Itachi asked, and she took a deep breath before looking up at the two Uchiha. In my original timeline at this time, there were only 3 Uchihas alive in the entire world, Sakura revealed. watching their confusion turn to pained expressions. But we only knew of two, Sasuke-kun and you, Itachi. What? Shursui questioned. Hold on a second. I was dead in your original time? What kind of justice is that? I never even knew about you until you introduced yourself to me years ago when I came to give Sasuke his bag, Sakura admitted, feeling horrible when Shursui looked utterly mortified. His hand removed itself from her back to rake it through his unruly hair. Didn't know me? What? When did I die? Shursui dash. Hey, Tachi, when you find out you're dead in an old timeline, then you get a say in this. I don't know when you died, Sakura told Shursui in a quiet tone, but I'm going to assume it happened around the same time as the massacre, which occurred when Sasuke-kun was 7. About 5 years ago, Itachi calculated, sighing when the date suddenly made sense. That's when the coup was put off. You became friends with Sasuke around then too, Shursui realized with wide eyes. You stopped the massacre of an entire clan by befriending Sasuke? Actually, it was more of Naruto's friendship with Sasuke-kun if my theory is correct, she replied, watching as Itachi processed her words. He must have come to some sort of conclusion, and his gaze landed back on her. How old were you when you reversed time? 17, she answered after a pause. I was 7 when I woke up in this timeline. Makes sense, Shursui commented, leaning back into his own chair. That jutsu supposedly takes you back a decade. Huh, I wonder if that's why we get along so well. You're practically my age mentally. I assume you were friends with Naruto-kun and Sasuke in your old timeline, Itachi said, ignoring his cousin, and she nodded. We were still on Team 7 together, she began, looking straight ahead as the memories came back. But we weren't really friends with each other until after the Land of Waves mission. Naruto annoyed me. Sasuke and Naruto. And we both annoyed Sasuke-kun. Me more so than Naruto, honestly. But even then, we were more of reluctant allies to Sasuke than actual teammates. After the Chunin exams, we grew more or less inseparable. But a few things happened and we all went our separate ways, and it took a while before we were all together again. Naruto and I were best friends when Sasuke-kun came back to us. During the war, actually. And we stood a chance, you know? We were known as the new legendary Sannin, and for a while it seemed like we would win. But you didn't, Itachi inferred. No, we didn't, Sakura confirmed, the tears swelling up in her eyes as she remembered the fateful day when the war was lost. A few trailed down her cheeks as she continued. Naruto died after Kurama was extracted from him. And then the world basically ended. I would have gone with it had Sasuke not protected me just before he died. He was such an idiot in my old time. He thought he could put Naruto and I through so much pain and heartbreak, and then come back only to use his last few minutes in that world to protect me. And when he left too, I was by myself. And then I was approached by your reanimation, she continued, looking over at Itachi. You gave me the chance to fix everything. And now look at us. A different tragedy occurred to replace the one in my original timeline. Is that why you aren't surprised we know? Shursui inquired, reaching over to the table and then handed her a few tissues. Thanks, she said, taking them from him and dabbing away the tears. You sort of warned me that you'd probably figure it out after a while, Itachi and Ai-chan. And I'm not sure there's anything you two don't share with each other, so I figured he'd tell you if he thought it was actually true. I had my suspicions when I first assessed your chakra signature the same day you most likely arrived, Itachi told her, uncrossing his arms. It felt much more tempered than it should. It was oddly calmed and controlled for a young child, especially compared to what it was the day prior. And you never noticed my signature the way you did that day. Sakura only blinked, completely unsure of what he was talking about, but agreed anyway. What made you realize it was more plausible than not? It was a few things, really, nothing so drastic to make anyone else suspicious, Itachi assured her. Why haven't you done anything drastic? Shursui asked, sounding much more curious than accusing. You've got a decade's worth of knowledge and experiences over all of your peers. You could have been hailed as a prodigy if you wanted to. Why'd you settle for suffering through my training camps and dinners with the head family? Sakura shook her head lightly, feeling a bit lightheaded from the motion. Reversing time felt like I was just a 7-year-old who had a really bad nightmare that stemmed over a decade. Just because I know how to walk up surfaces and perform complex medical procedures, it doesn't mean my body was capable of producing those results. I still have to train the hard way. And this was my second chance to do things right by my boys. And if I picked up on things far too quickly, I would have been called a prodigy. And that would draw unwanted attention onto me and change the timeline drastically. I want to change the outcome of this life, but I still need for certain events to occur. Because without them, I'd be afraid of the future I helped create. So, you're choosing your meddling wisely, Itachi stated plainly, and she shrugged. I wouldn't call it wise, since an event that didn't happen in my old timeline just did in this one, she said in a defeated tone. Shui placed a hand on her shoulder and gave her a very stern look. If I'm still alive in this timeline, I'd say you've done some pretty wise things. Sakura let out a light laugh, her smile mirroring Shusui's. I gained another protective brother, that's for sure. And by all accounts, you stopped the total annihilation of our clan, even with the losses from tonight, Itachi pointed out. Which is going to change a lot of things for us, Shui. I know, the other boy groaned. We're going to have another surge of support for a coup. Though most Uchiha shinobi were killed in the attack, so it's not like there's a whole lot of military power to support the move. Hey, wait a second. Does this mean you knew for a fact you could get Sasuke to tell clan secrets? Because that is so cheating. Sasuke has never lied to me, Sakura said with a shrug. Not in this life, or my last one. Well, never about the serious stuff. And I'm rather astute for my age, right? I just had to guess correctly long enough for him to crack. You totally cheated, Shui concluded, crossing his arms and pouting. Itachi, why didn't you warn me sooner? I totally got played. You let me make a losing bet. It's not my fault you enjoy creating lawful chaos wherever you walk, Itachi told him with a small smile. Besides, you knew you were going to lose the moment you made that bet. Yeah, but I thought it was because Sakura-chan has Sasuke wrapped around her finger, he pouted before glancing at her. Did you have Sasuke wrapped around your finger in your old timeline? Because it sounds like he was a little prick, but still had a soft spot for you. Sakura blushed furiously, her eyes growing wide at his words. Shusunai-chan, is that really your question? Shui shrugged. Just need to know what I'm dealing with when I make bets with you. Sasuke-kun and I had a very complicated relationship in my old life, Sakura said after a few beats. I do know he never wanted to hurt me, and that he considered me one of his precious people. Sort of the same in this time. Wouldn't you agree? Oh, you're good, Imuto, Shui told her with a shake of his head. He gently poked her cheek and then looked to Itachi. Have you been giving her lessons about avoiding the actual question by answering with known truths? Because if so, that's unfair. What's unfair is you badgering about an old-time line. Itachi retorted with an innocent smile, ignoring when Shui cursed his existence. We shouldn't know too much about the past timeline. It's dangerous enough for us to have confirmed our suspicions. We only did because we were unsure how much had changed. And to know if last night was a repeat or something new, Sakura finished for him, wincing as another stab of pain shot through her mind. Can you heal that? Shui asked in a concerned tone, resting his hand on her shoulder blade, and looked at Itachi. Should we get someone to heal it? She shouldn't be going into the Chunin exams with a brain injury. No one at the hospital, right now, is at a caliber that I trust to heal my brain, Sakura denied immediately. It's only a mild concussion. It should be healed within 2 weeks. Until then, I can take painkillers. You were a top-of-the-top medic. Huh? Shui inquired, raising an eyebrow when Itachi gave him a look. Come on, Tachi. Sakura-chan, do not answer Shui. Itachi sighed. He'll just make a bet with someone about it. I wanted to make a bet with Fugaki-san, Shui admitted, a smug expression forming on his features. He's already asked about it, and we both know why. So really, what's the harm? Shui, you are one of the most just shinobis in the world, and you wish to participate in a bet you know you'll win. Itachi responded in a disappointed tone. Doesn't this contradict your morals? Shui snorted. It's called supporting our dear Sakura-chan. Where are the boys? Sakura asked suddenly, becoming aware of their absence as she was brought back into the reality of this life. Shit, Itachi dash. I'll go collect them from the safe room, Itachi told them, not bothering to stand up before he disappeared from the room. You guys forgot to get them earlier, Sakura inferred, raised an eyebrow. Shursui took a strand of her hair and tossed it toward her face before leaning back in his chair. We were sort of preoccupied with the whole attack earlier, Shursui replied with a shrug. And after Fugaka-san had everything under control, we knew we had to talk to you without Idiot 1 and 2 bulldozing their way into the room. And here I thought you were here, because you cared, Shirai-chan, Sakura teased, only for an abrupt cloud of smoke to appear in the room. Upon seeing her boys, she slumped back into the inclined bed. Sakura-chan? Sakura winced at the loud volume, her eyes squeezing shut when she heard a smack. Itachi said she has a concussion, dope. That means no loud noises. Sorry, Sakura-chan. Shursui got up and pressed a light kiss on the top of her head. Happy birthday, Imuto. Next year, let's not start with a mess like this. Sakura smiled widely at him. That's the plan. Shursui patted the heads of her 2 teammates before he vanished from sight. Sasuke was scowling, while Naruto made it a point to squeeze himself onto the hospital bed with her, and his grimace only deepened when he took Shursui's old spot. Are you okay? She asked him as Naruto made himself comfy. She didn't have the energy or heart to tell him to get off. Honestly, having Naruto right by her side was even more comforting in this life. Maybe it was because she knew what it felt like to have lost him. Sasuke gave her a hard look. You're the one in a hospital bed. It's just a concussion, she said softly. They probably admitted me to ensure I didn't fall into a coma. I'm in the clear of that risk by now. Is that why you're always telling me not to go to sleep when I hit my head really hard? Naruto asked her, propping his chin on her shoulder. Yep, she confirmed with a small smile. As much as I like the quiet sometimes, we can't have you falling into a coma. You're thick-headed, but even you aren't invincible. Sasuke snorted from her side when Naruto pouted. Well, you shouldn't worry about us, Sasuke assured her, his amusement turning into a seriousness. What did that masked guy say to you? You didn't hear? She asked, more for her anxiety's sake than anything. When he shook his head, she had to stop herself from letting out a sigh of relief. He said it was good for me not to be an Uchiha. What? Yeah, I'm guessing that's because the real target of last night was, your clan, Sakura explained, looking down when Naruto decided her shoulder was an amazing place to rest his head. Didn't get much sleep, huh? Nope, Naruto replied lazily, taking the fact that she hadn't punched him to the other side of the room as a signal that he could drape his arm over her blanketed stomach and doze off. Idiot, she whispered as her best friend promptly fell asleep next to her. I'm going to murder him, Sasuke announced quietly, glaring at Naruto's sleeping figure. You should be resting. I did rest. Now I'm thankful that neither of you are hurt, Sakura told him in a low voice. Sasuke looked at her, his glare dissipating, but anger mixed with worry lingered in his stare. I told you to stay close. I tried to, Sakura responded, the shakiness in her voice returning as she remembered Obito. When the wall got blown up, I was disoriented, and then I felt that man's chakra. It petrified me, Sasuke-kun, and when he spoke to me, I just froze. We can't freeze when an enemy is close, Sasuke stated, his voice cold to cover up the way his eyes softened against his will. Shursui won't always be there to save you. Sakura cracked a grin, sensing Sasuke's anger wasn't exactly towards her for freezing up. Probably not, but that's why I got you, right? And my little lap fox here, Vire Timshu, Sasuke-kun. We have each other's backs. Always. Sasuke didn't say anything for a few moments, carefully looking between Naruto's sleeping figure and her comforting smile. We have to get stronger. Sakura sighed. I know, Sasuke-kun, but let's take today to reassemble, okay? He gave her a reluctant nod and reached over to take a piece of her hair into his hands. She distantly heard the beeps in the background grow closer together. Some of your hair got burned, he pointed out and let it drop before his thumb wiped something off her cheek. She flushed immediately at the gentle contact. And you had some ash on your cheek. Don't spoil him too much. He'll get comfortable when he shouldn't. And, happy birthday. He stood up from his spot, stuffing his hands into his pockets. I have to check in with my father. If you get too handsy, dope, I'll make sure you never wake up. Tell your mother and father I'm glad they're safe, Sakura requested. Sasuke nodded, giving her one last glance over before he disappeared. Sakura-chan, go to bed. Naruto mumbled into her shirt. I can hear your heart racing. Huh? Oh, yeah, sure. She fumbled with her words, and it took a minute or two for the heat to fade from her cheeks. She let herself relax next to Naruto. Oh, and Sakura-chan? Yeah, Naruto? Happy birthday. So she's okay? His mother was asking when he reappeared in his family home. It looked like Sasuke and Itachi were filling her in. They were all seated at the table. I'm so happy to hear that. I got worried when you didn't take her to the safe room. Sasuke. She passed out as soon as I got to her, his cousin explained, crossing his arms as he glanced at Itachi. Honestly, I'm surprised that a concussion was the extent of her injuries. We thought the worst when we heard Sasuke scream her name. She wasn't moving, Sasuke defended, leaning against the doorframe. And that freak noticed her. Do we have any leads on him? Your father is speaking to the Hokage now, his mother told him, gesturing for him to sit down next to her. He did as soon as he took his shoes off. The entire situation must be dealt with great care. We know it was an attack on us specifically, Sasuke inferred, scowling when his mother fussed over some rubble still stuck in his hair. Mom, I missed it earlier, she quickly said, continuing despite his growing frown. But there will be a clan meeting tonight. It's mandatory. For everyone. Sasuke glanced at his brother, whose expression was unreadable. Sasuke leaned over and whispered something into Itachi's ear. His brother shook his head. What is it? Sasuke frowned, drawing the two back from their little conversation. Just a few adult things, Sasuke answered with a wink. Sasuke repressed the urge to throw the cracked cup on the table at his cousin. I'm surprised you came back so quickly. Figured you want to stay with Sakura-chan until we forced you to come back. The Dobes latched onto her. Sasuke rolled his eyes, well aware of the growing smile on his mother's features. And Sakura needs her rest. I wanted to check in before I went back. Oh, so you're going back? His mother asked him, pushing herself up and going to the closet. Do you mind bringing these? We never got to give them to Sakura-chan last night, and with everything going on, I'm not sure we'll see her before the day ends. She pulled out a few wrapped gifts and made sure they were in good condition before holding them out to him. They stood like that for a few moments, with Sasuke looking at the gifts with a raised eyebrow. If he's not going to, I'll do it, Sasuke offered, only to grin when Sasuke scowled and took the presents from his mother. I've got it, Sasuke said firmly, glaring at his cousin with a sort of warning even he couldn't explain, before heading to his room to clean himself up. He showered and hoped to whatever powers were above that he got all of the rubble out of his hair. Because, while he loved his mother immensely and would never deny her when she decided he needed to be babied, he didn't want to provide her with more opportunities than necessary. He was getting ready to leave, gifts gathered on his desk, when a knock sounded through his room. He called for them to come in. Oi, squirt, Sasuke greeted playfully. Tell Sakura-chan to make sure her scans are in order. The nurses said she would be getting a few tests done today, and it's a good chance for her to learn a few things. Train me, Sasuke replied, as though he cousin hadn't spoken. Sasuke raised an eyebrow. What do you think I've been doing once a week for the past 5 years? No, Sasuke shook his head. I mean train me, not just training sessions. Sasuke blinked a few times before responding. I thought you wanted Tachi to train you. He's always too busy with the ANBU. Sasuke replied bitterly and straightened his posture as he looked at his cousin. And I want to learn from you. Sasuke's expression grew mischievous. This doesn't, by any chance, have anything to do with me getting to Sakura-chan before you had the chance to last night, right? I was too slow, Sasuke said tightly, his fists clenching at his side as the feelings from last night remained a bitter taste on his tongues, too weak. I've been spoiled up until now, with everyone always there to look out for me. I've had someone else to make sure I didn't get myself killed because I'm inexperienced. That treatment ends now. I want to be stronger, and you're the best in the clan. So train me. An impressed grin crept onto Sasuke's face. You don't have to flatter me so much. I'll take you on as an apprentice. Tomorrow, first light. Sasuke nodded, feeling incredibly pleased with himself when Sasuke waved. Make sure you got those gifts to Sakura-chan, or Annie Mikoto will have your head. They were taking the Chunin exams. Kakashi came and handed them the pamphlets, told them it was their individual choice, and then took off. And he was incredibly pleased to see all three arrive together the day of the first exam. Makoto had walked them. She hasn't let any of them go anywhere without someone escorting them to and from. Sasuke hated it, she knew, but he never protested. Good luck, she whispered to each of them, kissing them all on the cheek before she waved to Kakashi. They heard snickers from some of the other genin, and when Sakura saw Sasuke's eye twitch, she hauled both of her boys into the building with Kakashi bringing up the rear. This is it, Kakashi told them, stopping as they reached the staircase. Good luck. They all grinned, pushing forward and made their way to the crowd on the second floor. They pushed towards the front, and Sasuke narrowed his eyes at the two ninjas guarding the door. The transformed proctors denied their entry, and that's when Sasuke noticed the Genjutsu. You already noticed, right, Sakura? He asked her, glancing back with a smug smile on his features. Sakura grinned, not caught off guard by the compliment like she had been in her old life. This is the second floor. The crowd broke into whispers as the Genjutsu broke at her words. Okay, so you can see through petty illusions, the shinobi taunted, stepping forward to hit Sasuke. Her teammate's kick was only stopped by Lee, who was in turn scolded by Neji, and Sakura felt whatever air she had in her lungs promptly disappear. She didn't think something like this would still affect her, but seeing Neji like this, up and walking, insufferably narcissistic, and honestly just a plain ass, it made her think back to the war. They had to fight Neji when he was reanimated. She had been the one to knock him down long enough for Lee to seal him away, and he had thanked her and requested that she look after everyone. Neji and Sakura were not exactly close friends in her old life, but his death still stung, and seeing a chance to save him in this life made her want to cry. Fortunately, she was saved from breaking down when someone came walking towards her. Someone in green spandex. Sakura shouldn't even be surprised that she caught Lee's eyes. Oh, she did not miss this. She wondered if she could place Lee's more matured self into the 13-year-old in front of her. He proclaimed her beauty and his love for her even when they were older, but he had the decency to knock it down a notch or 11. Hey, beautiful girl, will you be my girlfriend? Sakura blanched at his words, taking a step back before both of her teammates appeared in front of her. Oi, bushy brows, that's no way to talk to Sakura-chan, Naruto yelled at him, though it didn't deter Lee as he processed her name. Oh, Sakura-san, what a fitting name for a creature that embodies the life of spring. We have an exam to take, Sasuke reminded them, his narrowed eyes focused on Lee. But Sakura-san has not answered my question. Lee protested, and he suddenly appeared in front of her. She started weakly, plastering on a forced smile. The boys swiveled and stared at Lee with matching expressions of shock. No, thank you. I don't even know your name. Lee promptly berated himself for foregoing every basic there was when trying to court a lady. Sakura was distantly aware of Neji and Sasuke exchanging names. Come on, guys, Sakura said loudly, inching past Lee and grabbing a hold of her boys. They protested for only a moment, but let her drag them all the way to the exam room. When they opened the door, Sakura wasn't necessarily surprised by the amount of ninja in the room. The boys, however, were a bit caught off guard. So many, Naruto breathed out. Ino yelled, throwing herself onto Sasuke. Even though they were still close friends in this time, she still had a crush on Sasuke. Sakura couldn't wait for Ino's crush to subside. Pig, get off Sasuke-kun. Ino stuck out her tongue. Make me billboard brow. Troublesome woman, stop being so loud, Shikamaru complained, coming up to them with Choji by his side. You three are here too? Yeah, the Rookie Nine are all together. Kiba shouted, coming over and throwing his arm around Naruto. Surprised the loser team managed to get an invite though. I'll show you what the loser team can do dash. And things began to play out as they once did. They attracted a bit too much attention to themselves, and Kabuto made his grand appearance. Sakura tensed as he introduced himself and pretended to be a friend rather than foe. He integrated himself into their little group like the slimy person he was, showing them cards and getting attacked by one of the sound ninja. So, things were still the same? Orochimaru was posing as a ninja and he was interested in Sasuke? Best to proceed assuming so. What's wrong? Sasuke muttered while Kabuto explained something to Naruto. Nerves, she whispered back, trying her best to relax, even with Sasuke's questioning gaze on her. She wasn't even sure when he managed to detach Ino from his arm, having been too anxious over Kabuto. She needed to focus. "You'll be fine," Sasuke reassured her, and she looked at him in surprise. "You said it before," he continued with a small smile. "We're Team 7. We have each other's backs. Always." "Yeah," she agreed softly. In the background, she heard Ibiki order them to do something. Sasuke lightly touched her arm, gesturing for them to listen to whatever Ibiki had said. She was almost embarrassed by how quickly her anxiety settled in that moment. But once she was seated and she was looking at the test in front of her, the anxiety returned. She wasn't worried about this test. She had aced it the first time around, and they would pass because Naruto never gave up, no matter what lifetime it was. Things went about the same, more or less. She felt Sasuke's pain as Ibiki revealed they were scored as a team, though she didn't worry too much this time around. Naruto made a rousing speech that motivated everyone to stay after the few gave up, and Ibiki passed the entirety of the room. It was as it should be. When they were all led to the forest of death, Sakura felt her nerves return. There was so much that was about to happen that she needed to change. Or well, just one pretty big moment. Anko handed out the permission slips, and everyone went their separate ways to read it over. Last time, Sakura ran into Ino and spent most of the time swapping insults with her best friend. But this time was not the same. She felt a hand land lightly on her shoulder, and before she could even put a hand on her weapon's pouch, she heard Shirsue's voice. "Hey, Imuto, come with me for a second." He didn't let her respond before they both vanished from the area. When they landed, Sakura felt a bit imbalanced for a few moments. She slowly looked up once the world didn't feel wobbly and saw that Itachi was there too. "Is everything okay?" she asked immediately. Both Uchihas looked at one another. Shisui took the initiative to answer. "The village has a working theory about the attack." Shisui started, his normally charming demeanor falling into one of grim seriousness. "There's been talk about an old traitor to the village. Orochimaru." Sakura tensed at his name, though she had known where this conversation was going. "One of his supporters attacked Izumi yesterday," Itachi told her quietly. "She's fine. She was on her way back to the village and is resting at the hospital now. But it means that the attack wasn't isolated to a single strike," Shisui continued. "Someone is targeting the Sharingan in particular. Anyone with an awakened one has been presumed to be a target." "So Sasuke-kun," Sakura started, stopping when the boys nodded, "is probably going to be the next target, considering you'll be out there for 5 days without any supervision," Itachi finished. "We're not sure what you were expecting to happen when you go into that forest, but we wanted to warn you anyway. Is Sasuke-kun aware of this?" Sakura questioned, her mind reeling as countless visions played out before her. Orochimaru's freakish neck extending, and then the snake infecting Sasuke with the curse mark. Obito's early, or late, involvement in a plot without Itachi convincing him to help. Sakura has been preoccupied, trying to think of ways to prevent Sasuke from receiving the curse mark to truly analyze the attack on the Uchiha clan. And the stupid concussion she got wasn't exactly helping her fumbling thoughts. But Sakura suspected one thing. Orochimaru was not the one who ordered the attack on the Uchiha clan. He wasn't the one to enlist Obito. Orochimaru was, by all counts, a vindictive bastard. But, in the worst way possible, he was a great scientist. He thrived on horrible knowledge and wanted to achieve everything life had to offer. And destroying Sharingans in an explosion? That would be wasteful in his eyes. So she now had to assume that there was not only a snake lurking in the forest, but an unknown entity determined to see Sasuke die. One who wanted him to live long enough to take his body, and one who wanted the Uchiha leaving the arena as a corpse. Splendid. He knows. Shisui confirmed, watching her with concerned eyes. He rested a gentle hand on her shoulder, and she knew he was trying to get her to look at him. But her vision refused to focus on anything. "You okay there, Imuto? You're looking a little pale." "You said the scans came back normal," Itachi added, as she brought up a hand to her temple. "They're normal for someone who traveled through time," she said, trying her best to hide the wince brought on by a sharp pain in her brain. I have to go back, though. Sakura dash. I'll be fine, she insisted, blinking multiple times until her vision seemed to lock back in place. Both Uchihas were looking at her, worry clear on their faces, and her weak smile only made it worse. I'm gonna be fine, she repeated and took a deep breath. Green chakra slowly developed around her hand, the energy flickering a bit as it flowed into her body. She barely managed to reduce the inflammation and chemical imbalance in the cells surrounding her brain, but it was enough for now. It had to be. Thought you couldn't do medical ninjutsu? Shursui asked, and though he tried to make it seem playful, Sakura was well aware it was forced. My chakra has always had a soothing nature to it, Sakura explained, pulling her hand away as the chakra spluttered out of sight. I can barely reduce inflammation, but that's what I have to work with. Sort of like applying a band-aid to the issue until it heals naturally. You said it should have healed within 2 weeks, Itachi reminded her. It's been close to a month. I'm going to steal your medical records, Shursui decided, looking over at Itachi, who raised an eyebrow. Don't wait up, and good luck, Imuto. He winked at them before he vanished. Itachi-chan, Sakura warned, and he placed a reassuring hand on her shoulder. I will ensure he isn't jailed for stealing your files, Itachi sighed, trying to reassure her with a small smile. That's all I can promise. Knowing him, he's probably reading them by now and has a pot of water on for tea. Let's get you back to the others. Itachi brought her back to the boys, who were waiting rather impatiently. Naruto jumped up from his spot on the ground, and Sasuke's posture straightened itself. Why are you always with Itachi or Shursui? Sasuke questioned immediately, and she muttered an apology. Thanks, Itachi-san, Sakura called, managing a small wave before he wished all of them luck and disappeared. The world started to tilt again, and she placed a hand on Sasuke's arm to ground her. Maybe she was fine. Maybe it was the Uchiha's annoying ability to practically teleport that made her still healing brain spasm. And because she was irritated, she was going to blame the famous body flicker ninja. Sakura-chan, no offense, but you don't look all that great, Naruto said, poking her arm. She swatted it away and gave him a fierce glare. Not that you still don't look good. You do. Promise. It's just, you look like you're in pain and angry. You look angry. I'm going to bludgeon your cousin, she said darkly. Oh, Sasuke raised an eyebrow. It's not Shursui-chan anymore, but your cousin? Team, you aren't still jealous that Sakura-chan's his favorite, are you? Shut it, dope. After these exams, Sakura huffed, finally pulling her hand back and standing up straight. We're going to get revenge on Sasuke's cousin. I don't care that no one can catch him. We are getting revenge. What did he do? Sasuke asked her, gesturing for them to start walking as Anko called for everyone to gather again. Both of her boys were hovering, even as they moved, and Sakura wasn't sure if she should be happy or annoyed. Made my brain hurt, she said truthfully. And when Sasuke's expectant look didn't let up, she continued. Wanted to see how the whole post-concussion thing is going. I'd like to believe it's just because they care so much, but I get the feeling it's because they know the exams are brutal and wanted to assess my health. And Sakura felt her eye twitch, and your cousin didn't trust me when I told him I was fine, so he stole my medical file. And he's probably preparing a cup of tea as we speak while he reads it. What sort of thing is doctor-patient confidentiality if someone faster than everyone else in the world can just take the file and read it like it was a newspaper? He's reading my medical file, my private records. Over tea, the boys let her fume as they turned in their papers and received the Heaven Scroll. In her old life, Naruto once described what he thought when she was angry at something that she couldn't pummel it right then and there. You're like this gorgeous flower that's drooping slightly, you know? He told her with a soft smile. And you want to help the flower because you feel like it doesn't deserve to have its radiance, I don't know, dimmed or whatever. But as you approach the flower, thunder starts to sound. And if you dare to bother the flower, you're struck by lightning. Is that really what you think when I'm angry? Naruto laughed, sheepishly clasping both hands behind his head. Actually, Pervy Sage said that once, and I thought it was actually sort of cool compared to the boring stuff he usually wrote. Before that, I reminded myself to never say anything stupid around you. Pervy Sage used to say either worked. A loud noise sounded and the gate in front of them opened, bringing her back to her current timeline. She glanced over at Naruto, who was now too excited about the exams to worry about crossing her and invoking her wrath. Sasuke, on the other hand, was still watching her closely, like he wasn't sure what she would do. Break down into tears? Pass out from pain? Suddenly launch someone into the sky? She took a deep breath, collecting her thoughts once again. She could do this. Stop Sasuke from getting the curse mark. Keep an eye out for whoever was targeting the Sharingan. Ensure said person doesn't even get the chance to look at Sasuke the wrong way. She could do this. Naruto threw his fist into the air, practically jumping from his excitement. Yes, let's do this. When the Sound Ninja attacked them on his own this time around, Team 7 acted like a team. It's become sort of a standard strategy for them. In theory, mostly, but still, they essentially worked out a slightly more aggressive plan of attack similar to what they did during the bell test. After all, if it surprised Kakashi, then it would work on other ninja too, right? Naruto would barrel in with whatever he deemed necessary, usually with a lot of words and clones. Sasuke would then deliver a single attack. Sakura would cast a genjutsu in the moments the victims recovered from Sasuke's hit. It usually made her victims see an endless stream of Naruto's clones, since that was actually possible and lessened the likelihood of them undoing her illusion. She would blanket her and Sasuke, ensuring that they were invisible to the victim. If the victim wasn't smart enough to realize it was a genjutsu, Sasuke would knock them out by appearing right behind them. If the victim was smart enough, they'd attempt to dispel the genjutsu, and Sakura let it dispel almost entirely, but let one layer linger. If they were smart enough to try and release the genjutsu, they'd figure out pretty quickly she was the one who cast it, and they'd charge straight for her, which is what the Sound Ninja was currently doing. And for the poor unfortunate soul who charged at her, got a rude awakening when she suddenly attacked from the side, a chakra-laden fist at the ready. The Sound Ninja was the poor unfortunate soul in this scenario. And when her first met his cheek, the guy was sent flying into a nearby tree. Though not as powerful as she would like, it was sufficient enough to knock him off his game. When he stared at her in dazed confusion, she let the illusion he was originally charging at burst into pink petals. He cursed them before fleeing. Sakura felt a bit triumphant. Genjutsu had been an area she naturally excelled at in her old life, but she never got the chance to be trained in it properly. She could dispel genjutsus with ease, but never fabricate an altered reality. With Sasuke's cousin training her all these years, she's gotten pretty good at creating realistic ones that focused more on omission than bewilderment. And fortunately, genjutsu was a delicate and precise usage of her chakra, so she didn't worry too much about it affecting her. But she should have. It wasn't to the extent of how she felt before, but she knew her senses were muddled and that this was definitely not the place to have wonky senses. Sasuke appeared next to her when she raised a hand to her head. "We need to keep going," he told her, a hand brushing her arm to get her to look at him. "Can you keep going? If you need to take it easy today, Sakura-chan, we got your back," Naruto offered, but she shook her head. With a tentative hand, she did the same thing she had done earlier to reduce the inflammation of the cells. It was enough to fake confidence. "Let's keep going," she decided, smiling brightly at her teammates. Naruto looked like he wanted to say something, but instead he nodded. Sasuke looked downright doubtful. "Hey, don't let your negativity spread." Naruto pointed an accusing finger at Sasuke. "If Sakura-chan is going to be mega awesome and fight through the pain, then we just have to make sure she doesn't need to save us when you mess up." "I'm the one going to mess up? Have you even paid attention during training?" Sasuke bit out, momentarily forgetting his concern with Sakura to glare at Naruto. Her best friend crossed his arms and stuck his tongue out. "I don't know. Have you? Let's keep going," she repeated quietly, urging her boys forward. "We have a scroll to get." They came up with a password like last time too, and it was impossibly long, and Sakura feared even she would forget it. Though, if the worried glances Sasuke kept giving her meant anything, he'd probably be suspicious if she did remember. And like last time, they were forced to scatter as someone attacked. Naruto got hit head-on, and Sakura knew he would also be out for beginning of this fight. It was here. Orochimaru was attacking. He was trying to get Sasuke. It was here. Sakura found Sasuke quickly, coming up behind him cautiously. And when he turned around, he looked momentarily relieved until better judgment crossed his mind, and he demanded the password. She hesitated for a moment and swallowed. A ninja waits until the time is right. When the enemy sleeps and drops his guard, when his weapons lie forgotten in the stillness of the night. That is the moment for a ninja to strike. What is my cousin's name? Sasuke. I refuse to call him by his name, she told him in an exasperated tone. I'm mad at him. His name is legendary, and I don't feel like pampering to his ego currently. Sasuke gave her a wry smile. He'll be devastated. He's too nosy for his own good, she snapped, though a smile formed on her features and she walked towards him with her hand on her weapons pack. Any sign of the attacker? Not yet, Dash. Oh, there you guys are? Naruto's voice chimed, huffing a bit as he approached them. Sakura held out a warning hand. Naruto, what's the password? A ninja waits till the time is right. When the enemy sleeps and drops his guard, when his weapons lie forgotten in the stillness of the night, that is the moment for a ninja to strike. Naruto recited perfectly, looking especially proud until Sasuke moved to attack him. They exchanged a few blows, with Orochimaru's Naruto putting on one hell of a show with protests and confusion lacing his shouts. Drop the act, Sakura ordered once Sasuke landed back by her, a protective arm lifting in front of her. What gave it away? Orochimaru questioned, letting the transformation slowly fade. If we asked the real Naruto what the password was, Sasuke started smugly, eyeing their enemy as Orochimaru's other transformation came to light. He'd say, sorry, I forgot. Sakura finished, getting a kunai out of her pack. Orochimaru barely looked at her, almost totally disregarding her presence to grin at Sasuke. So, you created a password impossible for your teammate to remember? Isn't that counterintuitive? I knew you were listening in, Sasuke stated proudly, and he twirled a ninja star in his hand. Give us your scroll, and we'll let you remain conscious. If it's a scroll you want, then you have to fight me for it, Orochimaru said, a sickening grin appearing on his face. They both moved to do something, anything really, when they started to feel it. Back in her old life, this had been the very first moment that Sakura truly understood how the raw intent to kill felt. It was bloodthirsty and paralyzing, chilling her bones to the point where the fragility of life was a single snap away. It overwhelmed her own thoughts as she could feel herself being brutally murdered. She saw Sasuke with a kunai lodged in his forehead, and she felt so incredibly small. She saw from the corner of her eye that Sasuke was just as shaken, if not more so than the last time she lived this. Orochimaru taunted them, and Sakura remembered that this was more or less of a test for Sasuke, to see if he was worth the effort, if his eyes weren't just for show. Sakura knew they had to move. She knew it, but her body felt stubbornly stuck to the earth she was standing on. Sakura has felt death before. She's seen it on the battlefield and at the hospital. She's witnessed the cruelty death has to offer to those it takes, and has felt it so deeply that she was utterly devoid of any shred of hope. But that's the thing about this moment. It's the first time her body was exposed to chakra, so petrifying and murderous. Even Obito, who she was absolutely terrified of, didn't hold a candle to how this felt. It was as though Orochimaru enveloped them in his sickening chakra and dampened the light in their souls. They both fell to the ground, and while Sakura didn't break down into tears this time, she certainly felt like she would. And a few moments passed by, and while she remembered Sasuke clearly attempting to move in her old life, it seemed as though he was having as much difficulty as her. That's when Sakura remembered that this life was not her old one. Specifically, that this Sasuke was not her old Sasuke. How'd you do it? She asked quietly, staring at the ground. With that person, I mean, all I felt was a murderous intent in it. It paralyzed me. How'd you withstand it long enough to get us both out of there? Sasuke didn't look at her, and she knew this was not exactly a conversation she ever envisioned having with him. But Naruto was asleep, and she had difficulty dozing off now that Sasuke had whatever was on the nape of his neck. She felt his rage then too, when he went to attack the other sound ninja, and it was so heartbreakingly similar to that monster's chakra. It wasn't so hardened, but it was so unlike her Sasuke, the one that made tiny exceptions for her and Naruto. She couldn't stand it. "I've seen worse," he admitted quietly, his voice so low she had to shift closer just to make sure she wasn't going crazy, and he had indeed responded back to her. It then hit her that Sasuke was a terrifyingly strong person. She's always known he was strong, stronger than anyone their age at the very least. And she knew of the Uchiha massacre. No one their age really knew about it, but everyone knew that Sasuke was absent for a week or two when they were in their second year. When they grew up and fully understood what it meant, that's when everyone realized why Sasuke was gone. But Sasuke, he saw it. His family slaughtered by one of their own, supposedly. It hardened him from that day forward. And it was painfully evident from the way Sasuke managed to break free of that man's paralyzing chakra. And he was still managing despite it all. Sakura wasn't sure how to take in the fact that Sasuke had even answered her, considering how personal and horrifying the truth of it was. She didn't feel elated that he took the time to acknowledge he spoke to her, not like she did the majority of their time together on Team 7. Instead, she just felt the urge to help him heal, if he would let her. "It's late, Sakura," he said a few moments later, never tearing his eyes from the trees around them. "Go to sleep. I can take next watch now," she told him, looking over at their other teammate. "You haven't slept for the past day. I can wake Naruto up when I get tired." "You've been awake for a lot longer than me," he stated sharply, his gaze flickering to her concerned features for a brief moment. "You need to rest. I'll take second watch too." "Sasuke-kun, go to sleep, Sakura." Sakura struggled to move, but she just barely managed to tilt her head enough to look at Sasuke. She was surprised to see him already looking at her, probably just as desperate as she currently felt. But he was looking at her, his eyes trying to convey something as Orochimaru held up two kunai. She placed him in a genjutsu, except she didn't play with illusions. She didn't create a facade or omit anything in the very dangerous situation they were in. She affected the chakra in his brain. Genjutsu plays one's own chakra against themselves and could easily incite more fear with the right tinkering. It could also dampen the fear if she hindered the fear response starting in the amygdala part of the brain. Orochimaru said one last taunt, readying the kunai and throwing it straight at them. Sasuke broke from the paralyzing fear at that same moment, and he reacted just as quickly as he had in her old life, taking her in his arms and disappearing from the clearing. When Sakura felt the sudden urge to simultaneously hurl and pass out, she wondered if she could petition for all Uchihas to stop using the Shunshin to get to places. It was obviously not helping her brain. Sakura raised a hand in concern as Sasuke slumped back against the tree, dispelling the Genjutsu as soon as the world stopped spinning around her. Cautiously, she reached forward, her fingers resting on his temple, and she tried to summon her chakra. Sasuke's eyes snapped towards her at the action, obviously not sure what she was doing, but remained still anyway. "You're frazzled from the Genjutsu," she explained in a low voice, well aware that they had maybe a minute of peace before the snake crept up on them. Her one eye squeezed shut as a sharp pain resonated in her brain yet again. "I'm just relaxing the cells." "You're in pain," he noticed, finally moving to pull her hand away from his temple. "Don't waste your time. Helping you heal is never going to be a waste of time to me," she told him truthfully. Sasuke looked like he wanted to respond, and if he was anything like her old Sasuke, which in this case he would be, he would argue with her and say he doesn't need her help, especially if she needs it more than he does. But, of course, a ginormous snake appeared behind them, and they had to move. They dodged the attack, and the fighting resumed. Sasuke held up his own much better this time around, but it was obvious that he was starting to run out of tricks, and Sakura had only succeeded in inconveniencing Orochimaru with well-timed explosive tag kunai. The snake went straight for Sasuke, and Sakura shouted her best friend's name in relief as Naruto stopped the creature. Naruto taunted Sasuke because everything was a competition for them, and he held his own against Orochimaru until the monster placed a lock on Naruto's seal. And when Naruto started to fall, Sakura didn't hesitate this time. She fell with him. She caught Naruto, using the tree to brace her jump to a nearby branch. That's when Sakura realized what was next. Sasuke getting the curse mark, the one he only managed to be rid of during his fight with Itachi. Sakura looked at Orochimaru and then back to Sasuke, who was frozen in his spot. She could see Orochimaru deciding that Sasuke was his newest fascination and she had to do something. Sakura jumped to a different tree, higher up, and angled herself to face Orochimaru. She loaded her fist with chakra and slammed it into the trunk. The tree creaked, and she delivered another blow with more chakra than was probably wise. She screamed his name so loudly, she was sure Ino had heard and was promptly making her way towards them. Sasuke snapped out of whatever it was that had him frozen, and he jumped up just in time to miss Orochimaru's elongated neck. Of course, that didn't deter the Sannin, so Sakura delivered 2 more consecutive punches and the trunk broke in half. She stumbled back on the branch as the tree shook, aware that Sasuke had appeared behind her and caught her. She slumped against him despite everything in her mind telling her she had to stay awake, but her body just wouldn't listen. Sakura was awake long enough to see the trunk of the tree sail downwards, bringing Orochimaru's body with it. His head had to retract back to his body to ensure he could sliver his way out of any serious injury. And the world around her blurred, the pain in her head making a violent return as she crumpled. Sasuke never let her hit the ground, and that's all her brain could process before she passed out. Sasuke was irritated. He had frozen twice and only broke out of it because Sakura forced him to. First, it was the Genjutsu she cast, which she stupidly tried to soothe his cells or whatever afterwards. That was a waste of chakra in his eyes, and he felt quite certain that it was the reason she passed out. Maybe her still healing brain played a factor, but that just meant he totally failed at what Naruto pestered him with earlier. If Sakura-chan is going to be mega awesome and fight through the pain, then we just have to make sure she doesn't need to save us when you mess up. And he did mess up. He froze. The second time was just plain horrifying. Sasuke had no idea what that guy was intending to do, but the whole insanely long neck thing was freaky enough for the first day of the exams. And Sakura's absolutely terrified scream broke him out of his trance and spurred him into action. And he went straight for her, only for Sakura to pass out. Because that's what he needed right now. But he was the only one left standing, and he would be damned if he didn't get them all to safety. He quickly moved Sakura, so she was slung over his back with her arms wrapped around his neck before he appeared by Naruto and picked up his idiotic teammate with the arm not supporting Sakura. Sasuke was nowhere near as good as Sure Sway with the Shunshin, especially when extending it to 2 other people. And it required much more chakra than he was willing to give if that freak decided to chase them. So he spared himself 1 burst of speed, just enough to get them out of the vicinity, but kept his chakra levels at a decent amount should he need to protect all of them. He traveled with his teammates, weighing him down for as long as he could, before settling in a small carving beneath a large tree. Honestly, he was exhausted and he wanted to sleep, but he knew he couldn't do that, not while Sakura and Naruto were both out. If it was just chakra exhaustion, Sakura would be awake in another hour or 2. She'd need to rest, but at least she would be awake. That was all he needed for his worries to be relieved at this point. So long as she was up and jabbering on about medical jargon, then she would be okay. She had to be. As for Naruto, Sasuke wasn't even sure what happened to him. 1 second the idiot is taunting him like he hadn't just battled a ninja totally out of his league, and then the next he'd slumped over and falling. Whatever that guy did obviously messed with something, but Sasuke had no idea what it would be. It didn't matter though. Sasuke managed to get them away from the freak and to a relatively safe place for the time being. Sasuke set up traps and cast an illusion with his Sharingan to make it appear as though no one was in the spot. Sasuke laid them both out, using their pouches as pillows, and made sure there were no injuries. He then caught the blood on Sakura's right hand, the source being her knuckles. So, not only did Sakura punch down an enormous tree, but she also ripped open her hand. He gingerly wrapped them, but didn't try to make them perfect. Sakura would only undo it herself when she woke up and do it properly. After he did that, he slumped against the dirt wall. They were 1 day in, and so far had a grand score of 1-1. It was fortunate that they still had their scroll. Sakura had taken it from him before they truly entered the forest, and had Naruto transformed 2 of the scrolls he brought in exact replicas. On the outside, that is, it was a great idea, he had to admit. Though, if that freak would have left them alone by giving up their scroll, he would have done so in a heartbeat. It wasn't until nightfall that Sakura woke up, and when she did, she bolted upwards and looked around frantically. She looked to her right and saw Naruto. Her hand tentatively reached out and placed itself on his forehead. She sighed in relief before she began looking around again, the tension returning to her body. Sasuke simply raised an eyebrow and waited for her to find him. When she did, her eyes went straight to his neck for whatever reason, and after the assessment passed whatever internal test she just gave him, she visibly relaxed. "You're okay," she breathed out, her eyes closing for a moment. "That's good. That was idiotic," Sasuke stated, pointing towards her wrapped hands. "Not only did you run out of chakra only a few hours into the exams, but you also tore up your knuckles. I just wanted to have your back," Sakura said quietly, moving herself so she sat facing him. She began to unwrap her hand, pointedly not looking at him. "Sakura, I know it was stupid, Sasuke," she whispered, undoing his poor work and grabbed bandages from her bag. "And compared to you and Naruto, I'm weak. My offensive measures are genjutsu tricks and strong punches. I'm not as fast as you nor as powerful as Naruto, and I'm finally okay with that. My skills are different from yours, but I'm not useless. I refuse to be." "I don't think you're weak," Sasuke immediately responded, wondering why the notion even crossed her mind. Out of all of them, Sakura had the most disadvantages, but she never let them deter her from getting better. "Nor do I think you're useless," he continued, watching as she paused before continuing to wrap the bandage around her arm. "But you are still injured, and what you did was reckless." "I'm going to be okay," she said softly, a strained smile forming as she finally looked up at him. When Sakura looked at him like that, Sasuke feared she could see all of his thoughts clear as day. It was always this knowing tilt in her smile or the touch of gentleness in her tone that made him wonder if she truly did see right through him. Sasuke disliked a lot of things, and he disliked emotions solely because he never could properly express them like Naruto and Sakura did every day without fail. He took after his father, unfortunately. So, why was it that it always felt like Sakura knew how he was feeling or the words he actually meant to say, but never could? "Being okay later doesn't help us now," Sasuke responded, because while Sakura could read him like those medical scrolls she's always carrying around nowadays, he was still stubborn. Sakura smiled as she finished bandaging her hand and then held up the finished product. "I'm okay now, Sasuke-kun. Get some rest. I'll wake you up if anything happens." "Sakura go to sleep," she ordered, and he grumbled a bit, but listened anyway. If he wanted to protect them, he had to back down and get some sleep. And while it physically pained him to give up, especially with Sakura's smile growing wider as she watched him, he figured this was a small sacrifice on his part. And honestly, he was exhausted. Sakura was sure that Sasuke tried his best in creating the genjutsu that would affect anyone who came close enough. It was simple, and had he been in slightly better shape, it would remain effective for however long they stayed there. But she shouldn't be surprised that it faltered and broke after a bit. Sasuke had to haul both her and Naruto away from Orochimaru, who thankfully hadn't followed. Well, he probably became preoccupied and was forced to halt his advances on Sasuke. That was much more plausible than the Sannin merely giving up. Orochimaru was also smart. He would continue to try, but that was a problem for later. Though it looked like they still had those sound ninja to deal with, if the explosion nearby was any indication. One of Sasuke's traps, she presumed. She didn't even need to wake Sasuke up. He was already fastening his weapon pouch to his person. He always was a light sleeper. The Sannin got past their traps easily, and when a chipmunk came scurrying across the clearing, Sasuke was the one who threw a kunai at it this time around. And while it was a lot different from the fight the first time, it was necessarily in their favor. Sakura barely had any chakra, her body still pathetically weak. And though Sasuke was strong, he wasn't overflowing with power and rage this time around. He was exhausted, and she knew it, no matter what the stubborn Uchiha said. So the fight became much more defensive on their side, with Sasuke doing a lot more than she could. The one ninja broke past Sasuke, and all Sakura had was a lot of kunai, paper bombs, and some muscle backing her punches. She forgot about the thing this team based most of their attacks on, sound waves. When a blast came out of his palms, She was blown back and the breath was knocked out of her when she hit the ground, her ears ringing and world disoriented. Sasuke had called her name, but that's when all Sakura could see was green. Lee-san, she gasped in surprise. This really was just like last time, huh? He proclaimed his want to take over the fight and protect his beautiful blossom. And Lee was just as extraordinary in this time around, until things started to take a turn for the worst. She wanted to help out in some way, but she felt like every pound of her body was dead weight. Chakra exhaustion sucks. And just like her previous life, Lee got taken out by sound waves. Lee was fast, but Lee didn't have the same advantage as Sasuke's Sharingan to keep him afloat. He was beaten, just like last time. Sakura tried to go to Lee, but her knees started to buckle under her weight as soon as she started to stand, and that was about the time she cursed her small chakra reserves. Right before she could have stumbled, a hand wounded itself in her hair and forced her to the ground. It was that girl ninja, the same one who did the same thing last time. Sakura's brain did not appreciate the girl tugging her head in different directions while going on about how soft her hair was. She had soft hair because no matter what lifetime she was in, she was going to use the conditioner Ino swore by. She just refused to give it up. Granted, she swapped to a non-scented version after Packen had exclaimed that they used the same scented one, but it was the same maker. The girl taunted that she could have trained, and even though she did train this time around, it still stung. Because Sakura has been training. Her body is finally at a point where she could endure Tsunade's lessons without being absolutely destroyed after every single one. And she hasn't even started those in this life yet. But she was still stubborn and determined, because she wouldn't fall behind in this life. She would need to wait years to even remotely come close to fighting alongside her boys, if it was anything like that time. Sakura pulled out a kunai, flashing an innocent smile to the girl who disregarded her, and slashed it through her hair. Call her nostalgic, but this moment in her past life was so important to her. She didn't even care that it had repeated. But before she could stand up, the sound ninja kicked her back into the ground and growled something that sounded an awfully like bitch. Sakura glared up at the girl, making eye contact, and made her tremble. Well, not her. The genjutsu she just managed to cast made the girl stumble back. It was probably the most fear-invoking genjutsu Sakura ever created. It did the exact opposite of what she did to Sasuke earlier. She controlled the chakra in the girl's mind and overwhelmed her fear response until the girl fell to the ground. Sakura heaved herself up, taking slow steps to the girl, who was frozen in place, completely oblivious to her teammates, shouting at her not to let some pink-haired kid get to her. Offhandedly, she felt multiple chakra signatures arrive on the outskirts of the squabble. Team 10, Tintin, and Niji if things were going to play out just as similarly. Sakura knew her chakra reserves were shot. She couldn't afford a single chakra-infused punch, so she did it the old-fashioned way, as if she was punching Naruto for saying something inappropriate. And thanks to the genjutsu lowering the girl's defenses, the ninja was knocked out from the force. She waved her hand, frowning at the pain that shot through her wrapped-up knuckles. She saw the tracings of red begin to dampen the bandages. Great. She reopened her wounds with that punch. She made a mental note to invest in gloves after the exam. Somehow, Sasuke managed to knock out the one ninja, and suddenly it was 2-on-1. And while she wasn't complaining, the way the sound ninja surrendered felt too easy. Take the scroll and let us pass. He bargained, laying the scroll on the ground. He gathered his teammates, throwing back a glance at them. I hope we don't meet again, Uchiha Sasuke. Sasuke walked towards the scroll, picking it up and looking off where the ninja fled. What did you do to him? Sakura asked cautiously, coming up behind him and placing a tentative hand on his arm. His attention was drawn back to her, and he shrugged. Don't know what his problem was. Her frown deepened when he averted her eyes. But Sakura let it go, her concern then drifting to Lee, who was not in good shape at all. If Sasuke didn't want to tell her, she'd respect that. For now, she started for him, but that's when Tintin dropped down and lifted Lee's arm over her shoulder. I can take care of him. See you at the tower. At the tower, Sakura confirmed with a nod. Make sure Lee-san knows how grateful I am. Will do, she beamed, taking off with Lee. Team 10 finally came out of the shadows, and it went down just as it had in her old life. Naruto was woken up and he freaked over the snake person and then over her hair when he realized it was cut. "It's so short," he yelled, cautiously reaching to touch the strands. She swatted his hand in the air and simply gave a half-hearted chuckle. "Well, it's about time I did something about it." The difference in this time was Shikamaru's raised eyebrow as he walked towards her. "You use genjutsu," he noted, sighing when she nodded. Ino was cutting her hair and promptly scolded Sakura for moving. "Your team is odd," Shikamaru stated, leaving it at that when Ino announced that she was done. The teams parted ways not long after that. "We have both scrolls," Sasuke said, and then looked towards the tower in the distance. "Let's get this stupid exam over with and finish early." Naruto and Sakura were both happy to agree. At the end of it all, Sakura managed to skate by the curse mark and Kabuto's guidance. And she beat Ino within a minute or two this time, meaning she added an additional person to the roster, which actually evened out the number. Before she was forced to go to the hospital by her overprotective teammates, she saw that her opponent was Dosu, the sound ninja that had backed down earlier. She vaguely remembers something about Dosu being killed before his match. But they had passed, and they had a month ahead of them. Naruto was training with Jiraiya, and Sasuke had taken up lessons with both Sasuke and Kakashi. And her? She was on bed rest for 2 weeks. "You know the boys mean well," Makoto told her gently when she caught her pouting. She was taken by her team as soon as the preliminary exams were over and dumped into the hospital with promises to visit. She hoped they would, so she could punch them all the way to Suna. Today was the first day of her 2-week-long stay. Naruto, Sasuke, and Sasuke came to visit her, but she pointedly ignored all three until they left. Makoto and Itachi came not long after they did. "But I'm going to be fine," Sakura insisted and wasn't surprised when Itachi raised his eyebrow. "You said that after the attack and you're back in the hospital a month later," Itachi pointed out, taking the seat to her left while Makoto busied herself with whatever was in her bag. "And I told you, it was a normal result," she said through gritted teeth. Her report was normal, and truthfully, she didn't know why she hadn't seen it coming. Traveling through time was bound to have some repercussions, and this was purely logical. There was trauma evident in her hippocampus. It caused concern because that's where memories are stored, and while it was troubling for a normal ninja, whose memory could have been altered by some other means, Sakura knew why. Sasuke had noticed, told Itachi, and they were worrying over nothing. "The doctor said that the trauma from your concussion was greater than what they'd normally expect," Makoto explained, her presence the only soothing one out of all of her visitors. The woman placed a bag on the bed and sat at the edge of it. "And it's causing something to act up whenever you use chakra." "It's rather common," Sakura frowned. "Concussions for shinobi are considerably worse than for civilians. Usually, the chakra in our bodies are substantial enough protection to avoid most concussions. But when shinobi do get concussions, it frazzles the brain as much as the chakra system. Any added complication could lengthen the recovery time or make it difficult to use chakra properly. You should let someone heal it," Makoto told her, but she shook her head. "The brain is the most difficult thing for medics to heal, even experienced ones," she replied with a sigh. "A single mistake, like applying too much chakra or not expanding it enough over the damaged cells, could cause irreversible brain damage. I just don't feel comfortable taking a risk like that." "How long will it take to heal naturally?" Itachi asked. "I thought a month was sufficient time," she admitted, cursing herself. She hadn't taken into account that the trauma from time traveling would also affect her chakra pathways. "But the complications and everything that happened in the exam make it difficult for me to predetermine a possible recovery date. Unless Tsunade-sama suddenly arrives at the village, I'll just have to wait it out." "Senju Tsunade?" Makoto questioned, her nose crinkling when Sakura nodded. "I've heard she's quite the medical expert when she wants to be." Sakura resisted the urge to frown. She understood why Makoto wasn't a fan of Tsunade. It wasn't necessarily because of her old master herself, but the simple fact that she was a Senju. Clan tensions were still prevalent. And if Sakura had learned anything from going to the compound almost every day for 5 years, it was that the Uchihas could hold a grudge. Even Makoto, she's Sakura's idol, Itachi supplied, sending her a soft smile before standing up. "I must go. I have a mission. Be safe, Makoto called, giving her eldest a reassuring grin. I've got this one covered for the day, even if I'm not her idol. Sakura's pout returned. That's not fair. Neither is letting you go another day with that hair, Makoto quipped. Opening the bag she had set down earlier to reveal the necessary equipment for cutting hair. Let's get you into a chair. That was how Sakura found herself getting her hair cut by the Uchiha matriarch herself. When Sakura first met Makoto, she learned very quickly that while she was kind and gentle, she was quite strict. Not as much as her husband, but the woman had an entire clan following her example. And she's become a different sort of motherly figure to Sakura. Not that she didn't consider her own mother a motherly figure. It was just different. Her Nomabuki was well a civilian. Both of her parents were. Her mother also instilled the idea of appearances and looking her best for others. She loved her mother dearly, especially since she supported Sakura's choice in becoming a ninja, despite not understanding it. That support ended around the time Pain attacked. Her parents fully understood what it meant to be a ninja in their time and were vehemently against it. She hadn't seen them much after the invasion. She ultimately spent her time with Naruto and Ino in her old life before they all got whisked off to war. And so, it was the total understanding of the shinobi world that made her bond with Makoto much different. It also helped that Sakura now got to see where Sasuke's rare and gentle moments in her past life came from. You're my favorite Uchiha, Sakura admitted, as Makoto brushed through her strands. Don't let Shursui or Sasuke hear you say that, Makoto teased, pausing in her brushing to lean sideways and smile. Though, I'm happy to hear that. I don't suppose it's because you're currently mad at those two? Sakura didn't shake her head, but she pursed her lips together. You raised them well, but even they have their flaws. Why are you mad at them? Makoto asked, resuming her brushing. Is it truly because they had you admitted to the hospital? I guess that's the reason with Sasuke-kun and Naruto, Sakura decided on after a few moments. They're a bit overprotective at times. And honestly, I'd do the same thing if it was either of them. But not Shursui, she inquired. It's not because he broke into the hospital and took your medical records, is it? Sakura's I twitched at the thought. I take doctor-patient confidentiality very seriously. Makoto hummed, finishing her brushing and swapped to a comb and scissors. You'll be a great medic, Sakura-chan. I can feel it. Mother's intuition. Thank you, Sakura whispered. Well, there's not many people in this world that can get my youngest to listen to them, so I'm sure that skill will help with your patience, Makoto continued, carefully evening out her hair. Shinobi do make the worst patients. They say the same about doctors, Sakura muttered, her nose scrunching when Makoto laughed. I guess that's why you're so taking this whole thing so well, she joked, then ran delicate fingers through her hair. You're all set, Sakura-chan. Sakura's hand went up to her hair. Already? Well, there isn't much of it left, Makoto pointed out, taking the towel wrapped around her shoulders and shaking it onto the floor. I'll get this cleaned up, and afterwards, we can play shogi. You played a few games with Itachi and Shursui, right? Sakura nodded, slowly getting up from the chair. I didn't know you played, Sakura said, letting Makoto fuss over the loose strands on her clothes before the older woman guided her to her bed. Who do you think taught Itachi? Honestly, I thought it might be one of the Naras. Sakura told her, thinking back to the days in her old life where she'd play games against Shikamaru. She almost always lost. She won a grand total of 2 times against the lazy genius. But she could say it was the reason she could hone her strategy skills. She wasn't as cool-headed as Shikamaru in battle, but that was something she couldn't exactly stop. She had to mature as a shinobi, and that only happened with real battlefield experience. The war helped cool most of her rash, impulsive strikes, but if this round in the Forest of Death taught her anything, it's that she had to work on it all over again. Makoto and Sakura played shogi for the remainder of the day, talking about the exams and her training. It was rather nice for having been in a mood earlier in the morning. Sasuke ended up coming after his training for the day ended, citing that he was there to walk his mother home. Sakura merely crossed her arms and watched him with a bored expression, even as Makoto told Sasuke to wait there while she talked to a nurse. I'm not mad anymore, Sakura announced after a few silent moments. Sasuke raised a single eyebrow, stuffing his hands into his pockets as he leaned against the wall by the door. "It was dumb of me to get mad at you and Naruto for caring," she continued, folding her hands together in her lap. Sasuke blinked a few times before he fixed his stare ahead. "You're in the hospital because something about your medical scans worried Sasuke. I didn't say it's because I care." "Okay," she accepted, even though she was fighting the urge to tell him that the whole cool facade was old, especially to her. "I guess I'll just have to take Naruto on a date or something to make up for it." It was a low blow, even for her, but the way Sasuke's eye twitched made up for it. Really, she was planning on treating Naruto to Ichiraku when he got back from training with Jiraiya. Calling it a date would be stretching it, but she was still petty enough to cherish the way it annoyed Sasuke. "Don't tell me you'll take my cousin on a date to make up for being mad at him too," Sasuke replied, and had it not been for the slight warning tone in his voice, she might have thought it a joke. "No, I'll make him take me on a date," she corrected, and when his eyes narrowed and looked towards her, she conceded. "Relax, Sasuke-kun. I'm just joking. I think the better term is teasing," he sighed, looking back towards the wall in front of him. "My mother is a horrible influence on you." Sakura smiled. "Your mother is the reason I'm still not seething in this bed." She paused and focused on his hands. "Training going well?" She could see the beginnings of the Chidori's backlash on its user when it's first developed clearly on his skin. The way the skin looked strained and had almost an ashy layering where the lighting began to burn the hand wielding it if they released too much chakra. He used too much when he was learning to walk on surfaces too. That was always Sasuke's issue as a kid. "Fine for the first day," he answered with a yawn, glancing at the door. "How long before my mother stops eavesdropping?" Sasuke had me using the shunshin all over the village while trying not to leave a chakra trail behind. And Kakashi says I need to come with more chakra in the morning so he can properly teach me how to use a jutsu he created. And I'd like to go home to replenish it. Mikoto opened the door then, placing a hand on her son's shoulder. And just like when they were kids, Sakura knew it was a rather strong grip from the way Sasuke tensed. "I was not eavesdropping," Mikoto clarified. "I was talking to your doctor, Sakura-chan. They'll be discharging you after you get tests done tomorrow." Sasuke stood straight, and the smile on Sakura's face grew wider. "What? Really?" Mikoto nodded. "So long as you promise to take it easy the next 2 weeks. No training and," she looked at Sasuke, "no bringing her to the compound using your jutsu. I'll be very clear about that with your brother and cousin. You'll just have to walk her over when I invite her to dinner." "Is it really okay to discharge her?" Sasuke asked, sparing her a single glance before focusing back on his mother. "They said she should be fine so long as she doesn't exert herself," Mikoto assured him. "Plus, Sakura-chan understands why using chakra or overexerting herself is bad. She'll be disqualified from the final exam if her injury worsens." Sasuke didn't seem relieved at all with that explanation. Mikoto just smiled. "Don't worry, she's tougher than she looks." "I know that," he muttered before holding a hand up. "Good night, Sakura." "Night, Sasuke-kun," she responded, waving goodbye. "Thank you for everything today, Mikoto-san." "Of course, sweetheart," the older woman replied with a small smile, and the two made their way out of the hospital room. "You didn't compliment her hair," Mikoto noted, eyeing her son. Sasuke at least looked confused, so it could be that he was as oblivious as his father. "What about it? I evened it out," Mikoto answered, watching her son's attention grow distant. "Am I supposed to notice stuff like that?" he asked in a genuine tone, probably still trying to remember what his teammate's hair looked like now. Other than the fact that it was short, of course. It's not like it's important. And if it's important to Sakura-chan, that still doesn't mean it's important. Mikoto frowned at her son, but ultimately gave it up. "Maybe. Not yet." The final exam was here, and Sakura was incredibly nervous. She made Chunin in her old life without having to take a final exam. Tsunade passed all 3 teams and even gave Niji a double promotion. She didn't have to deal with an entire crowd placing bets on who would win, and she almost wished she hadn't won her battle against Ino so she could hide from the attention. She and Naruto stood with the rest of the participants, except for Dosu and Sasuke. Sakura knew Sasuke would eventually make a dramatic entrance, but it still caused unrest now. "There's a lot of people here," Naruto whispered to her as the Sandaime made a quick speech. Sakura's heart dropped as she processed what this day meant. She knew that this was the day of the Suna invasion. She had lived it and had been knocked out by a Jinchuriki about halfway through the day. And she had decided ages ago that this event was too important to alter. It solidified an alliance between Konoha and Suna, changed Gaara, and would probably result in a permanent alliance if things went well. Namely, she spoke for Shikamaru and Temari, who were horrible at hiding their feelings in her old life. She wasn't friends with this Shikamaru yet nor Temari, but in her old life, she cherished them both deeply. And if things went to plan and they were all still alive in a decade, she could see her friends fall for each other again. Sakura was a romantic. What could she say? Troublesome people, Shikamaru complained on the other side of Naruto. I don't see the appeal in watching a bunch of kids fight with each other. We can trash talk the crowd later, Sakura chided in a low voice, nodding her head towards the Hokage. We're representing Konoha now. Both boys went silent and they focused on Sandaime. Sakura was still fond of their leader, even after hearing about the truth of the Uchiha massacre. She largely blamed Danzo for that tragedy. But in this life, the Sandaime didn't have to live with that choice. Instead, he was working to find whoever attacked the police station and had requested that both Shursui and Itachi be taken off the official mission list after he was informed of Orochimaru's attack on Sasuke. It was even more upsetting that these were some of the last words Sakura would hear him say. Soon, the time came for the first match. Shikamaru and Sakura left Naruto in the field, making their way to the participants' box. Naruto's a funny guy, but I don't know if he'll win against Neji, Shikamaru said as they climbed the stairs. He's got a lot of clones, but that's meaningless against Neji's fighting style. I think Naruto might just surprise us all, Sakura said with a shrug. I've got faith in him. Shikamaru sighed, placing his hands behind his head as they arrived at the participants' box. He closed their eyes once they stopped moving. You might luck out. Huh? Shikamaru opened a single one to glance at her. Your opponent isn't even here. Maybe he's late? She suggested, noticing how Temari and Kankuro both tensed at her words. Well, I guess we'll find out soon enough. Let's watch Naruto. He'll be furious if we don't pay attention. The fight between Naruto and Neji went down exactly as it had in her old life. When Naruto stood triumphantly, Sakura grinned at Shikamaru. I can't believe that idiot beat the Hyuga prodigy, Shikamaru said after the surprise wore off. I guess he really is full of surprises, huh? He's almost like the most unpredictable ninja, Sakura offered, watching Shikamaru nod. You're up, aren't you? Sakura looked around, and sure enough, Dosu wasn't around. She gulped. If Sasuke was even later by a few seconds in this life, they may end up pairing her and Gaara. And Sakura was no fool. She was stronger in this life than in her last at this age. Her chakra control was slowly becoming as finely tuned as it was when she was 16. Her chakra-laden punches were about half as powerful as they once had been, and that was saying something. She's managed to heal portions of her brain injury too. It wasn't totally fixed up, but after she waited 2 weeks, she tackled that as opposed to doing anything else. Sakura could cast a pretty paralyzing Jinjutsu, if her scuffle with the Sannin was any indicator. And that was with barely any chakra in her system. But fighting Gaara? Sakura couldn't defeat him. Sasuke would probably last longer than he had in his old life, but she knew that it was Naruto who needed to defeat Gaara. Otherwise, they'd lose Suna. The announcer called her and Dosa's name, and when he noticed it was only her, he sighed. He gave it a few more moments before the crowd became impatient and unruly. Then he listed her as the winner by default. Sakura-chan, Naruto yelled as he ran into the participants' box. Did you see that? I was awesome. You did amazing, Naruto. She greeted him with a large smile. He laughed sheepishly when Shikamaru agreed. Who knew you had it in you? Besides Sakura, Naruto looked at her with wide eyes. Sakura-chan, you knew I'd win? I just had faith that your annoying determination wouldn't fail you, she said before the announcer called for Shino and Kankuro. Kankuro forfeited, and the crowd was not happy about it. Temari jumped down from the box, making her dramatic entrance, and landed. The announcer called for Shikamaru. Dayton, I was going to give up too, he muttered, looking at Temari who had called for him to hurry up. Troublesome woman getting them all riled up. You got this, Shikamaru, you know? Naruto shouted, hitting their friend so hard that he fell into the arena. So that's how it actually went down? Ino would be crushed to hear that her teammate was forced by Naruto, of all people. The next match went as it did in her past life, boring people in the beginning before unknowingly getting hooked. When Shikamaru gave up, Naruto freaked out, jumping down into the arena to yell at Shikamaru. Gaara and Sasuke were called next. "Hey, Imuto," someone hissed, and she turned to see Sasuke. She wasn't really mad at Sasuke anymore, but she had given a rather long and complex explanation about how she was fine and that he had no right to steal her medical files. And then she made him take her out to dinner a few times so she could catch herself up on the investigation for the police force attack and how the clan stood. "Sasuke," Sakura said in a questioning tone, walking back to the hallway. He pulled her out of earshot from the participants' box, and she found herself now accompanied by Itachi as well. "Whenever I get pulled away by you two, it means something has happened or is about to," she commented once the two Uchihas decided they were a safe distance away. "How do you know this isn't just a social call?" Sasuke asked, and when she narrowed her eyes, he pointed a thumb at Itachi. "He's here because he suspects there's going to be an invasion. I'm here because I need to know what the military power had been like in your old timeline around this time." Sakura gulped, shifting her weight and looked down at the ground. "There had been 6 years for the police force to be reformed in my old life," she explained in a low voice. "Though we didn't have either of you and Fugaka-san, who could easily make up a large percent of the power deficit. But the lack in bodies able to fight today was something I've been nervous about." "There's your answer, Tachi," Sasuke said in a grim tone. "We'll have our work cut out for us." "Don't overexert yourself," Itachi warned, earning a supportive nod from Sasuke. "I assume you're going to be just as busy as us today. You have no idea," she told them, forcing a smile on her features. "Be safe, you two." "Sakura-chan," Naruto yelled, skirting around the corner with Shikamaru in tow. "Sakura-chan, we have to find Kakashi-sensei." "Oh." He skidded to a half in front of the trio. "Itati ni tonon tsisui ni ton." "What are you guys doing here?" "Adult talk," Sasuke responded seriously, and Naruto's features scrunched in confusion. "Sakura-chan isn't an adult," her best friend pointed out. "No, she's got an old soul though," Sasuke replied with a grin. He ruffled her hair and promptly vanished. Itachi placed a hand on her shoulder, and though he didn't say anything in front of Naruto and Shikamaru, she saw the concern in his eyes. "I've got it covered on my end," she told him, earning a soft smile before he too disappeared. "What do you have covered?" Shikamaru asked, eyes narrowing slightly when she frowned. "I get why Sasuke broods whenever he sees you talking to them," Naruto complained. "I feel totally left out, you know." "It's clan stuff," Sakura said, giving Shikamaru an apologetic smile. "Sorry." At the mention of clan, Shikamaru nodded seriously and seemed satisfied with the lackluster explanation. "I stand by what I said back in the forest. Your team is odd," he told her, rolling his eyes when Naruto didn't let it drop. "She can't tell you at the moment. It's an Uchiha issue, apparently. You guys can talk about it later. We need to find your sensei." That drove Naruto back into his frantic state. "Oh, yeah, I almost forgot. We have to get to Kakashi-sensei. Sakura-chan, that Gaara guy will kill Sasuke if he doesn't stop the fight." Sakura blanched, though she expected this. Sasuke fighting Gaara with a curse mark was one thing, but now he couldn't call upon it to give him an extra boost of power, if need be. "Then let's go." They hurried to the stands, finding Kakashi with Guy just like last time. When Naruto yelled out his concerns, Kakashi tried to calm him down and reassure him that Sasuke would be just fine. The three of them stood by warily, glancing at one another, clearly doubtful despite Kakashi's reassurance. That's when people started to slump over, feathers falling in front of them. She released the genjutsu immediately. Naruto and Shikamaru fell down, though she heard Shikamaru break it a few moments after he did. She still could not believe him. And to think in her old life, he became the strategic leader of the entire shinobi force before he died too. Kakashi glanced at her. "I guess it's natural for you to resist a genjutsu of this level. This is an invasion, isn't it, Kaka-sensei?" she asked, pulling out a kunai and changing her stance. "Appears so," Kakashi responded, his back to Guy. Like last time, someone sailed towards her. Unlike last time, she was able to defend herself. She dropped to the ground, allowing the man to miss his attack. As soon as he was above her, she shot back up with her fists slamming into the man's stomach. The force sent the man hurling into the ceiling, hitting the concrete and causing cracks to form from where his body collided it. He fell to the ground, unconscious from the blow. Kakashi appeared next to her, as if expecting her to pass out. Though, based on the past 2 months, she couldn't actually blame him for his concern. She's learned to keep chakra constantly flowing around the damaged portions of her brain. She didn't dare try to heal it fully, but it was there to soothe the agitated cells as soon as they began to spaz. She had to be careful though. A single mistake on her end could end up harming her brain further. She trusted her chakra control and truly only needed it for today. Then, when Naruto inevitably brought Tsunade to the village, she'd have her heal it in full, and then she could begin training with her old master. "Wake those two up," he ordered. "This is now an A-rank mission. It looks like Sasuke's pursuing Gaara. Find him and try to contain the problem, but don't get drawn out too far. We don't know what sort of numbers there are outside of the village." He summoned Pakin a moment later, and Sakura busied herself with waking Naruto up. When she did, he sat up straight and looked utterly confused. "Sakura-chan?" he questioned, rubbing his head. "What's happening?" "We have to strengthen your resistance to genjutsu," she said seriously, then saw a kunai fly towards them from the corner of her eye. "Duck!" She forced Naruto down. The kunai sailed above them and embedded itself into the wall. She then moved to Shikamaru, pulling on his ear and hissed, "I know you're awake." "Troublesome woman," he muttered, but kept his eyes closed. The scene played out quite similarly, with Pakin forcing Shikamaru to wake up and then dragging him with them. Events repeated, trying to chase after Sasuke, having numerous ninjas on their tail, and Shikamaru deciding he would be the one to stay behind and delay them. Sakura wished him luck before they continued towards Sasuke. What absolutely sucked about this time was the fact that Sasuke was a lot faster than he was in her old life at this point. They were faster too, but Sasuke had a head start and his stupid cousin teaching him tricks. They arrived just in time for Gaara to lunge at Sasuke, and Naruto charged in. Things began to happen as they once did, and Sakura busied herself with healing the minor injuries Sasuke sustained. She also poured in a little extra chakra, which by Sasuke's growing frown, he felt and didn't approve of. It's not her fault that, while he was stronger on his own and not weakened by the curse mark in this life, he was just as proud and got himself even more injured this time. That's when she saw Gaara come for them. In her old life, Sakura stood her ground with a single kunai against the half-transformed Gaara and was promptly swatted away, knocked out, and was apparently being suffocated the entire duration of the fight. She refused to let that happen again, especially because she knew getting knocked unconscious that forcefully would have some serious repercussions. And she didn't feel like falling into a coma was exactly prudent. "Sasuke, when I yell, use your shunshin," she whispered. Sasuke looked up at her, eyes wide when he understood what she was thinking. He nodded, watching Gaara's speeding figure, and she jumped up. Gaara yelled out that he was going to kill Sasuke, and then her, when she readied her fist. "Shinaro," she shouted, watching Sasuke disappear from the branch just as Gaara got to it. He appeared behind her, grabbing her arm and swung her in a downward arc. Gaara looked up, absolutely murderous, and he met her fierce gaze. She saw something change in them, and he froze for a split second. She internally apologized to the Kazekage. She had grown close within her old life as her chakra-laden fist came into contact with his head. The branch broke when he came into contact with it, sailing downwards, and Sakura only had the chance to grin victoriously when sand wrapped around her ankle. She yelped as she felt it tighten before she was thrown sideways. Her fate probably would have been similar to her last life, if Sasuke didn't appear behind her and break the impact with his own body. They were fortunate enough that a branch was just below where they crashed into the tree, landing on it with ungraceful thuds. Sakura's vision blurred, and she immediately focused her chakra to shift itself into a healing energy. She had to trust her chakra control. Sasuke grunted in pain, shifting himself onto the branch, laying there and looking up at the sky. "You managed to get a hit on him. And he proceeded to throw me like a rag doll 2 seconds later," she responded with a wince. Her vision righted itself after a few moments. "Are you okay, Sasuke-kun?" "My chakra's almost out," he admitted, struggling to sit up. She placed a hand on his back and stomach, helping him sit up straight when he started to cough violently. "You two can't keep taking hits for me," she scolded, her hands beginning to glow with green chakra. It was a struggle to keep them both active, along with having her chakra heal her internally. "I can take care of myself." "You just got out of the hospital, Sakura," he reminded her, flinching a bit when he tried to move. Her hand moved to his shoulder, forcing him to stay down before she continued the little bits of healing she could manage. "And I won't get stronger if I'm always being protected," she insisted, watching his gaze shift from the tree to her. "I know I'm not fully healed yet, Sasuke-kun, but I'll be furious if you end up in the hospital instead." "Better me than you," he stated, his eyes softening when she shook her head stubbornly. Sakura knew it wasn't supposed to be like this. She knew, deep down in her heart, that the absolute horror show that was their reality just wasn't right. Because there was no way life could be this cruel. At this point in the war, there were few people left standing. Naruto didn't make rousing motivational speeches anymore because there was barely anyone left. They were all still fighting because the ones that were left were stubborn and refused to fall to the likes of Madara. Sakura also made it her mission to ensure they didn't lose anyone else. She lost Ino and Sai. She lost Shikamaru. And she probably lost Kakashi since he never reappeared. She refused to lose anyone else. It's why she had been so low on chakra. And she hasn't had the time to properly rest since Madara began a barrage of attacks a few days prior. She knew Sasuke and Naruto were keeping Madara busy as she tended to their wounded. She had to resort to her seal a day ago to ensure the body count didn't increase anymore. Sakura heard a warning and she whipped around, channeling almost everything she had left into her fist as it connected with Madara's gut. He skidded back, as though it was a punch from a mere child rather than one that could break mountains. Sasuke and Naruto appeared in front of her, the former barking that his fight was with them, and the latter growling a warning about coming any closer to her. Chains erupted from the ground, the force knocking her back. They pierced the two boys she loved most in the world, her boys. Sakura looked down at the ground and saw marking on the erupted dirt. It was a sealing jutsu. Madara came towards her to place a trap, knowing the boys would override any precaution to protect her. It was that protection that got them killed. "You're the one that said we always have each other's backs," Sasuke continued, breaking her away from her memories and pulled her back to this life. He was frowning, his eyes roaming her face. His hand lifted up, but he seemed to rethink his actions as he put it on the hand, healing his abdomen instead. "That includes when you get tossed like a rag doll by whatever that guy is," Sasuke told her, the corner of his lips turning upwards. "You weren't supposed to take it so literally," she muttered, looking down at where his hand rested over hers. "I refuse to lose either of you because you were dumb enough to protect me. Dying for someone precious to me doesn't sound dumb," Sasuke shrugged, slowly taking her hand off his stomach. She whispered his name as they helped each other stand up. "Sakura-chan!" "Sasuke!" Naruto yelled, their attention snapping back towards the fight. He landed beside them, huffing a bit, and pointed behind him. "I don't know what happened to him. He's like freaking out or something." Gaara was indeed having some sort of crisis, and at this point, their guesses were as good as hers. She had been unconscious during this part and had no idea what was going through Gaara's mind. Suddenly, sand shot out from around Gaara and headed straight for them. All three of them scattered, but it didn't stop as the sand separated and trailed all three of them. Unlike Sasuke, both Sakura and Naruto weren't fast enough to outrun Gaara's sand. Both of them got caught quickly, being dangled for a few moments before the sand threw them at the same tree. Sakura had enough time to brace herself this time, sticking to the trunk of a tree while Naruto slammed into it below her. Luckily, her best friend had the thickest skull around and got up quickly. Sasuke landed by Naruto, the two probably trying to think of a way to either run or defeat Gaara. Sakura saw Gaara suddenly leap from his spot, aiming directly for her boys, and jumped down in front of them. She took the hit meant for them, and she distinctly remembered someone catching her as pain overwhelmed her body. She couldn't remember anything further. "How is she?" Kakashi asked him. Sasuke shook his head. I thought so. He pocketed the ninja star he had been spinning around his finger and rolled up the scroll he had been studying. This has been his routine whenever someone came to visit while he was studying. Sasuke looked at his idiotic pink-haired teammate. She had taken a hit meant for them, as if it were some sort of payback for when he took a hit for her. He had to catch her, and everything seemed to just get worse. Gaara had transformed into an enormous monster, the one-tailed beast if he heard Itachi correctly. And he wanted to get Sakura out of there, but couldn't just leave Naruto. So he was almost thankful when Sasuke came after Naruto summoned this huge toad. He handed Sakura to Sasuke, giving him a rundown of what had happened. And from the way his cousin blanched and cursed, he assumed that Sakura hadn't told them everything about her injury. That fact alone made Sasuke furious. Before Sasuke could question his cousin, Sasuke disappeared with a promise to send Itachi as soon as he could. His brother found him after the Suna trio left and helped him lug his teammate to the hospital. Naruto only had to spend a day in the place, getting patched up and released for the Hokage's funeral. Apparently, while they were fighting a huge monster, Orochimaru killed the Hokage, the same freak that targeted him during the exams. Naruto got to go and pay his respects, whereas Sakura was in the hospital in what he would call a coma. Itachi corrected him and said that it wasn't exactly a coma because Sakura was still responsive. She muttered odd things every so often, and sometimes her features scrunched together in pain. She just wouldn't wake up. It had been 3 weeks. Naruto left with Jiraiya to find the next Hokage, who was apparently Sakura's idol. The famous Mednin that Sakura gushed about was going to be the next Hokage. His mother also mentioned the fact that Sakura explicitly stated she would only let Senju Tsunade heal her brain. Sasuke would have gone with the idiot if he knew it would quicken the mission. But this was Jiraiya, and there was a reason Naruto called him Pervy Sage. He had to count on the idiot to not let his teacher get sidetracked with certain entertainment venues. Sakura's health depended on it. Just wanted to check on her, Kakashi said, walking over and placing a hand on her forehead. I can't train you tonight. They're sending me on a mission. Fine, Sasuke accepted, almost thankful that his brother and cousin had been pulled off the active missions list for a while now. He knew it was so they could work on whoever was behind the police station attack, but they were both home every night. It was nice. He had someone to train with whenever he came home. By the way, they're choosing Chunin soon, Kakashi told him, taking his hand back and walking back towards the door. I'm recommending you too. And Naruto, if Jiraiya agrees. You think we're ready to be captains? Sasuke questioned with a raised eyebrow. I think the 3 of you have outgrown D and Easy C missions, Kakashi answered. Though, I'll be recommending you all as a unit. Sasuke's head snapped away from Sakura and to his sensei. A unit. Kakashi nodded. You've all grown since your first test. Seamless teamwork is difficult for seasoned shinobi, and yet you 3 are almost at that level. Of course, you all need a little polishing on your own, but bringing you together will be more beneficial than separating you. Sasuke saw the underlying meaning about the recommendation. Apparently, Kakashi was aware that the Uchiha elders were attempting to remove Sasuke from Team 7. He shouldn't be surprised, so he just nodded instead. Thank you. Kakashi raised a hand before disappearing in a cloud of smoke. Sasuke didn't even get the chance to readjust to an empty room, while empty beside Sakura, as Sasuke appeared on the other side of the bed. They're back, he announced, glancing down at Sakura with a frown. He placed a gentle hand on her forehead. Sasuke didn't hide his grimace at the gesture. Naruto is dragging Tsunade-sama into the hospital now. Really? Sasuke sat up straighter, catching the teasing glint in his cousin's eyes, so he continued before Sasuke could utter anything about his behavior. Don't look at me like that. Don't look so jealous then, Sasuke quipped, pulling his hand away from Sakura and crossed his arms. Why do you like Sakura so much? Sasuke questioned, trying not to sound as annoyed as he usually was when thinking about how snugly Sakura fit in with every member of his family, especially with his brother and cousin. Mostly his cousin. Unlike you, Sasuchan, I actually like to talk to people, Sasuke replied smugly. And she reminded me of this girl my cousin would bring to the compound from time to time when I first met her. That answers nothing, Sasuke pointed out dully. Sasuke watched his cousin smile softly at Sakura before looking back at him. She's a little sister I never got to have. Though, if I don't play my cards right, I won't be alive to see her become my sister-in-law. What? Sasuke, a familiar and overly irritating voice yelled as he opened the door. Naruto's face brightened as he caught sight of him. Good. You're here. Why did you yell my name if you didn't know if I was here or not? Sasuke hissed, shoving the boy away when he bounded around the bed to pull him up from his chair. I'm gonna murder you. I was hoping you'd be here, Naruto responded with a wide grin, before his demeanor calmed down as he looked at their teammate. She looked so sad. She's been unconscious for 3 weeks, idiot, Sasuke scoffed, causing Naruto's features to contort with temporary anger. I know that, he said loudly, but then looked back to Sakura and his voice dropped in volume. But Sakura-chan's always smiling when I think of her. Or angry. Not like this. Well, if you move away from the poor girl, maybe I can fix that. A woman snapped, and that's when Sasuke remembered that Naruto was bringing Sakura's idol to Konoha. The woman made a disapproving noise and gestured to Sasuke and Sasuke. I don't even want to know why this girl is surrounded by Uchihas, she said, moving towards the bed and placing glowing hands on Sakura's head. Naruto and Sasuke stayed by their teammate's bedside until Tsunade threatened to break every bone in their body if they continued to hover. And because they grew up with Sakura, they didn't second question the threat and did as they were told. Sasuke almost didn't notice Itachi come up beside Sasuke, whispering to each other behind held up hands. What did you do to this poor girl? Tsunade muttered, glaring at all the boys in the room. She suffered much more than a concussion, Naruto. What do you mean? Sasuke asked, sharing a concerned look with Itachi when Tsunade sighed. She looked at his brother and cousin, some hidden message behind the woman's harsh stare. Mother wanted you two home now, Itachi said suddenly, locking his gaze with Sasuke's. Sasuke didn't like it. In fact, he hated it, because this was Sakura they were discussing, and she was their teammate. She was Sakura. But Sasuke knew the look in his brother's eyes. It was the one he wore whenever he came back from particularly haunted missions, and he couldn't say anything to him. It meant that whatever was about to be spoken was not something he should know, and that pissed him off, because his brother and cousin knew, but he didn't. Naruto didn't. They were the ones closest to her. So, what was so important that they couldn't know? And why did Itachi and Sasuke know? Was it something in her medical records? Was he getting angry over something that Sasuke found without her permission? And his cousin was taking her threats seriously about disclosing patient information to the point where it excluded them? What? Naruto exclaimed, pointing at Itachi. But we're her best friends. We're family. I brought Bachan here, you know. Why can't we stay? Come on, Sasuke said before anyone else could respond. When Naruto started to protest, he grabbed the collar of his jumpsuit and started to drag him away. Oi, team, not you two, Naruto howled as he pulled him out of the room, ignoring his brother and cousin. He stopped only to close the door, and Tsunade demanded to know what happened to Sakura. He heard the way she emphasized the truth. Sasuke pulled them away and barely caught what his brother said. A single word, Gaho, the effects of karma? Inevitable retribution? How in the hell did that explain anything? How did either of those relate to Sakura of all people? Sasuke had to endure Naruto's complaining all the way to the compound. At the very least, Itachi wasn't lying. His mother was expecting them, and maybe she knew they would be in a bad mood because she had ramen for Naruto and his favorite onigiri ready for when they walked in. Gaho, Itachi stated bluntly. Sasuke watched as the older woman's features scrunched together. He heard her curse, and then looked down at Sakura with what he thought was compassion. Portions of her cells began to deteriorate, she told them in a clinical tone. Naruto said she had a concussion 2 months ago, and that she refused to let anyone heal her. Yes, Itachi confirmed. She reacted poorly to any sort of chakra fluctuations after that. She was hospitalized a little over a month ago after the second Chunin exam. She's a smart kid, Tsunade noted seriously, though her frown only deepened. She pulled her hands away and looked at the two boys. She probably saved herself from permanent brain damage, if I'm correct. And about this stuff, I always am. What do you mean she saved herself? Sasuke asked, thinking back to her medical file. She insisted she was fine. Now, She's practically in a coma, and you're telling us her brain cells are deteriorating? How is that saving herself? Sakura, right? Tsunade said, continuing when they nodded. Well, whatever complications she's experienced left portions of her brain imbalanced. Some are consistent with her age, others seem far more mature than they should be. It seems like her brain barely adjusted to it and functioned properly with little hitches. She probably experienced difficulties growing up when training, though. Shursui thought back to the few times Sakura got overly frustrated and berated herself for not being able to do something when she was younger. She accepted it in stride after a short period of time, but he remembered how angry she had been when she couldn't sharpen her chakra control enough to create a genjutsu. Sakura had been 8 at the time and was learning genjutsu from a Sharingan user. He always wondered why she got frustrated with herself when he was teaching her difficult things, until he found out she was from the future. Things made more sense after that. And when she sustained serious damage from the concussion, it sent her imbalanced brain into overdrive, Tsunade continued. It frazzled her individual nerves in specific areas and cracked the chakra pathways in her head. Healing something like this can only be done by me. Hell, I'd be a bit nervous handing a task like this to my assistant, who's the second most advanced medic in the entire shinobi world. Should we be concerned the hospital found nothing about this? Shursui questioned. He sort of knew about the deteriorating cells. His eyes picked up on small details in the scan that just looked a bit off. Sakura had explained it all using very confusing medical jargon that he only understood partially. But she had promised she put in preventive measures in the meantime and that everything would be fine after the Chunin exams. It's rather difficult to detect something like this through imaging, Tsunade shrugged. Normal eyes can't pick up on details like your clan can. But anyway, this kid picked up on it herself. It looks like she's applied just enough chakra to every deteriorating cell and crack in her chakra pathway to isolate the issues. I'd assume something like that would be impossible for a genin. But here we are. She's even got it set, so it stays even when she's unconscious. That's quite a feat. If she hadn't done all of that, Itachi asked, she could have died or suffered serious brain damage, Tsunade answered bluntly. And because she was refusing help, it means she knew how serious the problem was. Had she let the doctors here attempt to heal it, even if she guided them through the process, the marginal chance of full recovery comes to about 3%. I'm never going to trust a word that girl says again, Shursui said in disbelief. She goes on rants that she's perfectly fine and that it's nothing to worry about, but she could have died. She was risking her own brain on a gamble. Now, I like this kid even more, Tsunade grinned. Itachi placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder. We shouldn't doubt Sakura-chan. She knew exactly what was happening and how to proceed. Will she make a full recovery? Now that I'm here? Tsunade said thoughtfully, looking back down at Sakura. She'll be completely fine. After I'm done healing her and she wakes up, send her to me. I want to talk to this kid. There will be things dash. Itachi started to warn the woman, but she waved him off. Just because I left the ninja life years ago does not mean I forgot the codes of our village, she told them. I understand that the complication is need to know, and she'll probably end up telling me at some point. But she's got skill. And without her body literally rejecting her attempts to strengthen herself, she might just become a better medic than I am. You got that from a single reading? Itachi asked, his tone more curious than doubtful. It's not hard to see my work in what she managed to heal and isolate, Tsunade admitted, throwing them a glance when they both grew stoic. She's tweaked it a bit, made it her own, but I can read how she learned to do it. When you're a great medic, you can read others' healing patterns. It's similar to great shinobi, who can clearly read their opponent's moves. Tsunade sighed, looking back at Sakura and then to them. Get out. For Uchihas, you're both pretty bearable to be around, but I'm starting to suffocate in here. And I've got my work cut out for me, even if it's partially been done already. I'll have Shizen notify her parents and the head of your clan when she's in the clear. The boys took their leave, silently vanishing from the room. Hey, Billboard Brow, Ino shouted, pointing a rather smug finger at her forehead. Didn't expect to see you here. Thought they'd flunk a pathetic excuse for a ninja like you. Well, whoever decided you could stay, I'd like to thank them, Sakura responded with false sweetness, grinning at her old friend. By letting you pass, I get the chance to wail on you and get praised for it. Billboard brow. Eno pig. The girls swapped insults for another minute or so before turning their backs to one another. Good luck, Billboard brow. Good luck, pig. Sakura was in pain. She felt the wiring in her brain snap into place, the frayed portions slowly melding back together. She wanted to flinch, but could only manage to scrunch her features together. Sakura-chan, Naruto yelled, barging into the Hokage's office. We have to go. It's nice to see you too, Naruto, Tsunade commented from the side, throwing Sakura a look of pity. You're excused. Sakura bid her sensei goodbye, a tad too excited to be concerned over proper greetings and such. Do you think it'll work? Sakura asked her best friend as they walked out of the building. It's got, he exclaimed. I spent all night thinking of this plan. All night. Man, Sakura-chan, I'm so tired. But not tired enough to delay the plan, right? Never. Operation Get Kakashi's Mask Off Point 2 is underway. She hit him on the head and hissed, Be quiet. Sorry, Sakura-chan. The process felt like it was taking forever. She didn't understand what was going on. Everything in her memory felt jumbled, and she wasn't even sure which reality she was in. You're good at that, Sasuke commented, not bothering to move from his spot against the cave wall as she healed Naruto. Thanks, Sasuke-kun, she replied, willingly herself not to tear up. She was already emotional because Naruto almost died again, and now Sasuke was complimenting her on the very thing she's dedicated herself to since she was 13. It just wasn't fair. Why a medic? He asked, and while she might have questioned his motivation months ago, she knew these small questions were his way of getting to know them again. They were few and far between, these moments, but she cherished them nonetheless. I wanted to become strong, she told him truthfully. So I went to the strongest person in the village and requested that she train me. Medical ninjutsu was the first step in getting stronger. Sasuke made a noise of approval, satisfied with her answer. It was also to find you, even if you didn't want to be found at the time. Sasuke didn't bother to say anything at first, but she saw the internal conflict from a single look in his eyes. Helping people suits you, he decided on, the conversation ending after that. It was okay. She was now content with it too. Sakura opened her eyes first. The lights overtook her entire field of vision, and she blinked a few times before things started to separate. Her hearing was muffled until she tried to focus, and then the voice became distinctive. Sakura-chan? Naruto asked cautiously, watching her with wide eyes as she pushed herself onto her elbows. She blinked a few more times, lifting her head to see her best friend bouncing on his heels. Naruto, Sakura-chan. He threw himself at her, wrapping his arms around her. It was almost too much all at once, but she figured he had been restraining himself from doing that since she opened her eyes. Sasuke is going to be so mad. His shift starts in an hour. Huh, I gotta talk to you first. What? She asked, aware of her groggy tone. Naruto pulled back, sitting on the edge of her bed, and he helped her sit up. We've been taking shifts, you know. Tsunade-bachan healed you up a day ago, so we've been swapping on and off, so someone was here when you woke up. Hold on, Naruto. She paused, gathering her bearings, and she slowly processed the fact that she was in the hospital. What happened? Hearing this, Naruto's eyes somehow got even bigger, and he launched into the story. He told her about Gaara, her being hospitalized, Sandame's funeral, his journey to find Tsunade, and finally how her old master came in and healed her. Tsunade-sama? Sakura repeated after he finished. They said you refused to let anyone else heal you. He shrugged, a cheeky grin forming as he continued. So I just went out and got her to come heal you. Pretty awesome, right? Bet you needed a new trick to manage that, she replied with a small smile. Unless you're telling me you won her over with your shadow clones and dreams of being Hokage. Well, that's part of it, Sakura-chan, he said, rubbing the back of his head. I did learn a super cool jutsu, though. I'll show you when you're discharged. Do you know when that'll be? Sakura asked, jumping a little when the door opened. It looked like her senses were still a bit off. She didn't even feel the chakra signature. Naruto, stop yelling at Sakura and hoping she'll wake up, Sasuke said in annoyance. If she wakes up with ruptured eardrums, I won't stop her from killing you, He paused after he closed the door, actually taking in the scene before him. His eyes locked on hers, and he was too shocked to continue making threats on her behalf. "Hi, Sasuke-kun," she whispered, and he rolled his eyes. "Of course. You'd wake up when the dobe was here. You're just jealous." Sakura sighed. "Naruto." "Oh, sorry, Sakura-chan." He apologized, then amended his volume. "You're just jealous." Sasuke looked unimpressed and sat down in the chair to her left. "My cousin is pissed at you," he told her, and she shrugged. "He cares, and it's sort of sweet. Are you mad at me?" "Oh, we're both furious," Sasuke assured her, earning a supportive nod from Naruto. "But you get a free pass until you're out of the hospital. And after that, Sakura-chan, we will never let you take a hit for us again. You can have our backs by healing our wounds when you become a medic," Sasuke added. "But until then, don't be an idiot." "Sasuke, that's a little mean." "He's a little mad," Sakura defended him. She didn't have the energy right now to fight them on this decision of theirs, and she saw the seriousness in both of her boys' eyes. Naruto's held a determination so similar to when he promised that he would get stronger so he could bring Sasuke home in her old life. And Sasuke's fierce gaze was so painstakingly familiar in this life, and she only saw it sparingly in her old life, that Sasuke rarely let her see his face when he decided something. He had been afraid she'd see right through him and make him hesitate even more so. This Sasuke was different. He held her stare and wasn't afraid to show her that he fully meant his words. Her boys, forever wanting to protect her. She just had to ensure what happened in her old life didn't repeat because they were overprotective fools. But okay, she decided. Sakura couldn't contain her excitement as she watched her old master become Hokage. She was a bit upset she couldn't attend the Sandame's funeral, but she guessed she was really only meant to experience that once. And she had to admit, she was incredibly eager to talk to Tsunade. Itachi told her that her old master requested to speak to her after she woke up, and he then warned her that Tsunade probably had an idea of how she managed to delay her injury's progression. She also had to endure a very long rant from Shursui, with Itachi nodding at some of the points he was making when they came to visit her after she woke up. In Sakura's defense, she did have it handled. If she didn't know Naruto would be bringing Tsunade so soon after the Chunin exams, she probably would have accepted any other help. But she did know better, and she trusted her chakra control. She still got sternly told that she was, under no circumstances, allowed to do something so risky again. She reluctantly agreed to try. She made no promises. Once the ceremony was over, Sakura didn't wait long to see Tsunade. In fact, she saw her the morning after. "Come in," Tsunade barked after she nodded on the door. Sakura did as she was told, and immediately bowed. "Tsunade-sama," she greeted, standing up straight, smiling wide. "I wanted to thank you for healing me." "It's nice to meet you, Haruno Sakura," the older woman replied politely, gesturing to her when Shizen looked confused. "It's the kid I healed a few days ago, the one surrounded by Uchihas. Naruto's girl, or whatever." Sakura's eye twitched. "What did Naruto tell you?" Tsunade laughed, handing Shizen a stack of papers, who hurried out of the room with them. Apparently exaggerated truths. "Stop wasting time. What is it you want?" Sakura regained her composure. "Please take me on as your apprentice." "Why?" Tsunade asked, a different gleam in her eyes than the previous time she requested this. Sakura merely smiled. "Because I still have things to learn." "Your goal?" She thought back to her old life. That goal was to become strong enough to help Naruto bring Sasuke home. To become someone worthy of the shinobi title. To be strong. And in this life, she thought about everything that's changed so far. The Uchiha clan was not limited to 3. Sasuke didn't get a curse mark, and she'd been bonded with her boys since they were kids. "I want to protect the ones I love," she said truthfully, watching Tsunade regard her carefully before smirking. "I'd be dumb to question my own assessment of your skills," her old master said, finally nodding. "You know it isn't easy." "I wouldn't want it to be," Sakura replied, bowing one more than. "Thank you, Shisho." Tsunade waved her away. "We're not there yet. Leave before I change my mind. Training field 8 tomorrow at 7. "Yes, Tsunade-sama." Sakura didn't know there had been a battle, or more of a skirmish. She was at Tsunade's library, perfecting basic medical ninjutsu a few weeks after she requested to become her apprentice again. But she was there for when both Itachi and Sasuke appeared before the Hokage in Anbu uniform. It appears as though Sound Ninja have taken Uchiha Sasuke. Itachi informed the Hokage through his mask. Damn it, Orochimaru, Tsunade cursed, and Sakura felt her heart drop. She knew Orochimaru wouldn't give up on Sasuke, but taking him around the time Sasuke left in her old life? She didn't expect that, because that Sasuke left willingly. This one would never. He didn't have the curse mark in this life. So why? Sakura. Her master called, and she stood up straight and replied with a yes. I need you to collect Nara Shikamaru. After that, go to my office. Of course, Sakura affirmed, sparing both A and BU a shared look of worry before she headed for Shikamaru. It was easy enough to find him. He was cloud watching. Who would have thought? Your presence is being requested at the Hokage Tower, Sakura stated, watching him mutter something before slowly getting up. We should hurry. Why'd she send you? He asked, following her as she jumped onto roofs. I'm her apprentice, Sakura answered. Man, this is a drag, he complained, and she patted his shoulder when they dropped in front of the tower. Hey, if this goes well, I'll treat you to a game of shogi, she told him, watching his eye her cautiously. You play shogi? He questioned doubtfully. Though, he mostly knew her as Ino's best friend, so really, she didn't blame him. Sakura nodded. I play with Itachi and Ai-chan, and Shirsu and Ai-chan usually, though Makoto and I have played a couple of times too. Shikamaru actually looked relatively intrigued. Your team is still really abnormal. Sakura's expression grew grim. Just wait for what the Hokage has to say. When they arrived at Tsunade's office, Sakura knocked and let themselves in when they heard her call for them. Standing before her, they stood still and waited for her to speak. Uchiha Sasuke was taken from the village, Tsunade told them bluntly. Shikamaru looked marginally shocked, and Sakura's frown only deepened. I heard about your exam, Shikamaru. When deciding upon Chunin, yours was the first name to be suggested. Congratulations. Shikamaru took a hold of the green vest Shizen held out to him and eyed it warily. I lost my battle. You showed intelligence much higher than your peers, Tsunade shrugged. You also apprehended an entire group of enemy shinobi in order to distract them from pursuing your comrades. A bit idiotic because you exhausted most of your chakra in your battle, but you did what you had to for the sake of the village. A little guidance and you'll become a valuable Chunin. Tsunade turned to look at Sakura and managed to keep grin off her face. Sakura, you have been recommended with the rest of your team for the role of Chunin. I know your strengths on the training field and have heard of the strategies you come up with for your team. However, I haven't gotten the chance to see any of that in a real situation. Consider this a test. If you are successful, you will advance. If not, you'll stay a genin until the next exams. Yes, Tsunade-sama. Your mission is to retrieve Uchiha Sasuke, Tsunade continued. Shikamaru will be the captain. You will gather a team of individuals and head out immediately. Dismissed. They nodded and walked out of the room. Shikamaru sighed. Get Naruto, he said, stuffing his hands into his pocket. They stayed silent until they were outside. We need a tracker and a sensory, sort of ninja. I've got someone else in mind as well. Kiba and Niji? I'll get Niji, Shikamaru decided. You get Kiba and Naruto? On it, Captain, Sakura winked, taking off as soon as she heard him call her troublesome. Sakura found Naruto easily. He was at the Uchiha compound. Makoto was attempting to soothe his worries, but even Sakura could hear the tension in her words. When she arrived, Naruto bounced up and loudly informed her that Sasuke was taken and that Itachi and Sasuke were asses because they wouldn't let him leave the village. They stopped you from breaking the law, Naruto-kun, Makoto explained gently. I assume you already know, Sakura-chan? They informed Tsunade-sama. Sakura responded with a nod. We're on the team to retrieve him. Naruto began scrambling for his things and went to push her out of the door, but Makoto stopped them with a hand on their shoulders. And the boys? Sakura shook her head. I don't know what their orders are. They could be tailing us or doing something else. Makoto frowned and her hands went to their cheeks, cradling them. Please bring my son home. I trust you too. Be safe. Of course. They both said, leaving soon after. They got Kiba, who was at first confused about the entire thing, and then agreed, if only to show off his tracking skills. They made it to the gates first. Shikamaru, Choji, and Niji arrived not too long after. In her old life, this had been the moment she begged Naruto to save Sasuke and bring him home. She wasn't strong enough to go, nor could she do anything if she did. She would have been dead weight. But this time, she took off proudly, though extremely worried, with the group of boys. She had heard the story from Shikamaru and Naruto in general. The group they were pursuing kept someone back to buy them time. The boys left someone too in order to continue forward. Sakura hated it. She hated leaving Choji, Niji, Kiba, and she hated when Shikamaru sent them forward. She knew this is generally how it went down in her old life, but that didn't mean she liked it. She took the phrase, "ninja who abandon their friends are worse than scum," very seriously. She and Naruto, especially her best friend, took that phrase to a new level. Naruto stopped at nothing to get Sasuke back and refused to believe he was a lost cause, even when she feared for the worst. And after the war was lost, she went back in time to save her boys. So, even though it physically made her sick to leave each of her comrades behind, she knew they'd be okay. For now, at least, she didn't think about them during the war. She had to focus. It wasn't long before they landed in a field, with some extremely pale dude guarding the case that had been carrying Sasuke, though the barrel was now empty. Their teammate was standing upright and looking at the man with little emotion. For some reason, she felt that this was too similar to what probably happened in her old life. "Sasuke!" Naruto yelled out, the two of them coming to a stop. "What are you doing just standing there? These freaks kidnapped you. Why aren't you fighting back?" When Sasuke didn't respond, Naruto started forward, but she grabbed his hand and tugged him back. "Naruto," she said quietly, sensing the difference in Sasuke's chakra. Something's wrong with Sasuke-kun. Her best friend didn't understand what she was saying. "I know that, Sakura-chan. He's being all lazy just standing there. And, oi, wait a second, Sasuke. Sasuke." Their teammate had turned around, ignoring their presence, and started running the opposite way. At this point, she and Naruto both attempted to get to Sasuke, only to be stopped by the man. "He's not in control," Sakura breathed out, watching Sasuke disappear into the tree line. "Genjutsu? A mind jutsu? Or is this like what he had done to that slimy medic?" Naruto looked at her and then back where their teammate was. "What are you talking about?" "Sasuke's chakra is clouded," Sakura answered, tentatively changing into a battle stance as her focus drifted to their last obstacle. "I can't explain it, but I know Sasuke's chakra, and something's wrong with it. It could be a Genjutsu, but I'm not sure." "That makes no sense, Sakura-chan," Naruto stated slowly, but made the sign for the Shadow Clone Jutsu. "But you go on. You're better with Genjutsu than me. Anyway, I'll pound this guy and catch up." Naruto dash. He gave her a thumbs up, a wide, toothy grin that was, so reminiscent of the one he gave her in her old life. But this was different. "I'll be there to have your back. Promise." Sakura smiled, forcing the tears swelling in her eyes not to fall. "Thank you, Naruto." Before the man could stop her from jumping away, Naruto summoned an army of clones and began his attack. As soon as Sakura hit the trees, she wondered what was warping Sasuke's mind. Had it been Genjutsu, he should have been able to break out of it by now, and a seal could explain it. Sakura wouldn't put manipulating someone's actions and erasing their emotions past Orochimaru. In fact, it seemed like the most plausible explanation. Distantly, she thought about Sasori, and her left hand went up to her stomach. In this life, she didn't have a scar there, but in her old one, she knew more about the infamous Sasori of the Red Sand than he would ever give her credit for. And when he gave her the prize of Orochimaru's spy, she was shocked to see it was Kabuto. Kabuto was loyal to Orochimaru, so becoming a spy for Sasori willingly made no sense. Unless she took into account that Sasori utilized a memory concealment jutsu that allowed him to force people to become his spies, only to forget about the treachery and serve their people loyally. It had happened with a Suning official. That couldn't be this, could it? Wouldn't Sasuke say something to them, even if he was under orders? Even if it was that she was annoying or that Naruto was an idiot? She'd welcome that. Instead, she got an emotionless prick that didn't acknowledge them. Maybe Sasuke wouldn't say anything to them, actually. Sakura caught up with Sasuke just before he reached the Valley of the End. When she shouted his name, he didn't even bother to look back. So, this was going to go the difficult way? She threw a few explosive kunai into a tree branch above Sasuke, the blast breaking it and causing it to drop ahead of him as he continued forward. He jumped back in time, finally looking back and catching her eyes. Sakura attempted to cast a genjutsu, even if only to eliminate the option that he was under one, and was promptly forced out of his mind, which meant he was under one powerful enough to not break free of. But how? The Sharingan could see through almost every genjutsu cast by someone who didn't have it. Even her genjutsus, which mimicked one's cast by the Sharingan to the best it possibly could be, wouldn't be able to hold Sasuke for very long. There were two possible answers. The genjutsu had a sealed backup, forcing the Sharingan to stay recessive, or it had been cast by an evolved Sharingan. And in this life, either were possible. Sasuke-kun, you're stronger than this genjutsu, she told him calmly, stepping forward cautiously. He eyed her movement and then disappeared. Fortunately for her, Sasuke was still nowhere as good as Sure Sway when he used the body flicker. He left traces of chakra, so she readied herself and spun around, her fist connecting with Sasuke's shoulder as he landed. Sorry, Sakura yelled as he hit the trunk with a rather painful thud. He got up quickly, throwing shuriken recklessly around her. That's when she heard the pull of the wire. She felt it wrap around her body, force her to the tree's trunk. She gasped in pain when he sent electricity through the wire, her eyes growing wide when he appeared in front of her. He looked straight into her eyes, a sort of foreignness there that she could only associate with the Sasuke she once reserved herself to kill. He stepped towards her, and she noticed that unlike that Sasuke, this one held no emotion in his eyes. They were glazed over and so different from the warmth she was used to seeing directed towards her. They held no rage, no betrayal, and no utter confusion that the Sasuke from her old life held at that time. He was truly not in control. It was like he had been reprogrammed. So, he had a surprise visit from Obito? He was the only one capable of casting a genjutsu and warping someone's mind so thoroughly. Or maybe Orochimaru tinkered with Sasori's mind-washing jutsu. She really wasn't sure. Sasuke-kun, don't, she breathed out, wincing from the electricity coursing through her body. He paused for a moment, and she thought she wouldn't have to use her chakra scalpels to break free. But then she saw him do the signs for the Chidori, and she knew she couldn't rely on an emotional pull to make him hesitate. She cut through the wire, jumping away as his Chidori crashed into the tree trunk. She couldn't gather her surroundings for long. Sasuke didn't let her. He appeared on the branch next to her, kunai in hand, as he started a barrage of direct attacks. In this, Sakura could keep up. Sasuke was faster. It would always be a fact, but she was better at hand-to-hand combat. Especially now that her body wouldn't freak out, it's been easier to apply her past knowledge and skills to this life. She still needed to practice, but her skills were easily on par with what they were when she fought Sasori in her old life. When Sasuke attempted to apply the skills he copied from Lee, Sakura had to fight back a laugh. During the years she was alone in the village, she regularly trained with Lee to hone her taijutsu skills. She had to learn how to avoid Lee's fast strikes before she could even think about delivering any of her own. She managed to dodge them, applying an explosive tag to the branch before she jumped off. When it exploded, it only knocked Sasuke off course. Sakura never imagined fighting this Sasuke. Not with how things were going. Not like this. Training? Sure. It's probably why she could keep up with him, even if he was fast and under some sort of illusion. She grew up sparring with this Sasuke, and in her old life, she fought with him for months before the war ended. Sasuke finally managed to get a hit on her, Echo her center backwards until she caught onto a branch. When he appeared above her, ready to blow a fireball down at her dangling figure, she gulped. "Team!" Naruto shouted, appearing seemingly out of nowhere and kicking him off the branch. "I don't care what has your brain all twisted. You do not hurt Sakura-chan. She is a member of Team 7, and she is our family." Sakura took Naruto's shouting as an opening to pull herself up from the branch. Naruto put a reassuring hand on her shoulder and gave her a once-over. You look like you were having all the fun, Sakura-chan, he joked before turning to Sasuke, who was recovering from the hit. Any luck in figuring out what's got his underwear in a twist? I can't be sure, she admitted, bracing herself as Sasuke's attention returned to them. I haven't gotten the chance to examine it or attempt to break it. He's too quick to do anything. If you need me to knock him out, Sakura-chan, just say so, Naruto smirked, cracking his knuckles. I've been meaning to pay him back for that punch during training the other day. Just nothing too serious? She bargained, taking a moment to look at her best friend. He'll give whatever you throw at him right back. And I don't want to lug both of you back to Konoha. Not going to participate in the fun? Naruto asked, and they both dodged the kunai Sasuke threw. Oh, I will, Sakura assured him and grinned. I just always end up lugging you two home. So not true, Sakura-chan. Naruto yelled as they both jumped in to battle their teammate. I'll have you know that Sasuke carries us around more than you nowadays. So you rely on him? I didn't say that. Sakura couldn't help her giggles, but they transformed into a yelp when Sasuke used another fire jutsu. She dodged the flames, landing on a branch above. Their battle went on for a while. At this point in each of their lives, they were equals. Where one was stronger, their weakness proved to be the other's strength. She almost wanted to scoff at their situation. It was her stamina and small reserves that took her out of the battle faster than her boys. She hated it, especially when Naruto forced her to stay on the sidelines with a clone standing watch. He claimed it was to ensure she could break Sasuke out of it. Naruto just had to knock him out first. I can just punch you and you'll poof away, she told the clone, watching Naruto and Sasuke fight. She didn't hide her bitterness. I'll just send another, he told her smugly, sticking his tongue out. When he turned to look at the fight, he saw his original take a rather hard punch to the gut. Ow, I'm gonna feel that later. Sakura was tempted to use the rest of her chakra and try to dispel the genjutsu, or whatever was warping her teammate. But from this distance, success wasn't promised. She would probably just waste her chakra. While trying to discern what was causing Sasuke's mind to be warped, Sakura didn't notice that Sasuke had gained the upper hand. The clone beside her disappeared with a curse. She wasn't sure how it happened, how Naruto lost consciousness, but if the large indent in the ground around his body was any indication, it was probably from a really hard hit. Sasuke stalked towards their teammate, and her eyes went wide as she heard the crackle of a Chidori. Naruto! She screamed in a horrified tone, jumping down from the branch and running towards them. Stop it! In her old life, when this situation presented itself, all Sakura had to do was beg Sasuke to stop and abruptly hug him from behind. In this one, she more or less attempted to tackle him from behind, but the force wasn't enough to fully knock him down. It did, fortunately, break his concentration enough for the Chidori to fizzle out. He looked back at her, and she used that moment to lock in a new Jinjutsu, one that would release him from whatever it was, or at least wedge the door open for him to overcome it himself. It had to be enough. Sasuke, stop this, she whispered, chakra pouring from her hands that were wrapped around his stomach. She loosened her grasp enough to form the sign. Release. Sasuke continued to stare at her, and she saw the traces of confusion begin to leak into his gaze. Then his eyes screwed shut, pain contorting his features, and he fell to the ground. She landed on her knees next to him, an arm worriedly strung across his back as he took his head into his hands. Sasuke-kun, she asked tentatively, breathing in sharply as his head snapped up, Sharingan blazing. Damn, Sasuke cursed. He looked down at his shaking hands and frowned. What kind of Jinjutsu was that? I don't think it was exactly a Jinjutsu, she said softly, watching him with sad eyes when he focused on her. It was with a jolt that she realized his eyes were slightly different. Maybe it was a seal that acted like a Jinjutsu. What do you remember? Nothing, he told her, his eyes turning back to his hands. I heard your voice, and I saw what was happening. Naruto knocked out like the idiot he is. The Chidori. And I heard you say my name. Hey, look at me, she requested in a low voice, her eyes growing wide when he did as she said. His Sharingan was still active, and she drew in a sharp breath as she counted the tomo. Slowly, she lifted a hand to his cheek, her thumb sweeping underneath his eye. He grew rigid under her touch, but didn't say anything or move. You have 3 tomo, she breathed out, wondering how much pain he felt right now. She understood the Sharingan way too well for someone not in the clan. She knew how it worked, how it advanced, and how it ultimately harmed the user when used carelessly. And now she was learning how it could cast illusions and how to break them. My mother is going to freak out, he frowned. His eyes flickered to their teammate, and she withdrew her hand. What happened? I think Orochimaru attempted to kidnap you, she explained. Whatever was affecting your mind wiped you of your emotions. It was like you were just reacting rather than experiencing any of it. And we had to leave people behind to face off against Sound Ninja. They were escorting you to Orochimaru, I think. That freak from the Forest of Death? He inquired, and she nodded. I don't understand why he wants me so badly. It could be a number of things, she pointed to his eyes. Your clan has some of the best visual prowess in the shinobi world. And you're the heir to the clan. It means your genes have stronger ties to the bloodline trait. It could also be your charming good looks, but that might just be me and almost every girl our age. Did you just infer that Orochimaru wants me for my good looks? He asked, raising an eyebrow. Well, I guess it's just me and almost every girl our age, she shrugged, despite the warmth spreading across her cheeks. Tisich, I don't care what all those other girls think, he scoffed, moving to stand up. We should get the dough back. I can get him, a voice said, dropping down next to the trio. You three decided to cause a ruckus while I was in the hospital. Is this an act of revenge for missing training this week? You shouldn't be up and about, Sakura chided, a firm frown set on her features as she regarded her sensei. He held his hands up defensively. I was discharged, Sakura. No need to worry, he assured her, but she wasn't swayed. Listen, it was just a backlash from using something I'm not used to resorting to. Yeah, she waved off his pathetic attempt to console her. Let's just go home. Team 7 officially became Chunin alongside Shikamaru. While Sakura understood that maybe they had the skills of a Chunin, she knew the ability to lead a squad wasn't up to par for them. Part of her wondered if Tsunade did this to force the Uchiha clan elders to keep Sasuke under her orders. Truthfully, it was possible. The other part wondered how much sway they had as a team. As freshly graduated genin, they not only passed the infamous bell test, but also managed to snag them from Kakashi. They then managed to detain a tailed beast, though that was mostly through Naruto's determination rather than anything else. And it was their teamwork that allowed them to break Sasuke free of whatever was warping her mind. Shursui and Itachi had stormed Orochimaru's hideout. They were tasked with following the young ninja and then pushing forward to locate Orochimaru, and managed to kill the wretched snake while he was at his weakest point. Kabuto warned them that it wasn't the last that they'd see the Sannin and himself before slipping away. Fugaku was furious when he found out Kabuto had slipped away again, but became preoccupied with whoever messed with his son's mind. And that was an issue Sakura's desperately trying to figure out with the help of Itachi and Shursui. Sasuke's memories weren't intact, and Fugaku refused to allow his mind to be subjected to any mind jutsu. It's made it increasingly harder to figure everything out. Sakura suspected Obito, but the two older Uchiha were skeptical. If his Sharingan was so advanced, he shouldn't have been able to break free of it, even with her help. It only made life in Konoha tense for everyone. Naruto left with Jiraiya not even a month after they brought Sasuke back. She sent him off with a teary wave and made him promise to write often. Though, she knew it wouldn't be much different from how it was in her old life. Sending letters back and forth made Jiraiya uneasy, so he only allowed Naruto to send her updates once every few months. Every letter had a little note from Jiraiya telling her not to reply. Sasuke and Shursui left too. She wasn't sure what she expected from the duo, but to take a year-long mission protecting the feudal lords was not it. Sasuke explained to her that it was more for his safety than anything. Apparently, having Sasuke targeted twice by Orochimaru made Fugaku uneasy. Even with the snake being dead, his apprentice was very much alive, and there was most likely an insider in Konoha aiding him. Fugaku wanted Sasuke to continue his training, but also wanted him somewhere secluded with round-the-clock protection. Tsunade magically came up with a mission in need of a capable shinobi that didn't mind any extra help. Shursui made her promise to continue her Genjutsu training with Itachi. Sasuke made her promise that she wouldn't do anything stupid. Really, she felt very loved, but she actually did listen to both boys. Every day, she trained with Tsunade and spent time in the hospital, usually working late shifts. She started storing chakra as soon as Tsunade gave her permission to as well. For the days she wasn't at the hospital, she'd spend 2 hours with Itachi when he was available. If he wasn't, she allotted her free time to her friends for various types of trainings. With Ino, it was a constant battle to ward off her clan's jutsu. It strengthened her resistance and bettered Ino's skill. They also practiced medical ninjutsu together. This time, Ino learned it to spend time with Sakura rather than a way to shirk off her clan duties. With Lee, she bettered her taijutsu and strengthened her endurance. Niji and Tenten helped her master evasive maneuvers. With Shikamaru, she discussed strategies and played shogi with him the rare times both were available. She still lost to him, a fact she was a bit bitter about considering she'd faced him dozens of times over the years in her old life. But what could she do? She was a genius, not Nara genius. And then there were the times like this, the ones she spent with Mikoto. "Sakura-chan, can you get the flour for me?" Mikoto called as she walked into the kitchen. She laughed but did as she was told. "What if I'd been a criminal?" Sakura asked as she handed the matriarch the flour. Mikoto waved a single hand and continued measuring ingredients. "I may be retired, but I'm still a capable ninja. Plus, who else bothers to visit me while my sons and husband aren't home?" "Izumi," Sakura pointed out, and the matriarch considered it. "Yes, I do suppose you are right," Mikoto admitted. "But Izumi-chan is usually on missions with her genins. You're my favorite by default, because I'll get the flour for you?" "Exactly," she replied with a grin, focusing on whatever was in the bowl. "I hear the boys should be arriving soon." "Yeah, Sasuke-kun said they'd be traveling back a week ago," Sakura agreed. His mission had gone slightly longer than anticipated, and by slightly longer, she meant almost an entire year was added onto his mission. They've been exchanging letters almost as often as she received word from Naruto, which was maybe once every 3 months. Naruto's were really long to make up for the lack of them, whereas Sasuke's were short and to the point. Oh, she missed them both desperately. She'd say she missed Shursui, but he actually popped into the village a handful of times during his mission. Or a clone did. It was always conveniently during her training sessions with Itachi, where he would check up on her progress and then discuss with them the few developments they had. "Those boys," Mikoto huffed, handing her the bowl and motioned for her to sit it on the counter and stir it as she added eggs to the mixture. "They really know how to worry a mother, don't they? I've been stocking up on what I need to make their favorites for weeks now." "At least we have a general idea of when they're coming home," Sakura offered, helping Mikoto add most ingredients. "Naruto hasn't been able to send me anything for a while now. I doubt he's coming home for another few months." "That poor child," Mikoto commented, pausing for a moment. "He spent so much time with Jiraiya-san. I hope the bad habits of his sensei don't rub off on Naruto. Though he's a lot like his mother, so I'm sure he'll handle it well." "Naruto's mother?" Sakura asked, watching Mikoto carefully control her expression as she went back to cooking. "What was she like?" "Impulsive," Mikoto answered with a short laugh. "And fearless, well, except for a few things. But she was always loud as a kid. It was a wonder we got along as well as we did." Sakura stopped in surprise. "You were friends with Naruto's mother?" Mikoto nodded, a sad smile forming on her features as she took the bowl and set it aside so they could work on something else. "She was my best friend, actually. Don't tell Naruto, but I wanted to adopt him when everything happened." "You weren't allowed to," Sakura figured out, and Mikoto remained passive. "I know Naruto's the Kyuubi Jinchuriki." At this, Mikoto turned to her in surprise. "You know about that?" Sakura nodded. "I've known for a while now, actually, and I know how. People's perspectives might have become had you adopted Naruto. But it's okay. You basically ended up adopting him regardless." The matriarch laughed, uncovering a bowl of rice. "Yes, it seems it was fate." Briefly, Sakura thought of her old life, where it was in fact the fate of both her boys to be orphans. Maybe this was fake. Maybe this wasn't, but she forced it to be. They began making onigiri. Sakura listened to Mikoto's stories about Naruto's mother, who she knew just a bit about. Naruto had shown her a picture Tsunade passed to him after the Pain Invasion. Kushina was gorgeous, and after he met her during his training to control the Kyuubi, Sakura was informed all about her. Sakura just hoped Naruto would get to meet his parents in this life, no matter how brief it was. They heard the door open, and Makoto hurried to greet her husband, while Sakura continued making the rice balls. When the pair entered the kitchen, Sakura tilted her head in respect and somehow managed to keep any grains of rice from falling as she did so. "Tsunade doesn't have you at the hospital today?" Fugaku inquired, taking a seat while Makoto set down a cup of tea. "She gave me the day off from training and work," Sakura answered with a frown. "And she never does that. Usually it's one or the other." "Perhaps she knew I'd need your help preparing dinner," Makoto suggested in a light tone, picking up where she left off with the rice. "I'll be sure to thank her then," Fugaku answered, causing Sakura to look back quizzically. When he elected to drink his tea rather than elaborate, Sakura went back to her rice balls. The two girls chatted away, and not before long, dinner was ready. She felt familiar chakra appear outside the home, her attention drawn to it immediately. Fugaku waved her forward, and she set down the plates down in its proper place before hurrying to the front door. "Sisui ni ton," Sakura exclaimed after she slid the door open, throwing her arms around the older Uchiha. She felt the glare of another Uchiha when he finally appeared, but she didn't loosen her grip. "Serves him right. He made her wait, so she'd make him wait. Who knew you would miss me so much, Imuto?" Shursui joked, letting her go. "You're still so short." She punched his shoulder lightly, making him dramatically exclaim that he was wounded. And then, her gaze settled on the other Uchiha who arrived just a few seconds later. Sakura almost broke down in tears at the sight of him, for so many reasons. She's missed him immensely, of course, but this was also a Sasuke she never quite got to see. He wasn't the more mature version she was met with at Orochimaru's hideout in her old life. But he also wasn't the newly dubbed Chunin she waved goodbye to. This Sasuke was totally new to her, but still so devastatingly handsome. He looked like he was holding back a smile, but she saw the warmth in his eyes. She may not have known Sasuke at this stage of his life before, but she would always know who Sasuke was at his core. Before Sasuke could say anything to deter her, she launched her arms around his neck. What surprised her was how quickly he recovered from the action. He overcame his slight shock and wrapped his arms tightly around her figure, the smallest chuckle escaping him. "You are always so emotional," he commented, his voice muffled by her hair. She tore herself out of his grip to point an accusing finger in his face. He looked both surprised and amused. "You were gone for almost 2 years," she yelled, ignoring the tears that inevitably fell from her eyes. She was so damn happy. "I prepared myself for a year without you and Naruto. Not 2. I have the right to be emotional. Damn it, Sasuke-kun, I missed you." Sasuke let himself smile just a bit at her ridiculous dramatics before he was engulfed in his mother's arms. She watched as the family reunited, Fugaku greeting his son with a mere acknowledgement before stating that he'd hear about the results of Sasuke's training later that night. When Makoto stopped fussing over the boys, she clapped her hands and said dinner was ready for them and disappeared inside. Shursui ruffled her hair before disappearing after Makoto and Fugaku. She smiled at her dearly missed teammate, gesturing for him to go ahead of her. And he did step forward, but he stopped and reached towards her face. Her cheeks grew scarlet when he quickly wiped the tears off her cheeks, muttering that she hadn't changed much. "I missed you too," he told her quietly, before walking into the house. She stood there frozen for a moment before she hurried in behind him. It took a couple of deep breaths as they walked to the kitchen for her to control the massive blush on her features. The dinner was almost the same as Uchiha dinner had been before both her boys left. A bit less dramatic, but still lively with conversation. Sakura couldn't help the wide grin that never seemed to leave her face. After dinner, Makoto and Sakura cleaned up and were preparing tea when someone knocked on the door outside. She already knew it was for her and excused herself from the kitchen to answer it. When she opened the door, it revealed an ANBU. Sasuke appeared beside her, a scowl on his face when the ninja pointedly focused on her. "Haruno-san, you're needed for an emergency procedure at the hospital," he said, handing a scroll to her before disappearing in a cloud of smoke. She frowned, opening the scroll, and started to read its contents. When Sasuke leaned over to read it with her, she pulled it closely to her chest. Sorry, Sasuke-kun, this is classified. She apologized, but his frown only deepened. Even Shirsue's lighthearted joke about doctor-patient confidentiality fell on deaf ears. Why'd they summon you? He questioned, though she knew he wasn't dismissing her skills. It was more like asking why it had to be her. Sakura-chan is one of the head medics, Mikoto said, the pride in her tone tinged with sadness. She gets summoned much more often on her days off than one would think. Not much of a day off, Fugaka noted calmly. No matter, it gives me more time to hear about your training results, Sasuke. Sorry, she said again, this time to the entire family. She bit her lip, trying not to let her worry become noticeable. I have to go. Now! She spared one last look at Sasuke, whose expression hardened, before she took off for the hospital. This was a patient she's has for almost 2 years now. She's been working with him ever since she mastered chakra control and basic medical ninjutsu. Because he, like everyone in her life, was incredibly stubborn and almost demanded she leave it be. And if there was one thing Sakura excelled at, it was bossing people around. She won in the end. When she arrived at the hospital, she was given a clipboard and room number. She traveled to the 3rd floor of the hospital and knocked once before she heard the strained call for her to come in. She came in quietly, shutting the door, and activated the seal built within the room. Yinbiyu cases remained confidential at all costs. And this particular Yinbiyu didn't need his nosy little brother overhearing things he shouldn't. Itai, Sakura greeted in a soothing tone, though they could both hear the sliver of disapproval in her tone. Your blood cells are rather delicate nowadays. What did you do? Track down another one of Orochimaru's hideouts, he answered weakly. His skin looked rather pale, the lights around him not doing anything to help his image. I found evidence he may still be alive. That isn't surprising, she said, setting the clipboard down on the bedside table before running a chakra-laden hand over his chest. Her frown only grew worse. He's obsessed with immortality. You have to expect that he's developed ways to extend his life, no matter what happens to him. How bad has it gotten? Itachi asked, watching her carefully as she examined him. The stress is causing your blood cells to become inflamed and burst, she informed him, allowing her chakra to soothe the cells individually. This was the tedious part about this particular autoimmune disease. She would individually heal each of his damaged cells and strengthen the formation of a cell membrane. These treatments, along with medicine, slowed the disease down considerably. But it was still a rare mutation that made it difficult to cure. If this were her old life, she would assume it was terminal with no hope of curing. That Itachi probably avoided medics and only swallowed a pill every so often to help him stay alive. But this Itachi has been receiving weekly treatments to his cells when he could. Otherwise, it was as soon as he could get back home. His condition was normally much better than this, but she assumed he exerted too much energy and relief on his eyes too much. She just needed to buy herself time while she figured out why his immune system was misfiring. It's been a question that stumped her for almost as long as her question about what happened to Sasuke just before he left with Shisui. You used it, didn't you? Sakura asked, though she knew the answer. Her one hand came to cover his eyes, the trauma evident in the deterioration of the cells. About a year ago, Itachi thought Izumi had been killed in a landslide. It was rare for the two to be on a mission together, but he was her Jounin team's escort. An ambush led to half of the team falling victim to the sudden explosion that dropped the side of a mountain onto them. Itachi thought he saw Izumi die and awakened his Mangekyo Sharingan. There were now 4 Uchihas with that particular Sharingan unlocked. Funnily enough, it almost outweighed the number of Sharingan users after the police station was destroyed. The situation called for it, Itachi said hoarsely. It takes much more use to become blind from the Mangekyo. That doesn't mean I intend to let any of your cells go untreated, she told him fiercely, gently pulling her hand from his head. Thank you for allowing me to even heal them. My eyes are not the first you've treated within my family, he reminded her, and she smiled. Technically, his were the first eyes she healed. She just decided to neglect to inform him that his eyes were the ones Sasuke had. The Uchiha bloodline trait was odd, to say the least. Sasuke-kun in my old life was incredibly reckless, she said. You're at least smarter about your usage. But I did get a lot of practice with him. They made a bit more small talk, particularly about the dinner his emergency healing session interrupted. And the rest of the time went by smoothly. While she was confident she could cure the disease in time, it didn't mean it wouldn't complicate itself to a point where neither her nor Tsunade could heal. It was fatal in her old life, where she assumed it was from the little bit Sasuke revealed about fighting his brother. It had been a more dismissive, he was also deathly ill, that he added on bitterly during a particularly difficult conversation that Team 7 had. It wasn't so extreme in this one, yet, but that was mostly due to the late emergence of his Mangekyo and her incessant healing sessions. Once she determined why there was a misfire in his immune system, she could heal it easily. She just had to figure it out. If she didn't and Tsunade couldn't, Itachi may not live to be 25. And he was only 20 now. He had been 18 when it first appeared. Much too young to be saddled with a disease like this, even if it was middle age for shinobi. Will you tell them? Sakura asked as they left the hospital. It would unnecessarily worry them. Itachi dismissed, and she only frowned. Not afraid Sasuke will steal your medical records? Sakura questioned, her teasing slightly strained at the memory. Now that she was back to being a full-fledged medical ninja and second in command of the hospital, the entire incident with Sasuke left her irritated. Haven't you implemented seals around the medical records and taken cautionary measure? Itachi asked with a raised eyebrow. She waved his question away. Don't you go turning this back on me. I've dealt with your family for far too long to fall for something like that. I'll tell them if a complication arises, he compromised, stopping at the dango stall they normally frequented. It was a bit late, but fortunately the server recognized them and gave them a package almost as soon as they walked up. I've made progress, if it's any consolation, she said, thinking back to the dozens of scrolls currently crowding her bedroom floor. On that research and the Jinjutsu we've been practicing. It's one I hope you never have to use, he said seriously, though she could see the pride in his smile as he handed her one of the dango stick. I'm impressed with your ability to almost replicate Sharingan-developed Jinjutsus. Was that a skill you had before? She shook her head. I never had a teacher, really. I think my extensive knowledge on your clan's abilities give me a one-up over other Jinjutsu users, if I'm being honest. If I didn't understand the science behind it, I don't know if I'd pick it up as well. Sakura sat down at the bench they usually did, taking a bite when she felt a rather subtle chakra signature start to approach them. At least, unlike last time, he wasn't hiding in a tree line. He was walking straight to them. Still, it's rather impressive, Itachi concluded. It's almost like you were destined to become an Uchiha. Isn't that right, little brother? I'd expect a comment like that from Shure. Not you, Sakura grumbled, before looking up at her teammate with the slightest blush rising on her cheeks. Thankfully, the sun was almost totally set. It's nice to see you too, Sasuke replied dryly. I was actually going to the hospital to talk to you, Sakura. Your medical emergency is over, I assume? He'll be okay for now, she nodded, eating a bit more of her dessert. What did you want to talk to me about? He merely nodded to his side, and she understood. Tell your mother I'll see her tomorrow to finish that cup of tea, she told Itachi, who smiled in turn. And thank you for the dango. It's the least I can do for you, Sakura-chan, he responded. I believe Izumi will be over tomorrow as well, so you'll be able to see her. She's been asking how you are. I'll be sure to bring her favorite then, Sakura nodded and got up to take her place by Sasuke's side. He wasn't as tall as the Sasuke she fought in the war with, but he was certainly getting there. Walking anywhere in particular? She asked as they resumed a slow pace. Somewhere quiet, he answered, stuffing his hands into his pockets. Let's go to the training grounds, Sakura suggested. They're usually deserted by now. Sasuke nodded and they headed to the training ground where they were first given the bell test. How bad was your talk with your father? Sakura asked as they entered the training ground. Sasuke grimaced and shrugged. Got it? Not great. He's holding me up to 2 standards now, Sasuke told her, staring up at the darkened sky. Itachi and clan heir? He nodded and she set herself atop one of the wooden logs situated in each of the training grounds. She leaned back on her hands and stared at the stars slowly, becoming illuminated in the night sky. She listed a few of the constellations that she could make out, not paying attention to the boy in front of her. He would talk when he wanted. That much has never changed for Sasuke. Venispa? She asked, even if she wasn't particularly in the mood for it. Sasuke didn't always need emotional support to fall back on. Sometimes he just needed to train. And since Naruto wasn't here, she would have to pick up the slack. No jutsus? He inquired and she nodded. I won't even shatter the ground, she said with an innocent smile, hopping down from the log. Good, he scoffed, taking his hands out of his pocket and looked her over. We usually train here. Can't do that with craters everywhere. Not all battlefields will be even, she pointed out with a shrug. It'd be more beneficial if I did break the ground. Whatever. It started when Sasuke disappeared from her sight and appeared to her side. And though his skill was much better than it was 2 years ago, he still left a slight trail of chakra in his wake. And years of memorizing his signature made it easy to follow. They sparred for what felt like hours. The moon was fully in the sky, the crescent lighting the training field as they fought one another. Sasuke was still ridiculously fast, but her taijutsu skills probably surpassed her skills in her old life. All she was missing was the purple diamond on her forehead, though there wasn't much she could do about that. Her reverses had been a bit larger this time around, so she spared a bit more every day. It would form sooner than it had in her old life, but she wasn't particularly sure when it would. Sakura stopped after she accidentally broke his wrist. I'm sorry, she exclaimed, her attitude already swapping to that of a medic. She stepped forward with her attention fixated on his left wrist. It's just a reflex, honestly. Tsunade-sama and I break each other's bones way too often, and I forget not everyone can self-heal. I actually don't forget. It's just weird sparring with you again, and not her. I'm so sorry, Sasuke-kun. Wait, no. Sasuke, apparently, hadn't stopped sparring. He hooked his leg around her and pushed her to the ground with his forearm. She landed with wide eyes, especially when she realized how close their faces were. He didn't seem fazed at all, instead thoughtful as he looked down at her. I'm calling it. If Sasuke's broken wrist wasn't on the forefront of her mind, she might have much different thoughts on the particular situation she was currently in. But his wrist was broken because he thought he could take the hit from her elbow as she brought it down. He wouldn't make the same mistake again. Probably. Sakura swatted his shoulder and pushed him upwards. I called it when I apologized. You didn't say that, he retorted, getting off her and sitting on the ground. He held his left hand gingerly in his right, raising it to her when she sat up and scooted over. I get the feeling this is going to become a common practice, Sakura muttered as took a hold of his arm and rested it on her outstretched one. You boys will abuse the fact that I am a Mednin. I just know it. The clan elders want to meet with you, he told her quietly, watching her carefully as she pointedly focused on his injury. She started healing the bone, thankful that it was a clean break and wouldn't take long to heal at all. Shura has been saying I should meet them for years, Sakura settled on, not daring to look up at the Uchiha, who she knew she had the total attention of. They finally listened to him? No one listens to Shursui, Sasuke said dismissively. You're his student, she reminded him, her eyes flickering towards him for the slightest of moments. She couldn't pinpoint the look on his face for once. She went back to focusing on the broken bone. She knew broken bones, which is how I know no one listens to him, Sasuke retorted, his tone shifting to irritation. They are interested in speaking with you. I assume I don't have much of a choice? She inquired and continued before he could answer. I don't have anything against meeting with them, Sasuke-kun. I'm surprised this hasn't come up earlier. Actually, what do you think they want to see you about? He asked slowly after a few moments. Sakura shrugged, giving his wrist a gentle pat before letting him lift it from her arm. I'm the Hokage's apprentice, the third best medical ninja in the village, and I'm your teammate. It could be a number of things. Plus, Tsunade made us in a chunin because we had the skills, but it was also to ensure we weren't separated by your clan. Kakashi made a strong appeal to keep us as a unit. He knows that units don't stay together, Sasuke frowned, making a fist and flexing his wrist. They do with the Hokage's approval, she said. Why do they actually want to see me? It's just some sort of check on individuals I'm close with, he said carefully, staring at the wrist she just healed. Being clan heir means they don't want me involved with any unsatisfactory groups. Is this their way of deciding whether I'm good enough to be associated with the Uchiha? Sakura asked bluntly, watching his frown grow. They don't think anyone outside the clan is good enough, Sasuke said with a shake of his head. Unless they can manipulate them, which is why they made me clan heir in the first place. And because Itachi refused to be placed back into that position, now they have to really begin preparing me for that future. He said something about that, Sakura admitted, tilting her head as she watched him pull out a shuriken and casually spin it on his finger. How do you feel about being clan heir? Before, it was Dash. Supposed to be temporary, Sasuke muttered bitterly. I know why Itachi doesn't want to be the heir anymore. So, I'm not mad at him. But it's just not what I ever envisioned for myself. I thought you used to dream about working at the police force? She recalled, leaning back on her hands to stare up at the night sky once again. She should have known they'd have to break a bone or two before Sasuke decided to open up. It was just like him. I was a kid, Sasuke responded with a look. She shrugged. I always thought that was a noble path. Sasuke sighed, looking up at the night sky with her before he threw the shuriken into a nearby tree. I don't mind being heir. There's a lot in the past that the clan clings to, and I don't want that hatred to continue into the next generation. The police force massacre was tragic, but it opened up a lot for us. I think I get it, Sakura nodded, furrowing her brows at the thought of the police force massacre. It was the first consequence of the changes she made to this time. It still left her with regret. You know, we could actually become the pillars of Konoha, Sakura mused aloud, casting her gaze towards Sasuke before looking back to the sky. You'll be head of the police force. I'll be running the hospital, and Naruto will eventually become Hokage. Sasuke snorted, leaning back to lay on the ground with a single hand supporting his head. You really think that idiot will become Hokage? I believe he'll never give up on his dream, Sakura said with a soft smile. She could imagine her old Naruto with his cheeky grins and proud proclamations that he was going to be the next Hokage. And she got to witness a world without him, without both of her boys. Yeah, I really think he'll become Hokage, Sakura clarified, grinning at the sky. I have faith in him. You spoil him even when he's not here, Sasuke grunted, and she knew he was rolling his eyes. She couldn't see him, but she knew that's what he was doing. When am I supposed to be meeting the elders? She asked, and she heard him exhale deeply. Tomorrow. Sakura wasn't worried. She had dealt with the Konoha elders in her old life numerous times on Tsunade's behalf. She could handle grouchy old people. What she couldn't handle, the way each Uchiha was sending worried glances her way. Sasuke forced both Shursui and Itachi to do intense training when she arrived. All she got was a muttered wish of luck from her beloved teammate, and from the two a tentative smile that didn't quite reach their eyes. Mikoto looked stressed and was compensating with rather frantic last-minute hairstyling. Sakura was just coming off a shift from the hospital, so she was in her white coat when she arrived at the compound. The Uchiha matriarch took it in stride and had her fitted into a traditional kimono. And when Sakura saw the red hue, she had to hold back the tease that it was like Mikoto had the clothing specifically prepared for her. She did. Izumi answered her thoughts, setting a reassuring hand on her shoulder. Mikoto-san has an entire wardrobe just waiting for you. She did the same with me when I was about your age. I don't think she expects us to grow much more. Izumi-chan, don't go telling all of my secrets, Mikoto chided, waving a hairbrush at the girl. I'm retired and my babies are all grown up. I need my entertainment somehow. Like dressing me up to talk to your clan's elders? Sakura inferred. I feel like I should be more nervous with the way everyone's acting. I was petrified to speak to them, Izumi confessed with a shrug. And I'm an Uchiha. The fact that you're so composed is more of a testament to who you are. Wait a moment, Sakura frowned. You went through this too? Sasuke-kun said this was more like an assessment of the people he's close with. The elders are big on images, Mikoto told her smoothly, gaining her attention as she pinned her hair up. Parts of it still dangled down, framing her face. Unlike in her old life where she had let it grow almost fully back before cutting it all off again, Sakura kept it at a medium length this time around. Something different, and unfortunately, they aren't thrilled with the idea of an Uchiha marrying someone not in the clan. Izumi continued, a frown marring her gentle features. My father wasn't an Uchiha. They've gotten lenient since the tragedy a couple of years ago, but it's still not well received. I was viewed in a similar light. Politics and tradition, Sakura nodded as soon as Mikoto gave her the signal that she could move. She stood before the two, and forced a smile onto her features. "Anything else?" "Be yourself," Makoto told her, cupping her cheeks and smiling. "You're an absolute darling." "You didn't tell me to be myself," Izumi pouted, and the matriarch's attention went to the older girl. "I told you to speak up," Makoto stated before looking back towards her. "You'll be fine, Sakura-chan." When Sakura arrived to the elder's office, she helped serve tea for the three of them. It was a habit she had instilled in her by Makoto. And since she hadn't been thrown out and called a disgrace, she assumed it was the right call. "You're the Hokage's apprentice," the man stated, sipping the tea she poured for him. "From what we know of your career as a genin, you tended to frequent the hospital as a patient. Isn't that correct?" "Yes," Sakura answered immediately. "Unfortunate complications arose during those times that caused me to be hospitalized more than I would have preferred." "Is that why you became a medical ninja?" the woman asked, eyeing something above her line of sight. "I became a medical ninja for 2 reasons, Sakura said, squaring her shoulders. "To be strong and to protect the ones that I love." The woman hesitated before nodding. "And is that where you envision your future? In the hospital?" Sakura thought for a moment. In her old life, she never got to envision a future. Not a real one, at least. She wasn't even an adult by the time the war started. Of course, she expected the hospital to be somewhere in her future, but being asked it point blank like this? "I intend to do what is best for my village and those I love," Sakura answered slowly. "There have been numerous things I've wanted to implement into our healthcare program to ensure our village has the topmost medical care in all areas. It's getting there, but it could still be improved. So, I think my future will always have the hospital in it. It's what I do best." "And as a ninja?" the man questioned. "I'm a medical ninja for a reason," Sakura pointed out. "My greatest skills are within the medical field, but that does not mean I am useless in battle. I'm the Hokage's apprentice. The things I've learned are not limited to medical ninjutsu." This continued for a bit, them questioning her on her roles in the hospital, what she believed her duty was, how she felt about the current standings of the village, and so on. It was a bit extensive and repetitive in her opinion, but she conversed with them all the same. "In your relationship with Uchiha Sasuke?" Sakura might have blushed had it been, quite literally, anyone else asking about Sasuke. But these were his clan's elders. She couldn't mutter complaints and let her cheeks heat up in embarrassment because it was still apparently obvious she had complicated feelings towards him. Sasuke was beginning to resemble someone she never got the chance to know. This was not a boy surrounded by the tempting darkness of revenge and hatred. He hadn't succumbed to it because he never felt that pain in this life. He was better with his emotions than her Sasuke ever was, though the bar wasn't set very high. Yet, she still saw her old Sasuke in this life's one, never truly unkind to others. He always made small exceptions for her and Naruto. Somehow, she felt herself falling for him all over again. She was never truly sure when she fell in love with Sasuke in her old life. Had it been the moment in the Forest of Death? When she didn't feel this incessant need to shower Sasuke with affection and attention, but a compelling need to help him. Sakura saw Sasuke change. She saw him before the curse mark intensified all of the negative emotions he harbored. She saw him when he woke up. She knew their life could have been different if Sasuke never received the curse mark in her old life. He would have stayed. Even after her Sasuke had gotten the curse mark, he still put his revenge on the line for her and Naruto's life. He would give it up so they could get away from Gaara. Maybe she fell in love with the kind soul that she knew cared about them too. The one that let them in despite his own personal choice to keep them distant. Maybe it was when she saw him for the first time after he left. So different, but still the same. It's at least the moment Sakura knew her feelings weren't childish infatuation. But if she were being honest, it was most likely when she made the resolve to kill him. It was such a low point in her life, and she knew it was his lowest. All she knew in the moment she held a kunai to his back was that she was utterly in love with Uchiha Sasuke, with the man she knew he was at his core, and that she could never take away the chance for him to regain that part of him. "We're teammates," she finally answered, "and we are a family in our own right." "Yes, your team was requested to become a unit," he noted with the slightest traces of disapproval in his tone. "Your abnormally close relationship from the very beginning has troubled us." Sakura resisted the urge to shrug, and settled on a smile. I love my teammates. As shinobi, we understand that the likelihood of one of us dying is incredibly high. But until death, we'll have each other's backs. We're stubborn when it comes to the ones we love. Whatever answer they were expecting, it seemed hers was satisfactory enough to continue forward. Had it not been for the numerous days she spent with Makoto sitting exactly like this and getting scolded if she slouched, Sakura was sure her back would be cramping up from how long the assessment was going. "You're also oddly close to numerous members of our clan," the old woman commented, and at this, Sakura's smile was genuine. "Your training with two of the most powerful Uchiha our clan has to offer has not gone unnoticed." "I've had the privilege of being able to be taught by legendary ninja," Sakura nodded. "It's made me into who I am today, as has my closeness with the head family." Sakura's pager beeped, and her eyes grew wide. "My apologies. There's a medical emergency I must attend to. Was there anything else you wanted to discuss with me? I'm sure we could meet again if you'd like." They didn't look pleased with the interruption, but they nodded nonetheless. "You may go. We will reach out again if necessary." She thanked them and hurried out of the house, barely sparing time to arrive at the head household to quickly change back into her clothes and white coat. She would absolutely die from shame if she got blood on a kimono Makoto got for her. She didn't bother undoing her hair, either swapping clothes and just calling out that there was a medical emergency. And when she arrived at the hospital and was given a room number, she almost murdered all 3 occupants. Her eye was twitching when she shut the door and activated a seal. It didn't do well for other patients to hear her threaten the lives of others. "What did you 3 do?" she asked, her voice lowering to a dangerous level. "Kid broke 3 of my ribs and Muto," Shursui groaned from his spot on the hospital bed. "So I broke 4 of his." Sasuke winced as he scoffed. "You make it sound like you're the victim." "I am." "We said arms and legs, not my damn ribs," Shursui shot back with a curse. "Just tell me to shut up next time." "I did," Sasuke reminded him, which promptly caused Shursui to close his mouth for a moment. Still a dirty move, Shursui settled on, looking over at her with a pout that could give Izumi a run for her money. "Your teammate's a dick." "He's your apprentice," Sakura retorted before finally greeting the only other standing person in the room. "Itachi and I, was this truly a medical emergency that requested me? I think I lost points with your clan's elders for getting called away. They'll be mad for a bit, but they'll eventually respect your dedication," Itachi told her with a small smile. "It's been a while. Were you really talking to them for that long?" "Yes," she frowned, settling to work on Shursui first. From the slight narrowing of his eyes, Sasuke wasn't happy with her choice. But Sasuke would take the choice in silence. Shursui would not. "They loved you, right?" Shursui inferred, his nose crinkling when she stopped healing his ribs. "I'm not teasing, Imuto. I've been saying that you should meet them for years." She resumed her healing with a raised eyebrow. "So they can take baby steps into accepting outsiders?" "That's one reason," Itachi answered with a knowing smile. "How do you think it went?" "I'm sure you 3 will hear about it before I do," Sakura answered with a clipped tone. "Sasuke, did you really have to break 3 of his ribs?" Sasuke grunted and elected not to answer her. "Well, you 2 have been back for a single day and are already in the hospital," Sakura scolded. Shursui managed a half-hearted shrug. "Well, you weren't at the house. And what can we say? We prefer pretty pink-haired medics." "Shursui," Sasuke warned, breaking from his brooding to glare at his cousin. Yeah, he replied, though he gave her a cheeky smile. "When can I be discharged, Imuto? Can't have your attention for too long." "If you be quiet, I might be able to get you out of here in 10 minutes, Sakura answered, then glanced at her teammate. "Especially if I don't have to heal any more injuries." Fortunately, the boys stayed quiet and let her concentrate. She answered the few questions Itachi had about her conversation with the elders and finally sent the 2 older Uchiha away. She turned on her teammate, who has barely looked her way the entire time. "You let him rile you up, didn't you?" Sakura all but teased. "I didn't think anyone besides Naruto could get under your skin." "I didn't get riled up," Sasuke scoffed and his face contorted in pain when he tried to shift himself in the bed. "He was open." "So you broke his ribs," she stated doubtfully. "He was open," Sasuke repeated. "And he deserved it." What did Shursui do now? When Sasuke didn't answer, She shook her head. You let him rile you up. She looked up at her teammate, a gentle smile forming on her features when she met his eyes. But was he right? Yeah, Sasuke nodded, his eyes softening slightly. I think he was. Sakura was extremely excited. She could barely contain her bubbly attitude, and it was clear her lovely teammate was amused with her actions, even if he denied it. He didn't understand fully why she was acting like a spaz, and she knew that. But that didn't stop her from babbling as they walked from the Hokage Tower to the gates. Sakura-chan, Konoha yelled, running up to the pair. His teammates were close behind, greeting them both. Want to hear about the lame mission we were on? Sakura giggled and raised a hand to the boy's scratched-up face. Moments later, the marks were completely gone. I can take a guess. Tora? Yeah. Konoha confirmed, blushing when she pulled her hand away. It was totally intense and all, but I wish they'd give us a mission so we can really showcase our skills. Like you guys. Sakura and Sasuke shared a look. We also chased down Tora. Remember, Sasuke-kun? He rolled his eyes. It was a waste of time. The cat is still running away. Can't blame the poor creature, Moegi said, shuffling her feet when they all looked towards her. That woman is an acquired taste. They all had the decency to agree in silence. Want to deliver documents with us? Sakura invited, pointing to the stack in Sasuke's hands. Yeah. The group walked to the gates, the three young genin chattering about their missions and how boring they were. Sakura could sense the familiar chakra this time around, completely aware of it unlike the last time she experienced this day. But she still had to deliver papers. They reached the gates, with both Kotetsu and Izumo grinning as they handed them the papers. You should head back to the village, the former told them, sharing a look of amusement with his partner. You might find something interesting. Izumo agreed, and Sakura's eyes grew wide. No way, she breathed out, tugging on Sasuke's arm as she dragged him back into the village. The three genin trailed them in confusion. Sakura, stop pulling, Sasuke grumbled, and she did so only when she saw her best friend atop a telephone pole. She hurried to its base, the kids now just as excited as she was. Naruto, she yelled up, waving her arm. Naruto, is that really you? Sakura-chan, Naruto shouted in response, dropping from the pole and throwing his arms around her. I missed you so much. Sakura giggled when Sasuke scoffed, saying something along the lines of, you're both ridiculous. Team, don't think you're getting out of a hug, Naruto threatened when he finally pulled away from her. Sasuke's eye twitched and his lips fell into a flat line. I will murder you. Naruto waved off his friend's threat. You've been saying that for years, and you've never gone through with it. Fortunately, Sakura didn't need to break up any brawl in the streets. Konoha gained Naruto's attention, and when he performed a certain jutsu, Sasuke held back her wrist. The look of betrayal must have been blatantly obvious because he raised both his eyebrows. If I can't murder him, you can't punch him, Sasuke said, and she frowned. If you do, the idiot won't live long enough. Her frown turned into a pout, and he only let go of her hand when she swore she wouldn't do anything today. Just today. What was that, team? Naruto dropped back into the conversation. Threatening my life again? I would have thought you'd miss me. I miss the silence your absence brings, Sasuke stated bluntly, before looking back to her. We should head back to Tsunade's office. All right, Sakura agreed, looping her arm through both of theirs. You still need to report to Tsunade that you're back. Sasuke mumbled out a complaint as they headed towards the Hokage Tower after bidding goodbye to the genin. But he never attempted to take his arm back from her grasp. Naruto ended up taking his back, but that was so he could clearly emphasize how strong he's gotten since they last saw him. Sakura watched her best friend with a large smile. She knew that in this life, they had a very different beginning relationship. The first time around, she found Naruto extremely annoying and didn't particularly care for him. She still found him annoying when they became teammates, but she found herself wanting Naruto to succeed and become the Hokage like he's always dreamed. And Sasuke's abandonment of Konoha only tied the two closer together, and she absolutely missed her best friend. And this Naruto was resembling the one she fought in a war with, albeit not as mature as war made Naruto. But he was growing into that charming knucklehead. She hadn't realized how much she missed Naruto. She didn't needlessly worry about his return because she knew he would. Unlike with Sasuke, where she feared something would happen and he would be lost to them yet again. But having Naruto here, by her and Sasuke's side, just made her feel complete. When they arrived at the Hokage Tower, Naruto and Jiraiya reported in, and the three were called together for their first assessment. The scene played out much like her old life. The only exception this time being Sasuke's mutter that they were idiots when Naruto handed Kakashi the newest novel in the Make-Out series. Sakura nudged Sasuke's side. "Be nice." Sasuke simply gave her a raised eyebrow. Then, Tsunade revealed that they'd be facing off against Kakashi in another bell test to assess all of their skills, and to see if they continue forward as a unit. When they left, Naruto was loudly complaining about the mere thought they'd be separated. "We just reunited," Naruto yelled once they got outside. "What's Tsunade-bachan's big idea? Team 7 is a family. They can't separate us. I thought we were over that like ages ago." "Things are a bit complicated," Sakura told him gently, glancing over at a frowning Sasuke. "My clan still wants me to be removed from Team 7, he said bitterly. "They need me to advance as quickly as possible, and they think being saddled to a single team will take too long." "That's dumb," Naruto said, crossing his arms. "It's almost as if they don't have faith in Team 7. "They don't." Sakura cut off any more of Naruto's protests. "It's not a personal attack at us, even if it feels like it is. It's just difficult to understand from our perspective. But you got new tricks, right? Or do you not have faith in us?" Well, of course I do, you know," Naruto spluttered out. "You're right, Sakura-chan. We just gotta show him the true power of Team 7. Then, they won't even dream about separating us. You're the reason I'm going to be separated from this team, Dobe." Sasuke shook his head, infuriating Naruto once again. Sakura didn't bother interfering this time. Her boys would always be her boys. Competitions and fighting were just the fundamentals of their relationship. And now she relished in it. Maybe once she got used to it, things would be different. But for today, it was music to her ears. By the time it came to actually fight with Kakashi, she found out a few things about her comrades. Kakashi was seriously underestimating them as genin. It was incredibly difficult for them to even get close to the bells this time around, even with a solid plan. Sakura would run in with chakra-laden fists, keeping him well occupied with avoiding her moves. Sasuke would use his speed to land behind their sensei, forcing him upwards where Naruto and a number of his clones awaited with a Rasengan ready. Kakashi would worm his way out of it. A substitution, pulling Naruto forward with a wire and sending him towards his teammates, and anything else up his sleeves. He saw their moves before they even made them, thanks to his Sharingan. Unlike her old life, they had a Sharingan on their side too. It made it much more even than the time in her old life, but it was still extremely difficult. "We need to regroup," Sakura muttered to Sasuke. Landing beside him, a Kakashi fought off Naruto's clones with ease. "We're going about this expecting Kaka-sensei to underestimate us." "He's not." "I know that," Sasuke responded, a grimace forming once Naruto landed beside them as well. "Let's go." He placed a hand on her back and one on Naruto's shoulder, taking them with him as they landed further into the forest. "Sasuke-kun," Sakura said, nodding their surroundings. He nodded immediately. Sakura's skills with genjutsu advanced drastically over the 2.5 years since she was a genin. She could create them so strongly. Only someone with a Sharingan could break free from it. Unfortunately, Kakashi was a part of that group, but what Sakura didn't normally have was Sasuke's chakra, helping her form the genjutsu. He didn't care for them as much as his other jutsus, but he could easily mold his chakra to match hers and create a stable genjutsu covering their chakra and locations. This way, Kakashi would have to actually try to dispel the genjutsu, and by that time, they'd already be prepared for him. "What did you two do?" Naruto asked, a slight frown forming as he looked at his two teammates. "An advanced genjutsu to keep us hidden from Kaka-sensei," Sakura answered with a smile, and Naruto's features morphed into excitement. "Really? That's so cool, Sakura-chan." "We have to be smarter," Sasuke cut in. "We got the bells before. We just have to do it again." "Easy to say, team, but not that easy to do," Naruto retorted. "Unless you haven't noticed we're totally getting beaten out there. Then let's come up with a plan," Sakura decided. leaning back on a tree before dropping to the ground. And be prepared for Kakashi-sensei's counter. They're doing well, aren't they? Shursui asked Itachi, appearing by his cousin's side. Itachi hummed, pointing to their right. It looks like training Sasuke and Sakura-chan together really amped up their Genjutsu abilities. Oh, Shursui said curiously, glancing to where Itachi was pointing. He could barely sense the alteration to reality, and had to actually concentrate for a bit to break it with his Sharingan. That is impressive. I'd say that rivals any of your regular ones, Tachi. They're a good pair, his cousin stated, sparing a glance towards him. And despite being separated from Naruto for so long, the three of them work seamlessly together. Even seasoned teams would need to work out a few kinks at first. They work as though they've done it for over a decade. For Sakura-chan, that's basically true, Shursui pointed out with a shrug. Naruto and Sasuke have always worked well together, even when they're facing against each other. Sakura-chan knows them through and through, too. It's not surprising that they're a force to be reckoned with even this early on. The elders are too stubborn to see that. You know why they're hesitant in allowing Sasuke to stay on Team 7, Itachi said with a raised brow. If their teamwork wasn't as phenomenal as it is, I'd agree with them. Yeah, they think Sasuke's too emotional and will just sacrifice himself for Sakura-chan and Naruto if things go south during a mission, Shursui responded with a wave. They're afraid of having an heir with a death wish. They're afraid Sasuke will put them first over the clan, Itachi corrected, then looked thoughtfully at the trip currently brainstorming ideas. Though, they might only succeed in having him relinquish his title if they choose wrongly. You think he'd give up being clan heir? Shursui inquired. I think he will if they try to shape his future even more so than being clan heir already does, Itachi said thoughtfully. He's going to be more troublesome to deal with than if they never remove my title. They would have to find someone else to do it regardless, Shursui said, leaning against the tree. But I suppose you're right like usual. It's a good thing Fugaku is as fond of Sakura-chan as he is. Otherwise, I'd have to marry Sakura-chan to fulfill Auntie Mikoto's wish for her to be an Uchiha. Itachi gave him a disapproving look. You should really stop teasing him with that. I've seen you injured more times in the past 7 months than I have my entire life. Shursui laughed. Joke's on the squirt. I just get Sakura-chan to heal me. But he shouldn't take it so personally. I just want him to realize that she's got her own fan club now. He doesn't care for things like that, Itachi reminded his cousin. He barely noticed his own fan club growing up, and he's much like my father in the regard of emotions. A bit clueless, really. Shursui snorted. You think? He didn't even mention to Sakura-chan that the elders wanted to scout her out as the future matriarch before they compiled a list for him to choose from. And they only did that because even your father recognized that something was different between them and requested she be considered. It's very romantic, Itachi commented in a dry tone. Letting someone you have at the very least an interest in know that while nothing has been established between you two personally, the clan elders are deciding whether you'd make a good pair. Izumi did perfectly fine with her assessment, Shursui said, before hitting his shoulder lightly. Sasuke just better get a move on before Naruto proposes to her. He's at least got the right idea, and, oh, they're moving. The three were indeed scattering from their spot, the Genjutsu around the area fading away. He caught Sakura and Naruto's movements first, the two charging in with a combined force of hits. Kakashi avoided Sakura at all costs, remaining a safe distance away from her fists and only taking hits from the clones Naruto was producing. It almost looked like Sakura got a punch on Kakashi's back, but when he wasn't sent flying backwards, Shursui assumed it hadn't landed at all. Sasuke appeared in the midst, taking Sakura out of the fray before the two appeared above their teammates, showering explosive kunai with what looked to be like smaller tags drifting throughout the air. Kakashi jumped out of the vicinity immediately, allowing for all of the Naruto clones to disappear into the cloud of smoke already forming. Shursui saw both of the boys then landing within the tree line, allowing Sakura to charge in. Shursui almost didn't catch it, but he saw the level of smoke remain present for a bit longer than it normally would. He looked over at his cousin. Did Sakura-chan just poison the battlefield? He asked, and his cousin shrugged. I doubt it's poison, Itachi answered vaguely. Sakura-chan uses a variety of medical-based bombs to infect the immediate air. She's crafted cures to everything she's created, and they're joining antidote. So poison, Shursui repeated, but Itachi shook his head. Not necessarily, he said, then nodded towards Sasuke and Naruto. They're forcing him into it, though. Shursui watched as Naruto and Sasuke charged into the fray from behind, forcing Kakashi to jump back after an attack from the boys. But when he got too high up, Sakura appeared with a pulled-back fist. Shursui knew this tactic wouldn't work on Kakashi, but that's when the smoke cleared and they saw Kakashi forced back onto the ground. He looked a bit caught off guard, especially when he was forced to jump back up as Sakura's fist met the ground and the entire field erupted. Kakashi was immediately surrounded by Naruto's clones, only to be kicked into disappearing. Shursui didn't realize something was off with Kakashi was off until that moment. He can't use his arms, Shursui breathed out, looking at the smirking pink-haired medic as the defeated clones merely transformed into wire. Sasuke appeared above his sensei, pulling the cords tightly until Kakashi's hands were pinned to his hands. Sakura-chan loves to apply paralytic seals if she knows her opponent is too fast for her to properly hit, Itachi told him with an approving nod. We decided that while the majority of her attacks work, they're mostly useless against anyone with a Sharingan. And there's still someone out there with one that actually poses a threat to her, Shursui inferred, whistling lowly. So she's working on a way to physically incapacitate them from using what the Sharingan gives its users. Sasuke's been paralyzed at least once every week or so since she developed the seals, Itachi told him with a smile. She started throwing a genjutsu into the mix to make her opponent believe the threat is the illusion, not the tag she stuck onto their person. Impressive, Shursui whistled, watching as Kakashi got out of the trap, only to be surrounded by Naruto's clones. Without his hands, it made it much more difficult to kick them all away in an instant. And then one of the clones landed a hit, and Kakashi went flying. Shursui almost questioned the power of a single clone when it poofed into Sakura, fixating on Kakashi as he flew backwards. It must have been a genjutsu she cast, because Kakashi's Sharingan was blazing to undo her illusion when Sasuke appeared behind his flying figure. He swiped the bells and disappeared back to his teammates. The three of them stood together, grinning widely and totally overconfident with their victory as Kakashi landed on his feet, despite the blow he endured and not having access to his arms. Kaka-sensei, did you really think we'd let you keep the bells now when you gave them so willingly the first time? Sakura teased, only sparing her teammates a triumphant smile before she walked over to Kakashi and peeled something off his person. She waved the use tag in her sensei's face as she sang about their victory. Sasuke rolled his eyes when Naruto yelled out that this one meant Kakashi would pay for Ichiraku, and Shursui shared the sentiment. He's had Kachi as a captain on an ANBU mission before. He didn't do treat dinners. Then again, these were his favorite kids ever, so they might stand a chance. They're a good team, Itachi stated, pointing over to the other side of the clearing. They'll end up surpassing their masters. Shursui stretched his arms. The day Sasuke surpasses me, I want you to put me out of my misery. Itachi merely smiled. You'll be proud. Of course, I'll be proud, Shursui agreed. But I remember when he got winded using my jutsu a single time. If he surpasses me in that, just take me out, Tachi. No, you're going to be a horrible Hokage one day. Shursui shook his head. Can't even make your people happy. I'll become a Hokage without an advisor if I do what you want, Itachi said with a small smile. We can't change the shinobi world if you leave it, Shursui. Yeah, okay, guilt tripped me into living, I get it, Shursui muttered, but then began to wave as Sakura caught their presence and beamed towards them. Sasuke scowled when he saw who she was smiling at. You're right, Tachi. Even if the squirt surpasses me, I'll still be Sakura-chan's favorite. Her favorite is actually my mother. Just put me out of my misery, Tachi. I feel like all of my children are finally home. Mikoto sighed happily. Well, it certainly sounds like it, Sakura replied with a laugh, as Sasuke and Naruto began to loudly argue over something. They're always like this, huh? Izumi asked, setting cups onto a tray. Sakura nodded, pouring in the tea Mikoto gave her. I don't think they'll ever grow out of it. Well, I'd hope not, Makoto said, placing her hands on her hips. This place will be much too quiet. Unless, there were others filling up my home. Izumi and Sakura shared a look, the girls not missing what the matriarch was hinting at. Was that a hint for me to marry Itachi-kun and have children? Izumi asked her, and she nodded. I hope so, because I'm still way too young to be thinking about that, Sakura answered, and the matriarch pouted. Don't look at me. I'm not the one in a relationship with one of your sons. Though it was rare for Makoto to scowl, her displeased expression was hard to miss. I thought you two would be on my side. We should bring the tea out, Sakura told her in a soothing tone, picking up the tray before they left the kitchen. Naruto and Sasuke-kun need someone to ensure they don't kill each other. The rest of the evening went by smoothly. Naruto and Sasuke devolved into frivolous fights. Izumi and Makoto were discussing her new role as a teacher at the academy, and she spent her time talking to the two older Uchiha boys about new training techniques. When the time came to leave, Naruto refused Sasuke when he came to walk them home. I want to walk Sakura-chan home alone, team, Naruto told him with crossed arms. I haven't gotten to in ages. Sasuke's eye twitched, and he looked beside him for some backup. She placed a gentle hand on his arm. I'll be by the station tomorrow morning. His features only softened slightly when she gave him a reassuring smile and grudgingly accepted it. Be safe, Makoto called after they said their goodbyes. Missed me? Sakura teased after they left the compound, holding her hands behind her back as she looked at her best friend. Well done, Naruto said with a cheeky grin, locking his hands behind his head. I missed you, but I don't know, things are a bit different, Like everything feels the same and all, but I can't explain it. We're growing up, Sakura supplied. I guess. Her best friend's nose scrunched up. I'm so much cooler now. I have to show you the cool tricks I learned on the road. When we get our first mission tomorrow, I'm sure you can show a bit of your skills, Sakura assured him, frowning at the thought. Sakura wasn't sure if she wanted anything to change in the mission they'd inevitably receive in the morning. But the thing was, it somehow would. Sasuke would be with him this time, and she didn't know if that change would be beneficial or not. In her old life, Itachi had been the Akatsuki member that confronted their team. In this one, she wasn't particularly sure how the Akatsuki was faring without Itachi. She was unsure if Obito joined early because of lack of people or not. Shirsue's been scouting the Akatsuki and meeting with Jiraiya over the past few months, but she hasn't gotten the chance to discuss anything with him. Sasuke tended to stick around whenever she was interacting with any Uchiha. Really, he's been by her side more often than not since he arrived back. It was rather endearing, but there were things she just couldn't explain to Sasuke, not yet. She had no idea if she would ever tell anyone that she traveled back in time. If they figured it out, she wouldn't dare deny it. But she didn't think she'd be the one to say it first. Tsunade, Shirsue, and Itachi were the only ones to figure it out. And she intended to keep it like that for as long as she could. There were still events that needed to take place. This mission fully solidified the alliance between Konoha and Suna. She couldn't risk it. She'd just have to hope the inevitable changes didn't mess with the outcome. Now, Sakura-chan, are you listening? Naruto asked, interrupting her thoughts. She smiled apologetically. What were you saying? That I haven't had a Ichiraku since we got back, Naruto exclaimed, now waving his arms. It's been 2.5 years, Sakura-chan. We just had dinner, she reminded him, and he pouted. But there's always room for ramen, he said, giving her wide, dopey eyes. Come to Ichiraku with me. Naruto, she told him in an unsure tone, and he was quick to continue. What do you say, Sakura-chan? He asked, clasping his hands together. It can even be like a date. Or not, of course. I just want to hear how awesome your training was. Itachi and I says you basically run the hospital. That's mega cool. Better than team, saying he learned how to fight with a sword. He'll skewer you if he hears you say that, she commented and laughed when Naruto began to protest. I'll stay for a bit, okay? But if you get a second bowl, I'm leaving. Naruto cheered. Ha! I knew you missed me just as much. Let's go. She and Naruto did talk a lot. He didn't even down his first bowl within a few minutes, which was a testament to his restraint in getting her to stay as long as he could possibly get her to. She told him all about her training with Tsunade and Itachi. He told her all about Jiraiya's odd teaching methods, but how his jutsus were all 10 times as powerful as they once were. Sakura ended up leaving Ichiraku's when Naruto finished his first bowl and Iruka-sensei came in to greet them. That relationship wasn't exactly the same as the one in her old life. And while Naruto did have her and the Uchihas to lean back on, most of the stigmatism in the village remained. Iruka had been the first person to risk his life for Naruto, and that meant while the relationship between them was a bit different, Naruto still looked towards Iruka as his own fatherly figure. Sakura had to reassure Iruka that she was perfectly fine leaving and that she wasn't hungry at all. She left Ichiraku and wasn't even surprised to see Sasuke waiting on the other side of the street. "You knew he'd want to get Ichiraku and would sucker me into it, didn't you?" she asked as she walked up to him. "I know you both," he nodded. They fell in a step with each other as they started to walk. "I knew the moron would want Ichiraku, and I knew you would spoil him and say yes. Figured he'd forget to actually walk you home. I left early," she pointed out, and it didn't seem to make a difference in Sasuke's eyes. "He's still an idiot," Sasuke said, then glanced over at her. "They've come to a decision. Are they making you leave?" Sakura asked, keeping her stare on the dirt below them. "They agreed to allow me to stay on Team 7, but they reserve the right to request I be put on missions without you two as well," Sasuke answered, his lips drawn to get her in a tight line. "My father isn't thrilled with whatever they have in mind, but he told me not to fight it. He doesn't want me embarrassing the clan because I'm not happy with the elders. So, it's more like you're partially on Team 7, isn't it?" She inferred, and from his growing frown, she assumed she was correct. "It's okay, Sasuke-kun. They'll have to do much more if they want to actually separate us." He grunted, shaking his head. "You two are stubborn. Your mother also loves us," Sakura pointed out with a smile, watching the sky above them as they walked through the near deserted streets of Konoha. "I'm not worried about it all. Everything will work out." "How do you know?" he asked, watching her carefully. She didn't meet his eyes, instead pointing up at the night sky where stars were beginning to illuminate. "We'll always be under the same sky, Sasuke-kun. So long as that's true, I don't think there's any force in this world that would separate us. Not if I can help it." "You sound so confident," he commented, and she shrugged. "Even if we aren't all together for a bit, I'm sure we'll come back together and be stronger than anyone ever expected," she mused, thinking about her old life. "Nothing can sever the bonds we have with each other. Not your elders, not Tsunade-sama, not even each other. So, don't worry about it too much, okay? You'll get wrinkles from frowning so much." They arrived outside her house, and she stopped at the door. "Wrinkles," he repeated, his gaze softening as he looked at her. This time, she met his stare. "What?" "Just nothing," he started, then shook his head. She raised an eyebrow when it almost looked like a flush of pink crossed his cheeks. Probably just her imagination. It was dark out. "Thanks for walking me home, Sasuke-kun," she said in a light tone, placing a hand on the doorknob. Sasuke scoffed. "Can't trust the dope to do anything." Sakura laughed, watching him shake his head as he muttered about their teammate. "Good night, Sasuke-kun." "Good night, Sakura." Sakura walked to the police station to get Sasuke the next morning, and then the two headed to Naruto's so they could receive their mission. She saw the hawk fly overhead just as they left Naruto's apartment. She stayed quiet most of the trip to the tower, letting Naruto ramble about his training and how Tsunade would be crazy not to give them at least a B-rank mission. Sasuke tended to listen with one ear, only contributing something if Naruto's theories about their first mission back were a bit too far-fetched. She heard the heels of someone running by, so she pushed Naruto to the side. Sasuke followed her movements, and a woman rushed past them. "Oi!" Naruto yelled while she and Sasuke looked at one another. He raised his eyebrow as if to ask what had just happened, but she only shook her head. "You're quiet today," Sasuke said quietly as Naruto continued to rant about manners. "I have a bad feeling," she whispered back, fixating her attention onto the hallway ahead of them rather than his questioning gaze. "Hey, what you whispering about?" Naruto suddenly asked, popping up between them and throwing his arms around them both. "We all know Team 7 is a family, and family doesn't keep secrets. And if you do, I reserve the right to complain about whatever mission Tsunade gives us." "Get your hand off me," Sasuke sneered, attempting to duck under their mutual best friend's arms. Naruto allowed it, bringing his hands in front of her face suddenly, and she heard the echo of Naruto's voice resonate within the hallway. She could barely see past Naruto's upheld arm, but she guessed that he summoned a clone to pester Sasuke. It certainly sounded like it until there was an audible curse and a cloud of smoke. "Come on, please," Naruto begged, lowering his hands, but kept his arm around her shoulder. "I feel left out, you know? You're the one too oblivious not to notice things." "I just have a bad feeling," Sakura told Naruto, his grip instinctively tightening. "It's been nagging me since I woke up." "You're not like hurt again, right?" he asked, and while she wanted to smack him for that, she saw the utter concern in his eyes, and her irritation was subdued. "No, I don't have a bad feeling about myself or us," she clarified instead. "Just a bad feeling. Whenever you get a bad feeling, something bad actually happens, Sakura-chan," Naruto told her, his voice still gentle. "But don't worry. Whatever it is, Team 7 will handle it. Together, we always have each other's backs," Sakura practically recited, Naruto's smile too contagious for even her dreary mood. "You say it so often, you'd think you'd remember yourself," Sasuke responded with an eye roll. He plucked Naruto's hand off her shoulder and nodded his head forward. "Come on, before Kakashi actually beats us there." Kakashi showed up the same time they did. And just like her old life, they were at first given a C rank mission. Though Naruto's outbursts were actually justified in this life. They were all Chunin. Plus, Tsunade has sent her and Sasuke on a couple of missions since he got back. And those were B rank ones. But that's when the encoder rushed in, handing Tsunade the scroll. It was announced that the Akatsuki had taken Gaara. She gasped, Sasuke inhaled sharply, and Naruto shouted a very loud what? And they were off not even 10 minutes later. They met Temari on the road, and as they discussed exactly why Gaara was taken, Naruto glanced guiltily towards her and Sasuke. "You probably figured it out by now," Sakura-chan, her best friend started, clutching his stomach. "And your parents probably told you, Sasuke. I have the QB sealed in me. It's a part of the reason you want to save him so badly, right?" Sakura inferred, matching her speed with Naruto's. Sasuke landed on the other side of him. "I understand the pain and loneliness he endured," Naruto said in a low voice, his gaze never wandering to either of them. "But I got lucky. I had you, Sakura-chan, and the team. I got to grow up with people who wanted to be around me. I want to show Gaara that he's got people like that too." All three shared a determined look, and this time worked as a unit to fasten their pace. She didn't need to yell at Naruto for going too far. She was right beside him. Sasuke too. Though, even with a faster pace, it seemed that sandstorms still delayed their progress. They made it to the village around the same time they had in her old life. They were told of Kankuro and his critical state. Temari looked at Sakura, and she gave her a resolute nod. "Let me take a look at him." Sakura knew the antidote for Sasori's poison already. She's always remembered the exact measurements of every ingredient needed. But she also knew she couldn't just magically show up with the exact antidote that they needed when Suna had yet to even tell the leaf of Kankuro's state. It was a poison that stumped Chiyo in the limited time frame they had. So she didn't prepare an antidote in advance. She ordered her teammates out of the room and controlled the situation much like her old life. She had to preform that crude process on Kankuro again until he was finally out of death's hands. Temari slumped against the wall once she stated that Kankuro was going to be fine. She ordered the doctors to prepare her a list of herbs and to fill vials with the poison so she could test it out. When she was done ensuring the doctors could keep Kankuro stable, she looked back at her team, who had come back into the room with Chiyo. Sakura-chan's like. Naruto paused, staring at her with unfixed adoration and amazement. "Super cool." She smiled at him, and before she could even turn to Sasuke, Chiyo approached her. "You remind me of the Slug Princess," the old woman said, a mixture of suspicion and reluctant respect in her gaze. Sakura paused for a moment as she looked at Chiyo. This was a woman who had no idea how impactful their short time fighting together was. It molded her into the ninja she was in the war and the one she regrew up to be in this life. Tsunade trained her battle, taught her all the tricks up her gambler's sleeves. Tsunade taught her to be a killer and a healer at the same time. But Chiyo taught her that the battle is never over. That time may pass by, but it is always there, warping the minds of children and pitting shinobi against each other. And that, in the end, all that violence doesn't matter. Hope for the future is what endures, and that's what Chiyo finally believed in when she died. Well, of course, Tsunade-sama is my master, Chiyo-sen, Sakura finally managed to say, giving the old woman a small smile. It's an honor to meet you. An honor, the woman repeated incredulously. I'm from Suna. What honor does it bring someone born and raised in Konoha? She's read all about your work regarding poisons, Sasuke told the woman, barely looking towards her. Sakura nodded, casting her boys a rather apologetic stare. I used to keep them up during missions talking about the poisons you concocted during the Second War. Chiyo only seemed more suspicious of her character as Sakura was handed a clipboard by one of the doctors. She examined the list compiled and happily stated that she could make the antidote and have it ready within the hour. She watched as Sasuke picked up her bag and gestured for her to leave and make the antidote. She smiled and waved at her team before she followed a doctor to the greenhouse. The antidote was created, tested, and used on Kankuro once again. And just like last time, she only had 2 more dosages of it. Once they finally departed from Suna, the next day, to head towards the Akatsuki hideout, she felt her anxiety creeping back in. She knew she could defeat Sasori. In fact, the battle might be a bit shorter this time around. But she had Sasuke to account for now. What would his addition to this mission cause? Surely it would be beneficial, no? There was a warning shout from Kakashi, and all of them grounded themselves, landing directly across from the Akatsuki member she feared the most. Her eyes grew wide at the sight of the orange mask, and both of her boys, not so conspicuously, shifted to move in front of her. It's you, Sasuke said through gritted teeth, and Obito tilted his head at the words. Me? You know me? Obito asked in a teasing tone, so unlike the deep voice she knew he actually had. You're the bastard that put Sakura-chan in the hospital, Naruto yelled out, pointing an accusing finger at the Akatsuki member, and decimated almost the entirety of Konoha's police force. Sasuke continued, Chiyo drawing in a breath as she recognized the event. This man murdered an entire force made up of Uchihas. Chiyo questioned, and Kakashi gave her a grave nod. In a single night, almost all active Sharingan users were killed, Kakashi explained, glancing at the 3 of them. There's now maybe a dozen left compared to an entire clan's worth, including those who are not active shinobi. To accomplish a feat like that, he'd have to have visual prowess himself or something like it. Whatever you do, do not look into his eye. Even you, Sasuke. Faces tend to blend together when they're insignificant to me. Obito told them with an exaggerated shrug, and while they couldn't necessarily tell where he was looking, Sakura knew his attention shifted to her. But you, I remember, for someone who's not an Uchiha, it seems there's always one near you. Sakura stilled under his stare, and Sasuke moved to block her from Obito's sight. Hey, that's not fair, Obito cried out. I only have one eye to see from. That's playing dirty. Sasuke-kun, it's okay, Sakura finally managed to say, placing a hand on his arm. She came up to his side, staring at the bottom of Obito's mask. An interesting crop, he sang. Mysterious Pinky, protective Uchiha, the QB kid, a pathetic excuse for a shinobi and a Suna elder. I wonder if Kisame is having as much fun as I am. Shall we play a game? How is this a game? Naruto shouted, his stare growing hard. You took Gaara because you just want power, hunting him down like he's some sort of prize. He isn't. He's a person. And for that, I'll never forgive you. Oh, you'll never forgive me. Obito mocked, dramatically raising a hand to his chest and feigning heartbreak. Whatever shall I do? Bastard, Naruto yelled, charging forward despite the cries from her and Kakashi to stop. He had a Rasengan ready, and suddenly Sasuke disappeared from her side and appeared behind Obito. Oh no, Sasuke-kun? Naruto, Sakura yelled, coming out of her shock. She knew Obito's powers. The bastard would let it go right through him and into Sasuke. She did the only thing to knock them all, of course. She destroyed the ground they were all on. Sasuke jumped up as soon as he saw her fist go down, but Naruto summoned clones above him to just catapult him down towards Obito, who took the sudden change in landscape in stride. What strength! he yelled, laughing when Naruto passed right through him. "Oops, you missed me. How did you know?" Sasuke asked, appearing by her once again. "That he can let things go through him? I overheard Sasuke and Itachi talking that night, but I wasn't sure," Sakura told him hurriedly. "And I wasn't about to take the chance that I heard correctly." "Sakura, that dash, I was sort of dealing with things that night," Sakura hissed, giving him a hard look. "I wasn't going to say something a confused, concussed kid thought she might have heard. Acting on wrong information could have gotten us killed, okay?" "Sakura's right, Sasuke," Kakashi told them, though she saw the disapproving glint in his eyes, the one normally reserved for Naruto and Sasuke when they got caught up in the competitions. "At least we know for sure now." Obito, much like the first time they found him while he was still masquerading as Toby, evaded everything they threw at him. He didn't dare do anything on the offensive side, instead letting them tire themselves out. Naruto and Kakashi were throwing themselves back, and once Sasuke got kicked out of the way. "Sasuke," she said, holding out her hand to him. He clasped it and let her help him up. "I want to try something." He raised his brow quizzically and then nodded. His Sharingan was blazing and directed his line of sight with Obito. Sakura threw a kunai wrapped in an explosive tab, hoping it would go off just after it sailed through Obito's head. By whatever miracle, it did, and he had materialized, so the blow knocked him forward, but didn't do anything else. He looked towards the two of them, and Sakura placed him into a Sharingan-aided Genjutsu. She didn't have the visual prowess backing her up. Sasuke didn't have the skill she did. But together, it could help create a Genjutsu as powerful as Itachi's normal ones, those not created with his Mangekyo Sharingan. It would take even Obito a moment to get out of it. "Naruto now!" They both yelled, gasping for air at the strength it took to not the Genjutsu falter so soon. Obito surely would have merely blinked away any Genjutsu she created on her own, though the aid from a Sharingan caught him off guard just long enough. Her best friend didn't hesitate. He ran forward and slammed a Rasengan into Obito's materialized body. It sent him flying, carving a path with the sheer force. "Got you, bastard," Naruto yelled, huffing as the clones disappeared. Just like last time, it wasn't actually an Akatsuki member. Just a poor fool who got brainwashed by Sasori. "Let's go," Naruto said once they all got their bearings back. "Gaara needs us." "Oh."